Hi everyone, this is What If Fan. This is the corrected version of part 6 of What If Harry Became an Artificer. Please find fanfic name and author name in the description, and please support the author. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Also, this series What If Harry Became an Artificer will be finishing soon due to catching up with the current number of chapters. So I would like everyone's input for the next project on this channel. I am currently debating between 3 fanfics based on Naruto, Jujutsu Kaisen, and High School DxD respectively. Please comment below what fanfic would you guys like to see next. Let's start chapter 51, Japan Trip. Is everyone ready? Sirius questioned the group as they waited for the international port key to activate. We've got everything we need. Marley nodded as she patted her storage cloak, a gift from Harry. Ready and waiting. Harry's excited grin brought a smile to Sirius's face. He'd taken his early OWL, saw ready, and just had to wait for the results now. What better way to wait than a trip abroad? This is going to be so interesting. Penny beamed happily next to Harry. Let's go, before Madam Bones or Mad Eye get any idea to call me in and cancel my vacation. Tonks really wanted to get out of magical Britain before the madhouse that the DMLE had become could steal her vacation from her. I have never been to the Far East before. I'm looking forward to seeing everything. Fleur was almost as excited as Harry, her blue eyes sparkling with wonder at what they'd get to see. Should be about time. Sirius looked at his watch before holding out the length of rope to the group. Marley, Harry, Tonks, Penny, and Fleur all firmly grasped the rope as Sirius began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A second after, and they all felt the telltale hook behind the navel feeling as they were whisked through a swirl of colors for a long moment. Tokyo Ministry of Magic. The group of 6 landed from the international port key on their feet. Harry almost staggered from the sudden stop, but managed to keep his feet. Looking around, he noticed that they were on a large platform. On both the left and right were more platforms that were receiving travelers. Harry looked forward, and a large sign caught his attention. The sign read, Yiba no Mofasho, and Harry activated the effect he'd enchanted into the left lens of his glasses. The Japanese was superimposed by the Latin alphabet for a second, becoming Nihon no Mahosho, before then converting to English a second later as Ministry of Magic of Japan. Beneath the large characters was the word Welcome, written in several languages. The group moved off the platform when a uniformed man waved them over. They were directed to a desk not too far away with another wizard sitting behind it. Sirius pulled out their travel information as they walked over. With a friendly smile and a nod of his head, he placed the documents on the desk. Welcome. The Japanese wizard greeted them in English after glancing at the first page of their documents. You've come to Japan on vacation, correct? He questioned as he looked over the parchment. Yes, sir, Sirius nodded in agreement. My fiancée Marley, my godson Harry, my cousin Nymphadora, and our family friends Penelope and Fleur. After looking over all of the documents, the wizard nodded and stamped the first page. A tap of his wand and the stamp glowed, turning a golden color. We hope you enjoy your time in Japan. He gave them a short bow from his seated position before turning to face another wizard next to a gate. Let them through, Tanaka-san. He spoke in Japanese, but thanks to an enchanted item in Harry's ear, he could understand the words. The item in question was called a linguistic aid, and from what Harry knew of them, were rather expensive. Sirius wouldn't even tell him how much he'd spent on the 6 he'd bought for the group. The item could be set to convert one spoken language into another, which would be heard with barely any delay. To change the language required a specialist that knew the language the wearer wanted translated. Harry did wonder if he couldn't make a better version in the future when he had more free time. The 6 of them passed through the gate after it was opened for them. The metal gate was closed behind them immediately afterwards. The group walked up a short flight of stairs and was greeted by a politely smiling wizard and witch in businesslike robes. Sirius smiled at the pair and gave a short bow, which was returned. Welcome to Tokyo, Mr. Black and Artificer Potter. The wizard greeted them in English after giving a professional bow. We were very happy to hear that you'd planned to visit our country. I'm Okada Hiroto. Please call me Okada. I'm Matsumoto Riko, It is a pleasure to meet you. Please call me Matsumoto. The witch introduced herself with a professional bow as well. Pleased to meet you both. Sirius nodded with a grin. None of us have ever been to Japan before, and Harry has a contact here that he's been wanting to meet. Yes, Suzuki-san from the Yokaibuki Seisaku. We've been in contact with him as well. Matsumoto had a small smile on her lips. It's not every day that the youngest artificer in history visits, and the ministry wants to extend every hospitality. Thank you very much. Harry gave a polite bow to the pair. It was best to follow the customs of any foreign country you visited, after all. When in Rome and all that. You may have a bit of time lag since you've jumped ahead about 9 hours through the time zones. Okada informed the group as he and Matsumoto led them through the ministry building. Harry happily took in the sights, and Tonks whispered to them how similar and yet different it was to the British Ministry of Magic. We'd like to show you to your accommodations so that you may get settled if that's all right with you. Perfectly fine. Sirius agreed, and the group were led out of the building and into the sunlight. It's around 5 in the afternoon here, yes? Correct, Mr. Black. Matsumoto gave a smile. The hotel we've set you up in has been in business for just over 300 years. It's one of the finest magical hotels in Tokyo. Impressive, Marley commented with a warm smile. Sirius grinned at her, always happy to see her happy. I recommend trying out their hot spring, very relaxing after a day of seeing the sights. Okada suggested with a small chuckle. The exit from the ministry hadn't dumped them into the heart of non-magical Tokyo like the British ministry did in London, but into what was clearly a type of magical alley like Diagon back home. The district was clearly built in an older style as compared to modern Tokyo. Harry was no expert on the history of the country, but he'd guessed that it was probably similar to Diagon and might be about 200 years older than most of the non-magical buildings in Tokyo. Harry's head was turning in every direction to try and take it all in. He saw a few creatures he wasn't familiar with in the window of what seemed to be a menagerie-style shop. There were shops similar to Scriven Shafts that sold parchment, ink, scrolls, and other stationery. He was broken from his excited looking about by Tonks. That cat is walking on 2 feet. Tonks pointed out a gray cat on the overhang of one shop. It was gray-furred and looked just like a common house cat, if not for the bipedal walking and the rather lengthy tail behind it. It is. Harry blinked at the sight. A magical creature? Penny looked at the gray cat curiously. It's a cute cat. Fleur smiled at seeing it, even with its casual upright walking. Ah, Bekaniko. Okada eyed the gray cat for a moment. A what? Sirius questioned as he also watched the cat walk to the edge of the overhang and then leap down and out of sight. A bakaniko, or monster cat in English, a type of yokai, Matsumoto explained. They start off as normal cats and gain magic after living for a long time. They can be friendly if they lived a life being well taken care of, but they can also be malevolent if they feel they've been wronged. Malevolent? How? Marley asked curiously. They can summon ghostly fireballs and are known to accidentally start house fires, their tails acting like torches igniting any flammable materials in the house. Bakaneko also have the disturbing ability to reanimate fresh corpses and use them like puppets for their own nefarious purposes. Matsumoto spoke with a cautious tone. Most aren't malicious like that, but we do have to keep an eye on them. Okada nodded as the group resumed walking. The older they get, the more powerful their magic and ability to transform. They can even learn to speak if given enough time. The British ministry would classify them as dark creatures immediately, just on the potential threat they pose, not to mention the necromancy. Tonks shook her head that such a creature was merely on watch. It was so different from how she had seen things operate at the ministry. They're mostly beneficial, so we just watch over them. Matsumoto assured the metamorph. They like fish, birds, and rats and help keep the pests under control. As long as they're treated well, they rarely ever cause problems. I've only ever seen one that was old enough to speak when I was small. Talking to a cat, I wonder if I could do that one day. Penny looked interested in meeting such a long-lived being. Yes, it could be interesting to learn how they harness their magic. Fleur agreed with her fellow scholar. About how old do you think they are by the time they learn to speak? Hey now, We're here on vacation. Don't start working on your scholarly things. Sirius chuckled as they walked along the shopping district. It's not work, merely interest, Penny stated with a wave. Fleur nodded along with her, and Sirius chortled at the inquisitiveness of the young ladies. The rest of the walk to the hotel was filled with taking in the sights of the area and asking some questions of their two guides. The hotel had a high wall around it and a gate of thick wood. They walked through the open gate to a large garden courtyard, and the 3-story building was quite splendid. Made mostly of wood and with a tiled roof, it was a picturesque-looking building. The accommodations were explained as they entered the building proper. They walked into a relatively large entrance hall, with couches and chairs where guests could sit and talk with each other. It was clear that the interior was constructed using traditional Japanese methods. The flooring was tatami, and all the doors appeared to be sliding doors. Matsumoto explained that one of the features of traditional hotels were the common bathing areas called ofuro. They were usually segregated by gender, and used the water from a hot spring if any were available nearby. After getting checked in, the 2 ministry workers had bid them a wonderful visit before departing. The rest of the evening was spent getting settled and trying out the yukata that the hotel provided. Harry didn't mind the garment. It was comfortable and not that much different than a robe. Fleur, Tonks, and Penny also looked very nice in them, which was an added bonus. Dinner was served by the staff, and Harry enjoyed trying out the new cuisine. He'd never had tempura before. Sashimi had taken a second for him to eat too. He wasn't used to raw meat of any kind, but it had been tasty in the end. The hot pot was tasty and filling, probably one of his favorites so far. Dessert was anmitsu, which was sweet, but unlike any dessert that Harry had ever eaten before. Bath time. Tonks grinned as she and the rest of the girls headed for the hot spring. They were all looking forward to trying it out since it had been recommended. Shall we, Harry? Sirius chuckled as they took their towels and walked down to the springs themselves. The steam filled the area and rose into the open air as the duo stepped out of the building. A few other men were already relaxing in the fairly large pool. Sirius walked forward with no shame, towel in hand, as he happily went with the customs of the land. Harry had debated on wearing his towel, but had shrugged it off after seeing Sirius nonchalantly going bare. Ah! Harry couldn't help but sigh as he submerged his body in the hot water. Sirius hummed as he relaxed against the edge not too far from his godson. That's nice. I bet you were hoping for a bit of that co-ed bathing, huh? Harry joked with Sirius. Nah, me and Marley can do that at home. Sirius shot a look at Harry. I don't need to know what you two get up to. Harry waved off with a roll of his eyes. Not having his glasses on meant his field of vision was greatly reduced. The other men in the spring were merely fuzzy shapes to him. We both know you're the one that wants to bathe with your girlfriends, Sirius teased with a chuckle. Me and Fleur have done it before, Harry informed with a smug little grin. James would be so proud of you, Harry. Sirius grinned fondly. Of course, Lily would probably be less thrilled, might have given both of you an earful about being responsible. I'm planning to marry all 3 of them in the future. That's responsible. Harry leaned back a little more and relaxed. That's when you'd make Lily proud too. Sirius smiled in remembrance of his friends. You're a good kid, Harry. I try. Harry replied as he looked up into the sky. The lights from the metropolis outside of this hidden area blocked out a lot of the stars, but it was still a nice evening. The next day, Yokai Buki Seisaku. Well, I'd say they've got the mysterious and remote parts down for their location. Tonks chuckled as they stood before the gate that would lead them into the hidden area that the Guild of Craftsmen worked in. The Auror wasn't wrong in her description, though. MT, Moriyoshi had a bit of a non-magical population, but it was still a little out of the way. The part they were about to enter didn't exist on the maps of the local area, though. It had been hidden long ago, before even the statute of secrecy had been enacted. The mountain was covered in trees, and would probably make a nice place to ski in the winter when it was undoubtedly covered in snow. The gate made a slight groan as it was opened. The man behind the gate took one look at the group, and his eyes stopped on Harry. He stood roughly 170 centimeters, if Harry had to estimate, with dark black hair that looked to be starting to recede in his age. His eyes were black, or perhaps a dark brown. His skin looked slightly wrinkled, showing that while he appeared to be in his late 40s, he was probably much older. He wore a kimono-like top and long shorts in dark blue color. After looking at Harry for a bit, the man smiled slightly. "It's good to meet you, Artificer Potter." The man gave a polite bow, which the group returned. "I'm Suzuki Toshu." He introduced himself, and Harry smiled at finally meeting the man that had introduced him to Creaturecraft. "It's good to meet you as well, Suzuki-san." Harry was pretty sure that was the polite way to address someone. He'd done some research before the trip, after all. "Well, you're polite, aren't you?" Toshu chuckled as he invited the group inside the gate and quickly closed it behind them. "I hope you've brought some of your creations to show. I'm curious to see how you've made use of what I sent you back then." He grinned as they followed him up a flight of stone stairs. "I have a few things." Harry nodded with a smile of his own. They were led into a large room and offered to sit. Tea and snacks were brought in by some younger teens close to Harry's age. The artificer wondered if they were apprentices here. "I'll give you a small tour of the place in a bit." Toshu motioned to the door on the other side of the room. "But for now, let's see what you've made with the basics of the art and your own effort." "This is my latest attempt." Harry reached into his storage cloak and pulled out his newest prototype spear. He handed it over to the other craftsman gently, and the older man was quick to inspect it. "Ash wood, no work done on the shaft," Toshu noted as he looked over the spear. "It's still in the prototype stage. I felt it was better to have some experience with the material before trying to make an artifact." Harry mentioned of the spear's construction. "What material is the base?" Toshu asked as his eyes moved over the spearhead. "One of the horns from the Hungarian horntail that I conquered." Harry replied as he got to talk shop with another craftsman for the first time in a while. He was ignoring the murmurings of Tonks and Sirius about how they'd have to drag him away later. At least Penny, Fleur, and Marley were watching with some interest. "I see." Toshu nodded as he continued looking at the steel. "Magical iron, forged with the horn of a dragon, makes a magical carbon steel. Not bad for a prototype, but I'm curious as to what ability you were hoping to impart." "Everything that I've made so far with the conquered dragon materials has had the ability to cast fire," Harry informed the older man. "I thought this one would be the same, but—" He shook his head slightly. "It can generate an impressive amount of heat, enough that I worry for the steel's integrity, but it does not produce flame." Toshu nodded as he gently ran his fingertips over the steel. "A matter of the location, I'm sure." "I considered that," Harry admitted. It had been his best theory as to why the spearheads made from the horns didn't produce flame. They weren't a part of the dragon's jaw where fire emerged, and therefore had little connection to the dragon's ability to produce flame. "May I?" Toshu held the spear and motioned upwards with it. "Please." Harry nodded and watched as the older man stood up. Toshu narrowed his eyes slightly as he tried using the spear. He felt the resistance in the flow of his magic as it traveled to the spearhead. When it did connect, the magical steel readily accepted the magic, and the ability began to express itself. The metal began to heat up. It quickly reached a high enough temperature to produce a heat haze. Not long after that, it was turning a bright red color. Toshu stopped running his magic into the spear a moment later, and looked it over again as the spearhead cooled. "The shaft is hindering the flow of magic into the spearhead. It needs more than just wood to pass through, perhaps a proper treatment to make it a better conductor of magic?" So that was it. Harry pulled a notebook and pen from his storage cloak and quickly made a note for later. Fleur caught his eye, and the Vila grinned at her hypothesis being correct. They'd both been going over the spear's resistance to their mana together. "It's still a good ability that you've managed to impart, but I would worry about the steel's longevity." Toshu agreed with Harry's thoughts on the spear's heat output. "As a prototype, I'd say it would be worth continuing research on." "I'll continue to do so." Harry grinned as he took the spear back and stored it away. He pulled out a few of the dragon fang knives, one of each type of metal he'd made so far, and set them between himself and Toshu. I have a few more things that I've made. We're definitely going to have to drag him out of here, Sirius Stage whispered to Tonks. Probably, Tonks Stage whispered back with her arms crossed and a fake put-upon sigh. You two be nice. Marley nudged Sirius with a grin. It is interesting to see another craftsman like Harry, though. Penny had been watching Toshu and her boyfriend talk while occasionally sipping tea. She enjoyed seeing Harry so animated like this. I'm also curious about the rest of the facility, too. Fleur's gaze landed on the door that Toshu had pointed out earlier. A guild that's been around for almost 1,000 years must be filled with interesting things and knowledge. This is the best artifact that I've made from creature craft so far. Harry and Toshu had finished with the knives, and from within the jet-black storage cloak, Harry pulled out his basilisk scale mail. Really? Toshu remarked in Japanese as he looked at the original Scalean Rig Nathair. The Japanese wizard craftsman looked to Harry for permission to touch the artifact. When Harry motioned to the armor, Toshu gently began to look it over. He'd felt the innate magic within the armor, could sense the latent intent imparted from its creation. It was truly remarkable that one as young as Harry could make something like this with only the basic instructions that he'd sent the boy. I made as much use of the symbolism aspect of creature craft as I could. Harry explained a little of his creation process. I combined the conquered basilisk scales with the basilisk bones I used to make the carbon steel. The inside is also lined with the serpent skin as well. Reuniting the separate parts through forging will impart a much stronger effect, that's true, but to imbue so much magic into the armor as well. Toshu looked like he couldn't believe how strong the armor felt as he gently turned it around to look over the back. I was hoping to ask your opinion on mixing creature craft and rune-based artifice as well. Harry looked inquisitively at the older craftsman. His notebook was on his lap and the pen was back in his hand once more. Yes, Toshu shook his head once to refocus from the basilisk scale mail. It's certainly possible. He looked thoughtful for a moment, as if considering his words, before he continued. It's usually a step taken when you want to specify a singular function for the creation. As I'm sure you're aware, an item that has only a singular function or ability will express that ability much more strongly than any regular spell. Yes, I've made a few of my enchanted items, and even this armor with that thought in mind. Harry placed his hand on Scalean Rig Nathair. In creature craft, runes are used to focus the innate abilities provided by the base materials onto a chosen, singular effect. Toshu continued, as Harry noted down what he was being told. However, mixing runes with creature craft can have unexpected side effects, depending on the creature in question. Side effects? Harry paused in his note-taking to look up at the man. Creatures that are especially powerful or have intelligence can leave behind lingering traces of their own intent. Toshu looked Harry dead in the eye. When runes are applied to an item made from such a creature, they can increase the likelihood of such remnants remaining, as they are a means of focusing magic. This can make the finished item unwieldy, as the lingering intent of the creature may not submit to the one that holds it. I'd never even considered that. Harry blinked at the older man before quickly writing down the warning. Japan has many stories of cursed objects in its history. Toshu sighed as his gaze seemed to look at something far away. Many objects can have a curse laid on them by a user of magic, but the things that can happen from an item or weapon forged with lingering intent are most horrible. If the item in question merely refuses to be used, then that's often the best-case scenario. What's the worst case? Harry questioned after a moment of silence. The lingering intent may lash out at whoever holds the item. Toshu sighed heavily. It may even come to a form of pseudo-possession of the one holding the item. It's not too dissimilar from being a puppet in your own body. You could be forced to do horrible things if the lingering intent is malicious in nature. You almost sound like you're speaking from experience. Harry noted, and Toshu gave the young man a sad smile. I was young once, too. Toshu spoke softly. I thought I knew better. I was advanced beyond my years. I'd already made many quality pieces by the time I was in my 20s. The man chuckled at his foolish younger self, but all I ended up doing was making a wicked sword. His Japanese was translated, and Harry wondered what a wicked sword was. Nearly lost myself to it, almost killed 3 of my fellow guild members. In the end, it had to be destroyed, and I nearly quit. The older man gave a sharp look to Harry. My own history is part of the reason that I wrote to you when news of you becoming the youngest artificer in history reached me. I wanted to see your talent grow, but also to make sure you had someone to ask questions to if you felt you needed it. That way you had less chances of getting ahead of yourself like I did in my youth. I thank you, Suzuki-san. Harry gave the best bow he could from his seated position. He hadn't realized at all that the older craftsman that he'd shared a few letters with had been trying to look out for another up-and-coming prodigy, to prevent Harry from making a similar mistake that the older man had made in his own youth. Don't worry about it, Artificer Potter. Toshu waved off his thanks. You've done quite well for yourself, and you're clearly smart enough to ask questions instead of thinking you know it all. If I had been humbler back then, I'm sure I wouldn't have made the mistake I did. All right then, Harry smiled at the other craftsman. How about that tour? He changed the subject and stowed away the basilisk scale mail and his notebook into his storage cloak. Of course, Toshu smiled at the teen. I'm sure some of you are curious about how we work here. He opened the sliding door and the noise of the guild could suddenly be heard. I'll show you what I can. Both Harry and Fleur had excited looks as they followed along behind Toshu. We might need to drag both of them out. Sirius chuckled behind his hand. You get Harry, Tonks motioned to her boyfriend with a grin. Penny and I will get Fleur. Don't drag me into this. Penny lightly swatted Tonks' arm. It is interesting to see this after all. It's not like we don't have more vacation left, Marley reminded as the group followed Toshu downstairs. We have a full week here and there's plenty of time to see the sights after today. Right you are, love. Sirius took her hand in his with a bright grin. By the end of the tour, which looked very similar to Harry's own smithy in some places, even Tonks had to admit to being impressed. End chapter. Current mana levels Harry, 22,324 Tonks, 20,982 Penelope, 15,636 Fleur, 16,468. Chapter 52. Sights, History, Specialty Magic. Harry couldn't be happier with their trip to Japan so far. They had visited Toshu and seen the Yokai Bukiseisaku facilities, at least the ones that were allowed to be seen, and today had been spent visiting many of the historic landmarks and parks. It was good to unwind and relax every once in a while. Sirius certainly seemed to be in bright spirits seeing his godson so happy. Likewise, Tonks, Penny, and Fleur were overjoyed to see Harry relaxing and enjoying himself, rather than worrying and constantly working. The group had been seeing some of the temples and shrines around the Tokyo area in the morning. They'd then popped over to Kyoto to see some of the others that had been recommended. The whole day they'd all been sampling the local cuisine as well. Marley had giggled happily as she and Sirius shared a skewer of dango together. They still had some of the castles to see during their vacation as well. Plus, as a show of hospitality, the Japanese Ministry of Magic had arranged for a brief showing of some of their local magics for the group. That had most certainly gotten everyone's attention. Several regions and countries of the world had specialty magics that they didn't teach to outsiders. Being able to see them in action was a rare treat. So this is Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine, and it's one of the most important shrines in Japan. Penny read off the local brochure. As a popular tourist destination, they had brochures in multiple languages, including English, dedicated to Inari Okami, the kami of rice, and oh wow, that's a lot. Also the kami of fertility, sake, tea, prosperity, worldly success, agriculture, and industry. The earliest structures were built back in 711 AD. That's a couple hundred years older than Hogwarts even. Sirius let out a low whistle at the age of the oldest parts of the shrine. It also has thousands of torii gates lining the pathways. Penny read from the brochure. As they reached the entrance, they all looked up at the large red torii gate. Harry thought the design was striking and memorable to say the least. There were statues of foxes around the shrine to look at, and Harry noted the various versions and how each one was slightly different from the others. Taking in the shrine was done with only quiet words shared between them all. They left small offerings of yen at the shrine's main hall, as was considered respectful and proper. It was a very peaceful place, and there seemed to be something in the air that they could notice, but not name. I was thinking they might be exaggerating about thousands of gates. Tonks mentioned as she pointed at the pathway ahead. It really was lined with innumerable torii gates. But now I'm pretty sure they're right. The group began to walk the pathway, and all of them felt a slight shift in the air. It was almost as if silence was being heavily requested. A respectful silence was maintained for the walk, but it wasn't oppressive at all, more of a peaceful stroll. They passed other visitors in groups on their walk, and after about 30 minutes, the 6 of them reached an area called Yotsutsuji Intersection, about halfway up the small mountain. It had a wonderful view of Kyoto, and the 6 of them sat on the benches provided to rest for a short time. Harry blinked as he felt like someone was looking at him. He turned his head to look over his shoulder and noticed a fox. Harry? Penny wondered what had gotten her boyfriend's attention as they sat together, their fingers intertwined and enjoying the view. A fox, Harry pointed out, getting Fleur, Tonks, Marley, and Sirius' attention in the process. It is a fox. Fleur cooed at the animal that sat a healthy distance from them. It's just watching us. Sirius noticed that the fox hadn't moved from its spot, merely twitching its ears or occasionally moving its fluffy tail. It's cute. Marley smiled at the red fox as she sat next to Sirius. I didn't think foxes would approach people, even from this distance. Tonks looked a mix of confused and slightly suspicious. Aren't foxes mostly nocturnal? Usually, I think. Harry was still looking at the fox. It was strange. Why did he feel something off about the animal? The fox had apparently observed them to its content as it stood up and turned away from them. The red fox simply padded back into the trees off the trail area. It was only right before they lost sight of the animal that they were given a surprise. The fluffy tail of the fox swayed from side to side once, and suddenly there were 2 fluffy tails. The fox disappeared into the forest completely before anyone could react. Was that? Penny blinked at what they'd just seen. A smile was beginning to form on the scholar's lips, though. I think it was. Fleur was also smiling at what they'd just seen. Kitsune. Harry grinned at the unexpected meeting of a classic yokai. He'd be lying if he said that he hadn't wanted to try and see a few yokai while on their vacation. Well, mark that one off your list, Harry. Tonks teased gently as she grinned at him. It was still cute. Marley commented on the kitsune. I wonder why it was watching us. Sirius hummed thoughtfully. Maybe it was just curious? Penny offered her first thought. Perhaps because we're on the grounds of a shrine dedicated to a deity of foxes? Fleur hypothesized their meeting with the kitsune. I'm not sure if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. Harry mused as the idea of deities being involved would be a whole new level of unknown, even with magic. As long as we're respectful, then we shouldn't have any problems, right? Tonks didn't know much about yokai, but it made sense that if they caused no harm, then no harm would be caused to them. After a few more minutes of enjoying the view, the group headed back down the torii-lined pathway. As they were leaving the shrine grounds, Harry got the sense they were being watched again, but just smiled slightly as they left. They did still have plenty of other places to visit. Their next spot was bound to be fun. Nara Park. Nara. They do bow. Fleur and Tonks both laughed as they bowed to the sika deer and got a bow back from the deer in front of them. Both of the deer received a deer cracker from the girls, and Harry chuckled as he watched the animals eat. They're friendly, aren't they? Penny was petting one of the deer after giving it a cracker. Spoiled more like. Harry chuckled at seeing a lot of the other visitors bowing to the deer, getting a bow back, and then giving them the crackers. Hello to you too, Mr. Deer. Marley giggled as she bowed to a deer that walked up to her. The deer bobbed its head in the approximation of a bow in return. Marley happily gave it a cracker with a beaming smile. I have all of the deer, Sirius declared with a laugh. The marauder was surrounded by the animals with his hands full of stacks of the crackers. Sirius, stop hogging the deer. Harry chuckled at his godfather's antics. But they love me. Sirius chortled as he started to hand out crackers from his stack to the group of deer. You've got a visitor, Harry. Fleur pointed out, and Harry looked to see a sika deer standing next to him. "Mr. Deer," Harry gave a short bow. When the deer bowed back, Harry grinned as he gave it a cracker. The deer was fine with Harry petting it as it ate. It was clearly hoping to get the last cracker in Harry's hand. Mabaroshijima. I guess I should have expected that the Japanese ministry had an island or two hidden away. Harry hummed as they were led to a large flat area. Phantom Island is a fun name, though. Sirius grinned back at him. Well, it did disappear as far as the non-magical people back in the day would have guessed. Harry shrugged as they were given comfortable seats to watch the demonstration of specialty magic. I can't wait. Penny was almost bouncing in her seat. Being able to see this rare form of magic is wonderful. Fleur wholeheartedly agreed with her fellow scholar. As long as it's cool. Tonks shrugged. She was trying to play it cool, but everyone saw through her. We do hope you enjoy the demonstration. Matsumoto, the one that had guided them to the magically hidden island, bowed to the family politely. A few wizards walked onto the large field and gave a short bow to their guests. Two of them took large scrolls off their backs and headed to either end of the field. Once in position, the two unrolled the large scrolls and then placed their hands on the paper. In twin clouds of smoke that vanished far faster than it would normally, dozens of practice dummies appeared. The scroll wizards then moved their hands in an intricate pattern. The practice dummies seemingly sprang to life and began to advance on the small group of wizards in the center of the field. Storage within paper? Harry leaned forward in interest. That was a very interesting use of space manipulating magic. The Artificer wondered how they made it work. It must be a very different variation from an expanded trunk or even his own storage cloak. What are they doing with their hands? Tonks questioned as the Japanese wizards formed their hands into specific patterns. Wandless magic, Penny realized that the wizards weren't using foche of any kind. They found a way to utilize wandless magic too. She was proven correct when one of the wizards exhaled a large fireball towards an approaching dummy and torched it. The magic animating the dummy failed as it was severely damaged and it hit the ground while still burning. Three of the dummies, coming from the opposite direction, raised their arms and then launched them in sections at the group of wizards. Are the formations of their hands and fingers the key to the spells? Fleur looked like she wanted to take some notes on what she was seeing. The ground trembled slightly as one of the wizards finished his hand movements. A section of the ground between the group and the incoming projectiles rose up as a wall. The wooden parts clattered off the earth wall before returning to the dummies as they continued to march forward. I'd say so, Harry replied to Fleur's previous question. It's not that different from learning wand movements, right? True enough. Fleur agreed as they watched on. A wizard finished his hand movements just as the group of dummies coming from his side launched their arms in sections towards them. He inhaled deeply before exhaling out a truly massive amount of water. There was a small tidal wave as they hit the ground and spread out. The wooden projectiles were swept away by the fast-moving water, and the dummies followed right after. This was quickly followed up by the wizard next to him, the other man sticking his hands out as electricity sparked off of them and then was fired into the water. The dummies were shocked, but being made of wood, they weren't really conductive. The spell did seem to break whatever animation charm was moving them, though. Combo spells! Tonks was clearly excited as she watched the demonstration with a wide smile. Her hair was cycling through multiple bright colors as she enjoyed the show. The wooden dummies that had reached the previously made earth wall found their advancement halted quickly. The fifth wizard spread his arms wide after a series of hand movements. A powerful wind sprang up and twisted into a miniature tornado. The dummies were lifted into the air, and when the spell ended, they dropped like stones. A few of them broke on impact with the ground. The wizard that had raised the wall in the first place finished off the ones that hadn't been destroyed. He slapped his palm on the dirt, and the ground rose up on either side of the last few dummies. The wooden constructs were smashed between the two moving pieces of earth. The ground then fell back into place like it had never moved. Damn, that would be a bad way to go. Sirius grimaced slightly at the crushed dummies. The two scroll-wielding wizards tapped the large scrolls, and white smoke poured forth from the paper. The smoke covered the scraps of the wooden dummies and then rapidly shot back into the paper. The ground was completely clear of all traces of the dummies when the smoke vanished. Another tap and the large scrolls rolled themselves back up. The two wizards picked them up and walked to join the others as the earth wall was sent back into the ground by the wizard that made it. When all seven were standing side by side, they gave a polite bow to the group watching. "That was cool!" Tonks applauded first. She always liked the practical spells like this. Give her something she could use as an auror, and she was a happy witch. I would have never thought of using specific gestures to form spells like this. Penny was smiling brightly as she applauded. I'm still not sure how it works, but I'd love to find out. Fleur was very interested in the specialty magic they'd just seen. It was no wonder the Japanese ministry kept this to themselves. I'm still trying to puzzle out those scrolls. Harry's eyes nearly gleamed as he looked at them. Being able to store things inside of paper, think of how much space you could save. Think we could hire a few of them if Voldemort keeps being a pain? Sirius joked, or at least half-joked, as he looked over the seven wizards. He'd never see it coming. Sirius, we said we wouldn't talk about at-home things on our vacation. Marley reminded him as she clapped for the demonstrators. Right you are. No sense in letting anything spoil our fun. Sirius smiled at his fiancée. Ministry of Magic, Dolores Umbridge's office. Make a fool out of me. Humiliate me. I'll show you, filthy half-blood. Umbridge snarled under her breath as she wrote out a requisition on the parchment in front of her. She'd not be made the laughingstock of the ministry. Not by that brat or his family. She'd get the last laugh when he was dealt with. With any luck, his family, especially that creature of his, would be dealt with too. She finished writing and signed her name on the first line. Now I just need Cornelius's signature, and this will be official. The only problem was getting him to sign it. If she wanted to ensure her plan worked, then she needed to have this signed by the minister. But for all of Cornelius's less than stellar politicking, he did at least read the parchments that came across his desk. Perhaps she could sneak into something else? No, he'd still read it. Umbridge groused as she had to put more effort into her plan. Maybe. The ugly, toad-like woman thought to herself for a moment. Yes, that might work. She nodded after a moment. I'll just charm it to appear as something else, and add it to a larger stack of parchment for a different matter. She tittered at her own brilliance as she began looking through the paperwork that would be crossing Cornelius' desk soon. She'd have to make a convincing little change to her requisition to fit in with whatever she added it to. In the back of her mind, she even considered trying to get her hands on the total control of the most horrible things the ministry had within their employ, but figured it would take a substantial disaster to be able to do so. It wasn't worth trying for just yet. After all, not many wizards and witches could deal with what she'd be sending after the boy. Best not to get too greedy, at least not until she could assure her place on top first. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. I require everything on this list, Voldemort declared as he held out a list of specific materials to Lucius. See that all of them are acquired. The price will be no issue, am I clear? Yes, my lord. Lucius bowed his head to the Dark Lord instantly. See that you don't fail me again, Lucius, or else. Voldemort left the threat hanging as he turned away from the head of the Malfoy family. Of course, my lord. Lucius backed out of his own study like a servant and closed the door behind him. It shamed him to bow and grovel in his own home, but he'd not risk the Dark Lord's wrath again. He'd barely survived the last time. Looking over the list and seeing some of the items on it made Lucius wince. Even the Malfoy family vault would have a noticeable drop in value from purchasing all of this. So much powdered dragon bone was absurd. Not to mention the amount of granite the Dark Lord wanted. A good amount of the list wasn't expensive material overall, but the sheer quantity would add up. I have no other choice, though. Lucius thought to himself. He moved through his home, grimacing at the brutes that walked the halls. Draco thought having the Dark Lord in their home was an honor. The foolish boy knew nothing of serving the most powerful dark wizard since Grindelwald. Reaching the entry hall of the manor, Lucius used Sonorous to amplify his voice. All of the new recruits to me. The men he could see all jumped at the sudden loud voice. He noticed that one brute, Log, if he recalled correctly, was speaking to Narcissa again. His wife had mentioned that the fool thought he was being subtle in his attempts to woo her. Perhaps an accident was in store for the man. What is it? How can I be of service? What's the yelling for? Do we have orders? Are we finally doing something? The varied questions annoyed Lucius, but he set aside his distaste for the dumb muscle the Dark Lord had wanted gathered. The Dark Lord has need of a large amount of things for the great magic he intends to cast. Lucius knew speaking highly always got these half-wits to shut up. He was proven correct once more when all questions and murmuring ceased. We must acquire every item on this list and in the amount specified. Failure is not allowed and will be punished. He looked out over the gathered wizards and saw all of them flinch. His own punishment was still fresh in their minds. Now, you'll look at this list, and if you know of any way to acquire the item in the proper amount, speak up. The list was held out to the group of men as they looked over it. Tokyo, Harry's hotel room. The teen artificer was sitting in one of the chairs in his room, naked as if he'd just gotten out of the hot spring. Which was technically true. He'd been heading back to his room when Tonks had all but ambushed him and dragged him inside. Harry was about to ask her what she was doing when she dropped her yukata and revealed her naked body. Seeing her naked, he'd quickly shrugged off his own yukata. Now that neither of them had a stitch of clothing on them, Harry was more than happy to let Tonks do whatever she wanted. Lemon scene happened. End chapter. Current mana levels. Harry, 22,324. Tonks, 20,982. Peen, 636. Fleur, 16,468. Chapter 53. Vacation end. Return to Britain. Ah, Harry, welcome back. Toshu smiled at the artificer happily. Nice to be back, Toshu. Harry chuckled as he and the others were led to a large outside area on the grounds of the Yokai Buki Seisaku Guild. They'd been invited by Toshu to come visit once more before they left Japan. Apparently the weaponsmith had gotten into contact with the owner of one of his best creations. The other wizard had agreed to come and demonstrate the weapon that Toshu had forged for him long ago. Harry was very eager to see it, whatever it was. Harry, this is Sawagijo Cho, the wizard that commissioned one of my best creations to date. Toshu introduced the wizard that was sipping tea and having a snack of some kind on a bench. Cho looked around his mid to late 20s, but with wizards and witches looks were often deceiving. He had blonde hair that was spiked up and a black headband around his forehead. He wore a simple red haori with black pants and leather boots. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Harry gave a polite bow to the man. A pleasure. Cho stood up and bowed back. Toshu tells me you're interested in seeing one of his best creations. I'd love to, Harry responded with a smile. He briefly heard snickering behind him from his family, but chose to ignore it. Very well, Cho grinned as he stretched a bit and turned to Toshu. Can you get me some suitable targets? Way ahead of you. Toshu laughed as multiple apprentices joined them, each with a dummy made from what looked to be a mixture of rolled tatami and wood. The dummies were set up, each human-like effigy set on its 2 feet, as the apprentices pulled their wands and animated them. As the tatami dummies moved and picked up wooden swords from a nearby box, Cho was grinning as he drew his arms into his sleeves and then shrugged off his haori top. The cloth fell around his waist to reveal what looked like metal bands wrapped around a piece of armor worn around Cho's waist. Whenever you're ready. Cho eyed up the animated dummies as they surrounded him. His right hand went behind his waist as he waited for the attack to begin. The first tatami dummy charged from behind with its wooden sword in hand. Harry blinked as the steel bands around Cho's waist seemingly came alive and unwound at speed. A flash of steel and the charging dummy's sword was split into thirds. Both arms were severed above the elbow, the head was decapitated, the torso bisected, and both legs severed. What the hell? Tonks couldn't help but exclaim at the instant death of the animated dummy. So fast. Penny blinked at not having seen the full motions. I missed it. Marley shook her head, wondering what she'd just seen. Fleur seemed to be at a loss for words as her blue eyes watched the dummy fall to pieces. Is that a sword? Sirius uttered out, still shocked, when the weapon stopped moving. Yes, Toshu nodded with a smile at seeing his creation again. That his Hakujin no Tachi, the thin one, a sword of my own creation. The group watched on as multiple tatami dummies rushed the wizard swordsman. The thin, almost whip-like blade of the magical sword responded to the barest movements of Cho's hand and wrist. With only one hand, the blond man had complete control of the weapon. Every single dummy was sliced to pieces by the ever-moving blade. The wooden swords were turned to kindling by the magical blade, and the dummies were all cut into no less than 7 pieces each. In mere moments, the demonstration was over, as all of the dummies lay scattered across the area. But Harry noticed not a single scrap of wood or tatami was in a perfectly clear 3-meter radius around Cho himself. That was incredible! Tonks clapped with a wide smile on her face, her hair shifting through vibrant colors in her excitement. The rest of the family quickly joined her in applause, and Cho gave a bow to them, the blond man grinning with a slightly proud look on his face when he stood back up to his full height. The blade of the Hakujin no Tachi floating around his feet, just a little off the ground. How long is the blade? Harry couldn't get an accurate measurement by eye with it bent and coiled around as it was. How did you forge it so thin? How could you have maintained uniform steel integrity on such a long length? No forge is that long for you to do it straight like that. Not to mention the edge. How could you keep such cutting ability while also giving it flexibility like that? What is its magical base? He was awash with questions after having seen the Hakujin no Tachi in action. It was so different to literally anything he'd considered before. Cho, Toshu called to the wizard swordsman. The blond man looked the weaponsmith's way to show he was listening. Can you straighten the blade out? Harry wants to see how long it is. Yeah, sure thing. Cho moved the handle of the sword as he fully extended his right arm to the side. The Hakujin no Tachi's blade quickly straightening out to reveal its total length. How? Harry could only stare at the absurd length of the sword blade. That's at least 10 meters. 33 shaku, Toshu nodded to the Artificer as he looked over his creation. Almost exact at 10 meters. Such a long blade, how could you have forged it? Harry looked at the more experienced weaponsmith in confusion. Magic. Toshu chuckled at the teen. Harry felt Fleur's eyes and smug grin on his back. She seemed amused at his go-to answer being used against him. The base for the Hakujin no Tachi was a yokai known as an uwabami, a snake yokai that can alter its shape and length as it needs, though they usually prefer to stay long and at a large size since they love to eat. Snake. Harry nodded after watching. Cho let the sword wrap around his armored waist again. The blade certainly wound around its master like a serpent. That was for sure. So, you imbued the blade with the uwabami's flexibility during forging, and that's why it can move like it does? He theorized while Cho put his haori back on, once more hiding the magical sword from view. That's part of it, yes? Toshu wasn't about to give up his secret so easily. The Hakujin no Tachi is one of my best creations to date, but it's not the only sword I've forged from an uwabami, right, Cho? He chuckled at the blond man. Tch, waste of a good sword. Cho huffed as he went back to his tea and snack on the bench. Sounds like a story. Fleur giggled at seeing the wizard swordsman's reaction. The other sword is Keijo Hebi, the shape snake, and it makes use of the uwabami's ability to alter its shape. It can extend, change the features of the blade, alter the curve and the cutting edge. It's a very versatile blade, and one of my best. Toshu laughed happily at getting to talk about his creations. It belongs to Cho's friend. We're not friends, Cho denied, cutting Toshu off as he looked away. The blond man roughly ate the last of his snack before sipping his tea again. Yes, yes. Toshu waved the younger man off with a grin. Keijo Hebi can't come close to Hakujin no Tachi's length or range, but both swords take skill to wield to their fullest potential. The Hakujin no Tachi is already incredible. The other sword sounds crazy. Harry could barely wrap his head around a weapon that freely altered its own shape at the user's will. Toshu was once again proving that he was vastly more experienced and that Harry still had a long way to go when it came to creaturecraft. Ah yes, I did want to give you a small gift before you went back home. Toshu nodded as he opened a small bag on his hip. From it, he pulled a rather thick stack of paper and placed it in Harry's hands. Some basics of the forging methods we've used in Japan for centuries. Things like differential hardening and such. I'm sure you'll put it to good use. It's a little big, isn't it? Harry briefly flipped through the heavy stack, noticing tons of texts and some drawn pictures explaining various different processes. You'll have it memorized soon enough. Toshu laughed at the look on the artificer's face. Memorized my foot, Harry denied in his mind as he finished flipping through the stack of papers. Thank you very much, Toshu. He gave a bow to the older craftsman. I'll do my best to learn from this experience and the information you've given me. You'll do great things, Harry. I'm sure of it. Toshu nodded to the teen with a grin. Why don't you all stay for lunch? Thank you for the invitation. Sirius gave a short bow to Toshu. I could eat. Tonks grinned as she watched Harry stash his new book's worth of notes into his storage cloak. Could we ask a few questions over lunch? Penny requested as she motioned between herself and Fleur. Please, I'm very curious about some of the work done here still. Fleur had a bright smile on her beautiful face as her eyes nearly glowed with curiosity. Coming, Harry? Marley smiled at her soon-to-be surrogate nephew, her warm gray eyes filled with joy at seeing the group happy. Lead the way, Toshu. Harry trotted after the group with a chuckle. Japan Ministry of Magic, Day of Departure. We hope you've enjoyed your time in Japan, Lord Black, Artificer Potter. Okada gave the group a bow as they stood on the International Portkey platform. Please, feel free to visit again in the future. Matsumoto smiled as she also gave a bow to the group. It was great. We'll probably be back in the future. Harry nodded to the two ministry workers. I wouldn't mind coming back to see some more of the islands. Sirius agreed with a grin. It's about time. Marley noticed the clock on the wall. Everyone grabbed the length of rope they'd been given and watched the clock. Right as the second hand hit the 12, they all felt the familiar hook behind the navel feeling. The 6 of them were whisked away in a swirl of colors, heading back home after their time abroad. The tunnel of colors was as disorientating as always to Harry, but a few moments later and they landed on a wooden platform again. This way, please. A witch behind a nearby desk called out to the group after giving them a moment to collect themselves. Thankfully, none of them had fallen over from the rough drop of the portkey. Sirius Black and family, returning from Japan. Sirius pulled out their parchment work and handed over to the witch. Ah, welcome back, Lord Black. The woman smiled at the group. Or perhaps good morning would be more appropriate. She tittered at the time zone joke. The witch looked over their documents and then sent them towards a group of wizards to have their souvenirs checked over for anything illegal. The differences between the various ministries of the world could see a common item in one place, considered contraband in another. Thankfully, everything passed the inspection point without issue, and the group was allowed to head back to Woodend Cottage. What they didn't notice was the young secretarial assistant that quickly wrote a note onto a piece of parchment. The note was folded into a paper plane and then sent off to a very specific undersecretary's office. Woodend Cottage. Later, Harry yawned as he dealt with the shift in time zones. His internal clock would need a day or two to reset from Japan time. Fleur had used the flu to return home to France and see her family. The Vila wanted to give them the souvenirs she'd bought for them and tell them about the trip. Penny had left not too long afterwards to see her family for much the same. She'd left after a long kiss with Harry and a flash of green flames. Tonks had happily crashed with them, borrowing Harry's bed with a grin before taking a nap. Hey, Harry, your OL results came in while we were gone, Sirius informed his godson with a smile. Taylor had been collecting the mail in their absence, and Sirius had found the letter from the ministry among the small stack of mail. Well, that seems important. Harry chuckled as he accepted the envelope. Tearing it open, Harry unfolded the parchment inside. He grinned after looking over his scores. Charms, outstanding transfiguration, outstanding herbology, exceeds expectations. Potions, exceeds expectations, defense against the dark arts, outstanding astronomy, acceptable history of magic, exceeds expectations, ancient runes, outstanding plus arithmancy, outstanding care of magical creatures, outstanding. I think I passed. What about you? Harry joked as he handed the parchment over to Sirius. Wow, 10 OWLs, you really are a nerd, Harry, Sirius teased with a laugh. Don't be jealous, Sirius, Marley teased him as she entered the living room with a grin. Ah, my love, how could you wound me so? Sirius declared dramatically with his hand over his heart. I'm sure you'll be fine. Marley leaned forward to kiss his cheek. Congratulations on your results, Harry. She beamed at him proudly. You're the youngest graduate of Hogwarts that I know of. I still need to take the NETs later, but this is good enough for now. Harry smiled back at the healer. The trace should have been lifted off your wand as soon as these results were given. Sirius nodded to Harry. So, you can freely do magic now. He chortled as if Harry hadn't been doing magic outside of Hogwarts since he was a child. What a relief! Harry joined in on the laughter. Wandless magic made the trace a moot point after all. Night! Harry cocked his head as a feeling of chill washed over him. He was in his smithy and going over a few of the papers that Toshu had given him. Just a bit of reading before bed, honestly. But the sudden change in temperature had him on alert. What in the world? He pulled Ethereum from within his storage cloak that was hung up near the doorway. Peeking outside of his smithy, he noticed that the chill was much sharper outside. The grass was even frosting over, which most definitely shouldn't be happening in the summer. Harry? Sirius yelled from the back doorway of the cottage. Get inside! It's Dementors! He had his wand in hand and was aiming it towards the sky. Harry exited the smithy and rushed towards Sirius. He glanced up into the dark sky, and with the light of the moon, he saw them. They were humanoid in shape, around 3 meters tall, and were covered in dark hooded cloaks of long ripped black cloth, which made them closely resemble wraiths. 2 Dementors hung in the air, and only upon Harry moving from the smithy towards the cottage did they descend. Both were clearly heading for the teen specifically for some reason. Expecto Patronum, Sirius cast, and a thick, billowing cloud of silvery mist blasted forth from his wand. The Dementors let out rattling breaths as they retreated from the spell for a moment. The mist seemed to quickly fade in their presence as the biting chill returned and the Dementors moved forward again. Dementors are among the foulest creatures that walk this earth. They infest the darkest, filthiest places. They glory in decay and despair. They drain peace, hope, and happiness out of the air around them. Get too near a Dementor, and every good feeling, every happy memory will be sucked out of you. If it can, the Dementor will feed on you long enough to reduce you to something like itself, soulless and evil. You will be left with nothing but the worst experiences of your life, and you will just be an empty shell that lost its soul. Harry recalled Remus's lesson on Dementors from Defense Against the Dark Arts. He'd been given a more comprehensive study of them while learning the Patronus charm from his surrogate uncle. Seeing the 2 closing in, Harry unsheathed Ethereum and called upon the power of his artifact sword. Expecto Patronum! Ethereum glowed with silvery light before a massive version of Harry's Eastern Dragon Patronus roared out of the blade. The 2 Dementors let out a horrific sound that was somewhere between a screech of pain and a deathly wail, as the jaws of the dragon snapped closed on them. The spectral guardian wound through the air, higher and higher into the sky. It looked like a ball of brightly shining light in the night sky by the time it began to fade. The 2 Dementors were seen fleeing as specks of black against the moonlight once the charm had worn off. It was clear they wouldn't be coming back after several long moments. The strange wraith-like creatures may not be killable, but such a powerful Patronus charm could certainly injure them in at least some form. Inside, Harry. Sirius pulled Harry into the cottage and locked the door behind them. Several intricate waves of his wand, and Harry saw the walls glow faintly for a moment. That should strengthen the wards a bit. Stay with Marley, Harry. I need to make a flu call. He rushed towards the fireplace, and Harry, Ethereum still in hand, sat on the couch next to the frightened Marley. They're gone now, Marley, Harry assured the healer with a smile. He understood why the woman was terrified. Dementors were the stuff of nightmares, even for witches and wizards. Marley wasn't the combative type at all, much preferring to help and heal others rather than cause harm. It was why she'd gone into her chosen profession after all. Yes, I know what I saw. Sirius raised his voice at the fireplace. The flames had someone's face in them, but Harry couldn't quite see who. Dementors. 2 of them, in fact. They came right after Harry as soon as they spotted him. The other person said something that Harry couldn't make out. Yes, I know they can't actually see with no eyes. It was a figure of speech. Sirius shouted back at the person. It was a few moments later that Sirius turned to face Marley and Harry. Aurors are on the way to investigate. He smiled at them both. I'm going to call Dumbledore and let him know what happened. The flames flared again as Sirius tossed in more flue powder. A short time later, and multiple cracks rang outside. Hearing the telltale sounds of apparition, Sirius peeked out of the door to see the red-robed Aurors. A flick of his wand and the main ward preventing their physical entry was lowered. The Aurors, all 4 of them, made their way to the door quickly. Lord Black, the lead Auror, the semi-familiar form of Kingsley Shacklebolt, greeted Sirius. Can you show us where the Dementors were? He asked professionally. Right out back, Sirius motioned for the Aurors to follow him to the backyard. The 5 men headed outside into the back lawn, as Harry headed for the back door to watch from the nearby window. The ground is still frosted over, one of the Aurors mentioned as they stepped onto the semi-frozen grass with a crunch. Lumos charms were on the tips of every wand to see in the dark. But the Dementors don't leave Azkaban without orders. A younger-looking man, but still older than Tonks, shook his head in confusion. You ever been to Azkaban, rookie? The older Auror, more grizzled-looking than the others, looked at the younger man. The whole place is practically covered in layers of frost all the damn time from those monsters. Unless Lord Black froze his own backyard as some kind of hoax, then I think we should treat this seriously. Shacklebolt's deep voice ended the discussion as he looked over the frosted ground. Get word to Senior Aurors Moody and Scrimgeour, as well as Madame Bones. We need a count of the Dementors of Azkaban. On it, sir! The young man saluted his superior. Lord Black, may I borrow your flue? Follow me. Sirius led him towards the back door. What the hell is going on? The 4th Auror questioned heavily as his Lumos charm showed more frosted ground between the cottage and the smithy. Dementors don't just leave and go after specific people. Something illegal is what it is. The older man grimaced as he brushed his hands against the wall of the smithy, frost coming off from the contact. Our job is to find out who and why. Ministry of Magic, early morning. There were what at the residence of Lord Black? Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, nearly bellowed. The red-headed woman, with her usual monocle, was looking over the report of the first Aurors on the scene. Frost everywhere in the middle of summer, eyewitnesses that had been attacked. This could be a hoax, but the evidence wasn't pointing in that direction. What reason did Lord Sirius Orion Black and Artificer Harry Potter have to lie about such a thing? What about the count of the Dementors in Azkaban? The first count that we ordered them to do via flue came up at 98. Moody nearly growled at the information. There were exactly 100 Dementors in Azkaban, and had always been since the Ministry had seized the island and decided to make it into a prison back in 1718. So, we have 2 missing Dementors and a report of an attack by 2 Dementors. Amelia let out a heavy exhale. What the hell is going on? I could give you my best theory, but the minister and his lackeys won't like it. Moody snorted from his seat in front of her desk. The 2 shared a look, both having served back during Voldemort's first rise to power. What progress have we made on that since yesterday? Amelia questioned the senior Auror. Still nothing much. Moody grimaced at the lack of information and leads. No one is going missing. No one has been attacked, until now, if that's what this is. None of the same tactics he tried back in the 70s. Without hard evidence, we can't just go around kicking in doors of homes and demanding answers. Amelia remarked of their current situation. She'd love to, in a heartbeat if she had the authority, but their hands were tied without evidence of some kind. Plenty of imperious Death Eaters that we could question or get raids signed for if we could only get the evidence necessary first. Madame Bones, the flue flared and Rufus Scrimgeour's face could be seen in the flames, his lion-like visage familiar to both of the people in the office. Scrimger, what's the on-site count of the Dementors? Amelia asked first and foremost. 100, fully accounted for, ma'am. Scrimger reported the count. However, he looked like he was thinking for a moment. The time between the appearance at Lord Black's residence and the time between counts would potentially let the missing 2 slip back in. His face showed that he was thinking of why the first count could still have been correct and not a miscount. Search the damn things, Moody suggested after a second of thought. Artificer Potter supposedly hit them with an overpowered Patronus from that artifact sword of his, right? My thoughts exactly. Scrimger nodded to his fellow senior Auror. They may not see eye to eye all the time, but they were both damn good at their jobs. I'll need your order first, Madam Bones, but then we can search the Dementors one by one for any signs of damage that could be caused by spellfire. You have my permission, and the order will be in your hands in just a moment. Amelia quickly got out a blank form from her desk, along with a quill and ink pot. She was filling the form out quickly, but legibly, so that there would be no delay in the investigation. Tell the warden to cooperate fully. This is now a full investigation. Something is going on, and we will get to the bottom of it. Yes, ma'am. Scrimger nodded firmly. The investigation order was passed through the flue a minute later to the senior Auror. The call ended right after, as Scrimger went to carry out the new orders. Moody, Amelia breathed deeply before letting out a sigh. If this wasn't some plot of Voldemort, who else in the Ministry can get a requisition for temporary control of Dementors? There's a few, but even Cornelius isn't stupid enough to just sign one. Moody was clearly already compiling a list of names in his head. If this was an inside job, then someone is either a mole inside the Ministry, or we have a third factor operating on their own agenda. Amelia looked stone-faced at the prospect. We need to establish who among those that can get a requisition have any reason to go after Black or Potter. Moody nodded in agreement. That's still a few people by my reckoning. Then we'll have to look into each one and find the truth. Amelia began filling out a different form on her desk. I'm going to place you in charge of the internal investigation, Alastor. I want the people with access to be investigated and questioned. Something is going on in the Ministry, and I refuse to be hamstrung again like we were last time. I'll find them. Don't you worry, Amelia. Alastor nodded, his grizzled features like stone, as he accepted the signed and stamped form. They can try and cover their tracks, but I've seen through worse people. His prosthetic eye spun in the socket for a moment as he stalked towards the door. End chapter. Current mana levels Harry, 22,324 Tonks, 20,982 Penelope, 15,636 Fleur, 16,468. Chapter 54. Allies, Array, Plots. I can't tell you too much, Harry. Tonks shook her head in the mirror. It's an official investigation now, so my oath prevents me from speaking about it. I can say that not much has been figured out yet. Mad-Eye is stalking through the Ministry, questioning the most likely suspects, and Scrimger hasn't returned from Azkaban with his findings, so no one knows what, if anything, he's found. That's already enough, Nim, thank you. Harry smiled warmly at her through the mirror. Don't do anything crazy, Harry. Tonks gave him a teasing glare. Me? Harry placed his hand on his chest. I'd never. Right, Tonks drawled out before snickering. I'll see you once my shift is over tonight. See you tonight, love. Harry chuckled before the mirror returned to reflecting his face. With the DMLE involved, things were happening, but Harry wouldn't be able to find out much. That didn't change the fact that someone had sent 2 Dementors after him. Only the Ministry had control over the wraith-like beings, so the order had to have come from within the Ministry itself. Whether it was a hidden Death Eater acting on Voldemort's orders, or someone else with their own goals, was the only remaining question. Perhaps it was time to finish up the planning for his next artifact? Where are you headed, Harry? Sirius blinked when he saw Harry heading for the flue. To visit the dwarves. I want to ask King Drassard about something, and to let him know about the Dementor incident. Harry informed his godfather while putting on his storage cloak. They're our staunchest allies in this coming fight with the undead Tosser, so I'm keeping them updated. Any idea when you'll be back? Sirius followed him towards the flue. Not really, but but it shouldn't be too terribly long. Harry shrugged since he didn't know how long the conversation with Drossard might take. All right, try and be home for dinner, if you could. Sirius chuckled and playfully ruffled Harry's hair, making the teen stare flatly at him. Taylor will be sad if you're not here to eat. I'll definitely be back in time for dinner. Harry spoke a little louder than strictly necessary, just to make sure that Taylor heard. He was fairly sure he heard a happy cheer from the house elf somewhere in the cottage, Narag Feneln. Brother Potter, good to see you again. Drad welcomed Harry to the dwarven mine and home. Good to see you again, Drad. Harry returned the greeting as the two clasped each other's wrist and shook. It seems that Erdun has been busy since last I visited. Aye, all thanks to your Earth-Shapers. Drad chuckled heartily as he patted the enchanted object attached to his wrist. This was the refined version of the prototype that Harry had made from dragon bone and sage quartz. The bone had been covered in a thin layer of metal that was inscribed with a focusing sequence of runes. It could now move stone, soil, sand, and clay easily. Separating them from each other was merely a matter of will and knowledge. I'm glad they've been of help. You've expanded both deeper, wider, and upwards too. Harry had noticed that next to the entrance of the mine, a huge mound of rock and stone had been piled up. The dwarves were using his Earth-Shapers to mold the stone, blend it together, and then shape it into their desired forms. It hadn't taken Harry more than a few moments to realize what they were hoping to accomplish. The further they dug down and outwards underground, the more stone they had to move out of the mines. Instead of getting rid of it, the dwarves were collecting it, piling it high, molding and shaping it ever higher, while making the base of the mound wider as well. The dwarves of Erdun were building themselves a new mountain hall from the rock they dug out from the mine. We couldn't have hoped to move forward on this project so soon without them. Drad nodded, his thick beard swaying a little from the motion. A shame that sage quartz is so rare and expensive. We could do with another 100 or so of these. He grinned while leading Harry towards a section of the building mountain that had already been completed. The structure was easily identifiable as a fortress, or the beginnings of one at the very least. High walls, built into the mountain that the dwarves were raising and shaping, all of them built of thick stone. Small windows to allow for return fire against any enemy while providing cover for the dwarves inside. With interest, Harry noticed some of the intricate rune work that had been carved and then gilded into the fortress walls. The dwarves had a set of runes of their own, and even as a sworn brother of Erdun, Harry wasn't privy to them. But they also liked to obscure their runecraft among the designs they placed onto the walls. Intricate patterns and large stone faces of past dwarven kings and heroes were common from what he'd learned, which made hiding their arrays easier. If Harry had to guess, the main functions of the arrays on the walls would be for durability, obscuration, and perhaps as a ward to keep others from simply apparating or using portkeys to get into the fortress. Nice place you've built. Harry joked as they walked through the main gate and were shortly within the small mountain itself. It is, isn't it? Drad laughed with a deep rumble. Never thought I'd see the day when we dwarves would have a mountain hall once again. He led the way down a flight of steps and past a section of fully armored guards standing before a large set of iron-banded wooden doors. Harry marveled at the way Drad simply opened both doors without using magic. For being shorter than an average human man, the dwarves had far greater physical strength. Each of those large doors had to weigh at least 150 kilograms. Brother Potter, it is good to see you again. Drossard smiled at Harry from behind a large work table. Thank you for bringing him to me, Drad. Not a problem, Father. Drad nodded to his father and king. I'll return to my work. The mountain won't build itself after all. He gave what looked like a salute of some kind to Drossard before leaving the room and closing the massive doors behind him. You said in your mirror call that you had something that you wanted to discuss with me, Brother Potter? Drossard cleared off a section of the work table as he spoke. Yes, Harry reached into his storage cloak and pulled out a worn tome. I would not presume to ask you much about the Sword of Erdun or how it was forged. Those are dwarven smithing secrets, and I know I'm not privy to such knowledge. He flipped the tome open to the bookmarked page. However, I wanted to get your opinion on a particular array that I believe you are familiar with. Harry set the old book on the cleared space that Drossard had made. Ah, I see. Drossard let out a chuckle as he looked over the pages the book had been opened to. The consume array, yes, we've made use of it successfully, but not this particular version. I'd thought not, Harry sighed at the confirmation. I suspect that you used a dwarven version to make the Sword of Erdun, with your own runic alphabet and all, so that others couldn't copy it. Very astute, Harry. Drossard nodded to the teen. Though to be fair, the Sword of Erdun is the only successful piece that was made with it. Even our version is very finicky in its application and work. A single small mistake renders the whole process a failure that must be restarted from scratch. That sounds right. Harry exhaled slowly at the information. I knew that it would be a difficult bit of rune work, to say the least, but hearing that even you have had only a single success makes this sound nearly impossible. Are you going to give up on it? Drossard questioned the Artificer with a raised eyebrow. Of course not. I'll just keep trying until it works. Harry waved off the mere thought of giving up just because something seemed incredibly difficult. Spoken like a true dwarf. Drossard gave off a bellowing laugh, slapping the top of the work table a few times. That's the spirit, Harry. If you don't succeed the first time, try again, and again, and again, until you figure it out. Things that are hard to achieve or create are worth more to us when we finally succeed. If it's worth doing, then it's worth doing right, I believe is the saying. On that there is no doubt. Harry couldn't help but laugh as well. The two craftsmen sat down to look over the worn tome that Harry had brought. This part here stood out as a bit odd to me. Drossard pointed to a section of the consume array in the book. It seems as though it would make the item in question constantly draw in whatever it was in contact with. That's a flaw that could quickly get out of hand once it started. A consume array should only take in things that will make it stronger, not just whatever it touches. The old dwarf king shared some of his centuries of wisdom and experience with Harry. That makes more sense. Harry nodded as he followed Drossard's logic. If I remove that section, though, I'd have to create something new to fill it. He paused as he looked at how the sequence was tied into the array. Damn, could they make it any more difficult? A replacement sequence is going to have to be written into it in such a precise manner. No wonder it fails so easily and completely if the array is made of connections like this. Yes, the consume array is an unwieldy bit of runecraft. Drossard grimaced behind his beard. The fact that you also need to find a way to etch it in a workable manner onto the item itself only exacerbates the problems. Ah, shite! You're completely right about that. Harry groaned as he now had to not only find a way to rewrite the flawed part of the array in the book, but he'd have to find a way to etch the runes into the item so that they weren't separated in any way, shape, or form. Any break in the sequence would be an automatic failure. What exactly do you plan to use as materials for this project, if I might ask? Drossard looked at Harry curiously. I was hoping to use adamantite, but that may not be possible now. Harry looked between the book and Drossard. Adamantite is a pain to produce, since the transmutation is still almost a coin flip every time I attempt it. I can easily produce a lesser grade, flawed adamantite, but that stuff is just a really durable metal. The magic practically seeps out of it and leaves it inert. No good for forging an artifact. Drossard shook his head and ran his hand through his beard. I'd suggest potentially trying for orichalcum, but that's even harder to transmute from what I understand. Harder to transmute, and you can't trust the stuff on the open market either. Harry grumbled at what he'd learned from Flamel the last time he'd spoken to the old alchemist. Orichalcum that's being put up for sale is always flawed. It won't hold its properties for more than a few months at most. So I couldn't even make an enchanted object from it with any longevity. For an artifact, I'd need to transmute it myself anyway. Once adamantite is formed, it can only be changed in shape and form by incredibly high heat and a strong hammering arm. So, you couldn't even increase its size with magic to make it easier to etch runes before returning it to its original size. Drossard hummed thoughtfully as he tried to think of a workaround for the conflicting materials and array. I could try blending metals into an alloy, or perhaps layering them, but alloys would have to be tested over and over again to determine their full properties. Layering could also be a problem, as the parts could be too disparate from each other and refuse to come together properly. Harry set aside the idea of making alloys for later, though, since it could be an interesting project. Using an untested alloy for an important project is foolhardy. Drossard shook his head at the idea. If you could make the array work with another material that was compatible with the adamantite, the layering idea may work, but finding a material and a way to integrate it may take just as long as making and testing alloys. If only the array wasn't shaped like this. Harry traced his finger over the circular array in the book. I understand why it is, but it's making things far more difficult. I doubt it would work as you intend it to if you altered its structure. Drossard considered Harry's words. At that point, it wouldn't be able to take in things to make itself stronger. You'd have to activate the array, consume whatever you wanted to impart on the item, and that would have to be something incredibly potent before deactivating the array to make that effect permanent. But once you deactivate a consume array, it can never be reactivated. This is all assuming that it could even work if you altered the structure of the array so much. The Dwarf King shook his head at all of the ifs and maybes of his thought process. That was far too many variables to safely work with. That's a lot of potential, but no concrete evidence that it would work in the slightest. Harry murmured as he held his chin in thought. I'd be going in blind, to say the least. I wouldn't recommend it. Drossard remarked as he thought about it more. Even if it worked as I described, so much as touching the item could cause irreparable harm to you or anyone else as long as the array is active. That's another level of difficulty to contend with. Harry nearly glared at the book and the example of the consume array within it. It wasn't just complex rune work, it was outright dangerous if even the slightest thing went wrong during activation. I'll try and work out something for the array structure first, I think. He mused for a long moment before speaking again. If I could even make it a single long line that worked once, that may be useful in its own way. What would you hope to consume with a single-use array? Drossard looked at the sworn brother of his people curiously. Something that produces frost and chill. Harry vaguely replied as he recalled the frozen grass he'd run across when the Dementors had appeared. I have a material that would amplify and focus such effects that I'd like to use. Ministry of Magic. I'm telling you, Amelia, I did not sign any requisition for Dementors. Cornelius said for what had to be the 10th time since Amelia had come to see him today. Someone had the ability to either order or coerce 2 Dementors to leave Azkaban and apparently go after Lord Black and Artificer Potter. Amelia restated once more. Giving the Dementors orders is something that can only be done through a requisition. Unless someone at Azkaban is somehow powerful enough to override the binding on the Dementors, then it wasn't coercion. I never saw any requisition form cross my desk, Amelia. I promise you that. I read every single paper before I sign it to check for anything untoward. I assure you that no such order crossed my desk. Fudge explained his side once more. Even if I had signed a requisition order, to actually go to Azkaban and fetch the Dementors would require copies of the form to be filed with both the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and your own department. Surely, you've already checked for the copies and interviewed the staff that handle such things? We have, and that's only made us more suspicious. Amelia confirmed with a serious expression. No one recalls handling any such paperwork. No one recalls taking anyone to Azkaban or off the island either. And no one, not even the warden of Azkaban, recalls anyone showing up to give orders for 2 Dementors to leave the island. The head of the DMLE looked the minister in the eyes and hoped he'd put the pieces together himself. This complete lack of memory in so many essential people screamed of someone covering their tracks. You think memory charms are involved? Fudge stared at Amelia with wide eyes. Sweat broke out on the minister's brow as he pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket and dabbed at his forehead. Oh dear, this isn't good. How could this have happened? For employees of the ministry to be memory charmed on the premises was unthinkable. It would break the trust of all the workers and have schisms forming almost immediately. Cornelius could practically see the cracks forming in his administration already. How sure are you that it wasn't coercion of some kind? He was grasping at straws, and he knew it. Minister, while I don't know the exact G's that binds the Dementors to the service of the ministry, I do know that it hasn't been overridden since it was set back in 1718. When the ministry took over the island that Azkaban sits on and decided to make it into a prison, the Dementors were bound in service to the ministry as guards. Not even Voldemort. She almost rolled her eyes when Fudge flinched. Attempted to coerce the Dementors back in the 70s. Who do you see as potentially having the power to override a G's that has been in place for over 270 years? I don't know. Fudge admitted while wiping at his forehead with his handkerchief. You said you found evidence that the Dementors had indeed been involved? Yes, 2 of them showed marks consistent with spellfire on their robes and skin. Amelia confirmed with a nod while pointing at a few pictures that were part of the file she'd brought with her. They left, went to the residence of Lord Black and Artificer Potter, and were then repelled by an overpowered Patronus charm. What we don't know is who sent them there and how they got the authority to do so. But we do know they were very thorough in covering their tracks. Cornelius Oswald Fudge once more lamented that his administration had a scandal going on. When he'd taken over Bagnold, he who must not be named was gone. He'd had the backing of many of the pureblood families. His first term had gone swimmingly well. He had advice from Dumbledore or Lucius if he felt he needed it. There had been no major disruptions, and his re-election had been secured easily. But now, in just the last year, there had been lawsuits, criminal conspiracy, and even the attacks at the World Cup. When did it all get so complicated? Fudge lamented in his own mind at what he foresaw as the abrupt end of his career. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. How goes the material acquisition, Lucius? Voldemort spoke with a slight hiss as he looked down at the kneeling man. My lord, we've already acquired almost half of all the materials you've requested. I estimate it won't be too much longer before we have all of them to the exact quantities that you've specified. Lucius was happy to deliver what he considered good news to the Dark Lord. I see, Voldemort mused quietly for a moment. Nagini could be seen slithering in the shadows behind the throne-like chair that the Dark Lord sat in. Lucius, tell me, what would you say our current forces lack? My lord. Lucius only tilted his head to look at the man. He dared not raise it, lest he be punished for his imprudence. Answer the question, Lucius. Voldemort glared at the head of the Malfoy family. Intelligence, my lord, and true loyalty to you and your cause. Lucius answered in a rush. He didn't want another round of torment visited upon him. Exactly my own thoughts, Lucius. Voldemort had a slight upturn of his lips, though it couldn't be called a grin. These men are good enough for simple tasks, but we lack the true power of the Death Eaters as we are now. He turned his red eyes to the ceiling for a short moment. With the loss of Barty to the Ministry, I'm left with only you from the old days. Left unsaid was the fact that there were a few purebloods from the old days that had already been brought back into service. Voldemort considered them the same as the dumb muscle he'd had gathered for his use. When the likes of the heads of the Crabbe family or the Goyle family were included in a group, what more could it be called other than dumb muscle? Lucius, how many of these men do you think can actually fight with a wand? No more than 20, my lord. Lucius immediately gave his appraisal of the men he and Barty had gathered. I suspected as much. Voldemort hissed in displeasure. I can work great magics all that I desire, but with such incompetence surrounding me, it may still be for naught. He would not be hindered by the lack of intelligence and skill that these fools represented. I think it is time to retrieve my truly loyal Lucius, my inner circle that faithfully served me and refused to disavow me even on the pain of Azkaban. My lord, do you mean to storm Azkaban? Lucius questioned with his eyes on the floor so that Voldemort wouldn't see them widen in shock. My truly loyal followers will need time to recover, Lucius. Voldemort silenced the blond man instantly. I'd like them to be at their best by the time I work the great magic that I have planned. Shall I call for Severus, my lord? Lucius asked from his kneeled position. Was that not obvious? Voldemort hissed, and Lucius flinched at the sharp tone. Go, tell Severus that his lord calls for him. I do not wish to be kept waiting. At once, my lord. Lucius stood, but kept his head bowed as he backed out of the room. His pride was practically in tatters nowadays, being forced to grovel and kneel in his own home. But there was nothing he could do about it. He'd choose to wait for the day when the Dark Lord set the world to rights and the magical ruled over the non-magical. Then Lucius would be left to his own devices as Voldemort focused on the world at large. Perhaps I'll even take the Dementors while I'm there? Voldemort considered in the privacy of his mind. He'd been hesitant to go anywhere near Azkaban during his last rise to power. He'd had no need of the prison since his followers were not only free, but several were respected purebloods. If what Rookwood told me is true, the G's that binds the Dementors to the Ministry can be overpowered. Truly, the former, unspeakable Augustus Rookwood had been one of his best and most loyal subordinates back in the 70s. The Ministry had been no threat. He would have been able to topple it at a whim once Dumbledore and his order were dealt with. If it hadn't been for that blasted prophecy in Potter, he raged to himself for a moment. But perhaps I can deal with two things at once. Voldemort chuckled mirthlessly. A chill seemed to fill the large room he was in. Yaxley stated that someone sent 2 Dementors after Potter and Black already. They failed, but perhaps it was only a matter of numbers. He had a sinister look in his almost glowing red eyes. How would his hated nemesis deal with 10 Dementors, or 20, or all 100? I'll have to have a message passed to Yaxley to make my visit to Azkaban easier. The crackdown that the DMLE had put on the Ministry made it harder for his subordinates that still worked there to communicate freely. He blamed that wretched Bones's woman for that. She'd be dealt with just like the rest of her family had been for daring to stand in his way. Having to send messages along and wait for his subordinates to respond angered the Dark Lord, but for now it was necessary. A bit more tweaking. Penny nodded as she looked over her previous array. It had come along quite well since she'd started. The anti-magic field could now span a diameter of 4 meters without losing its effect. The strengthening of the field had to be considered before any increase in size, but Penny was starting to see a consistent connection. If I can crack this, then I should be able to set up an anti-magic field of a much greater size without losing potency of effect. The dark blonde mumbled to herself as she looked over what she could change to test her latest idea. You know, you're picking up some of Harry's habits. Fleur giggled at Penny from behind. Fleur? Penny turned and blinked at her friend. Wait, what time is it? She turned to look at the clock and saw that it was just after 1 in the afternoon. Oh, I'm so sorry, Fleur. She stood up quickly with a flush on her cheeks. I got so wrapped up in my research that I lost track of time. She was late to go to lunch with Fleur now, and the Vila had apparently come out back to fetch her. Like I said, Fleur smiled warmly at Penny, picking up Harry's habits. She pulled Penny into a hug and smiled when it was returned. Making progress? Yes, though it's still a bit slow. Penny smiled happily at the silvery blonde. I'm starting to notice some consistencies, though, and I think I'll make a breakthrough once I run a few more trials. Wonderful. Tell me about it over lunch. Fleur's melodious laughter made Penny giggle, too. We could have invited Harry, but he went to visit the dwarves today. I'm glad he's at least asking for more experienced Smith's thoughts and opinions now. Penny stretched as she locked up her little work area in the backyard of her parents' home. We can worry a little less, I think. She looked at Fleur to gauge the other girl's thoughts. Perhaps a bit. Fleur held her thumb and index finger a tiny bit apart to show how much less they could worry. Optimistic, aren't you? Penny chuckled at her friend. Oh, very, Fleur teased with a brilliant smile. Narag Finoln. Harry perked up out of nowhere. You all right, Harry? Drossard questioned with a look. I just got the sudden feeling that someone was making a joke at my expense. Harry tried to explain the feeling he'd just had. It was probably nothing. That or your women, Drossard laughed heartily at the teen. Or that, Harry admitted with a smile and a laugh of his own. End chapter. Current mana levels Harry, 22,406 Tonks, 21,064 Penelope, 15,990 Fleur, 16,512. Chapter 55. Attacks, Experimental Work, Accusation. In the dark and chill of the evening on the hidden island in the North Sea, two Aurors were waiting on the dock for their replacements. They'd done their 2-week stint as Azkaban guards and were looking forward to getting off the cold, dreary, and desolate hunk of rock. The further away from the Dementors they got, the better. It would be a pleasure to get back to civilization and some good strong liquor to help forget the last weeks. Finally, the slightly older Auror mumbled as the boat started to appear from the thick fog. "We've been running short-staffed since that investigation started a week ago. Yaxley says they need more people at the ministry." The other Auror groused as he watched the boat slowly draw closer. "I can't figure out why he doesn't realize we still need people here to keep the damned Dementors on their leash." That was the problem that started this whole investigation. The older Auror agreed with a scoff. "That man has gotten too comfortable in his office, if you ask me." The boat slowly pulled up to the dock, and it only took a second for the two Aurors to realize that no one on the boat was wearing the standard red robes of the Aurors. The gloom had made it impossible to spot at first, but now both men went for their wands. Unfortunately, it was too little, too late. "Avada Kedavra!" A smooth voice called out, and a bright flash of green light illuminated the dock for a second. 2 thumps followed as the bodies hit the wood of the dock. The boat stopped beside the dock, and Voldemort stepped out onto the island of Azkaban. He was followed by a few of the dumb muscle that had been gathered to his cause. "Goyle, Crabbe, do not drop those potions, or you will see my displeasure firsthand." He glared at the 2 men leading the rest of the fools. "Yes, my lord." Goyle nodded along with Crabbe. Both men were carrying separate small crates filled with the potions that Severus had brewed. They would enable his followers to be up and about shortly after taking them. The ones in the second crate would help alleviate some of the damage the Dementors had undoubtedly done over the years as well. It would be a while before his truly loyal were back to their former strength, but that was inconsequential as long as he had his inner circle back at his side. "Come, we should visit the warden first." Voldemort had a mocking grin on his lips as the group moved towards the horrid prison. "He has something that I want." The Dark Lord's red eyes sharpened at the fact that he was about to take hold of the G's that bound the Dementors to the Ministry's service. "Let's see you fight off all 100 of them at once, Harry Potter," he hissed in the privacy of his own mind. Thus began the destruction of Azkaban and the beginning of Voldemort's second rise. Wood End Cottage, Harry's smithy. The rhythmic sound of hammer on metal echoed through the afternoon air. Harry was striking a bar of adamantite that was glowing yellow from heat to shape the strong magical metal. He'd been at it for most of yesterday, and since he'd gotten up this morning. After getting advice from Drassard, the Dwarf King's centuries of experience proving to be an immense boon, the Artificer felt like he had enough of an idea to make his next artifact work. Worst-case scenario is that I have to scrap it and try again. Harry thought as he continued to hammer the adamantite to shape while infusing his own mana into the metal with each strike. He was sweating from not only the exertion of his work, but from the sheer heat within the smithy. Even with the door and windows open, the heat from the forge was intense. Adamantite required no less heat to be molded by the hammer, though. "Hey, Harry." "Bloody hell." Sirius grimaced as he took a single step into the smithy and walked straight into the wall of stingingly hot air. "It's hotter in here than outside, and it's the middle of summer." "What's up, Sirius?" Harry looked up from his work after another hit with his basilisk steel and rune-enhanced hammer. "How do you stand this heat?" Sirius took a step back and fanned himself with his left hand. "You get used to it." Harry shrugged with a slight smirk. "I'm sure," Sirius playfully jibed back at his godson. "Anyway, I'm going to be at the order meeting for a bit, but I should be back before you head to bed." "All right, then." Harry understood that Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix had reconvened in the wake of Voldemort's reappearance. As a member, Sirius met with the group in a hidden location every couple of days to find out what he could about the situation. Still not sure why he trusts who he trusts, though. "Tell me about it." Sirius sighed in annoyance. Dumbledore had asked to speak with Harry soon, but the artificer was busy working on his new artifact. Sirius wouldn't pull his godson away from his work, which seemed important from what Harry had told him about it, so Dumbledore would have to wait. Snape as a spy just sounds like a bad idea. Harry shook his head at the thought. Snivellus supposedly has his uses, and he has Dumbledore's complete trust, as you know. Sirius even made the air quotes when he said complete trust. Well, once I finish this new artifact, then I'll be willing to meet with Dumbledore and the Order to talk about what is most likely to happen in the coming conflict. Harry restated his decision to hold off on meeting the Order until his newest project was complete. I'll be back tonight. Don't hurt yourself. Marley is working late at St. Mungo's, so she won't be here to patch you up if you smash your hand or lose a finger or something. Sirius warned with a light chuckle. When have I ever hurt myself that badly? Harry stared flatly at his godfather. He was always careful with his artifice. The time he created Ethereum withstanding, of course, he had gone all in on that, and had come out worse for it. Don't work too hard, Harry. Sirius chuckled and waved before leaving the smithy. A distinct crack from apparition later, and Harry knew that his godfather had left. Now, while this is still hot, I need to get the edge done. Harry picked up the still glowing hot blade. Adamantite had several particular challenges to working with it. When it was fully formed after a successful transmutation, it became practically immutable to blunt force and completely immutable by magic. Only extreme heat would make it shapeable with a hammer. But this incredible durability came as a detriment in the actual forging process. The edge would normally be ground down to a fine sharpness as one of the final steps of blade making. For adamantite, that wasn't possible. The edge had to be added while the magical metal was still hot enough to be worked with. I'll just pass along the intent to be sharp and cut cleanly while I'm adding my mana to it. That should help form the edge more readily, thanks to my tools. Harry smiled at his hand-forged tools, the best set he had that could carry his mana and intent to his creations with the most ease and force. After the edge is formed, I should have just enough heat left in the blade to etch in the consume array. He hoped at the very least. He'd practiced etching his modified version of the array over and over again on wood, and then iron to get a feel for it. It was an experimental array at best, but Harry didn't feel like he had a lot of time to slowly test things out right now. If it comes down to it, I'll seal this artifact away until I can create something to hold it back. Harry set to work on the edge, using the smallest hammer at first to further narrow the single edge he was putting on this artifact sword. Each strike was filled with his mana and intent to make an incredibly sharp and clean cutting edge. To his eyes, he could practically see the adamantite responding to his strikes. To his magic, he could feel the material changing as it followed his will and molded to his desire. Taking the edge to the whetstone, the artificer set about refining the edge even further, constantly passing his mana through his creation, even amid the intense heat within the smithy. Quickly, carefully, Harry set the hot blade on a prepared surface so that the heat wouldn't be lost or transferred to the table below it. Magic made things like this much easier. The etching tools, made from adamantite themselves, easily made the lines and symbols of the runes as Harry worked to etch the modified consume array along the length of the blade near the spine. Woo! He exhaled heavily as he finished with some time to spare. The adamantite was still hot enough to have a dull glow as he picked it up with his tongs and brought it over to the quench tank. He dunked the blade into the oil, making flames flare for a few seconds. Come on, come on. Harry pushed his mana into the blade to stabilize it, and smiled as he didn't feel or hear any cracks or pings from the quenched metal. Now while you finish cooling, I'll work on your handle. He chuckled as he removed the blade from the oil and used magic to suspend it in the air so that it wouldn't touch anything. Another nice fact about adamantite was that it let off heat far faster than one would expect of such a strong metal. That had been another reason why it was such a race against time to etch the consume array and do the quench before it cooled down too much. Only magic had made it possible for Harry to succeed in such an endeavor. Harry had already taken the proper measurements of the tang of his blade, so it was a simple matter to begin shaving down some wood, acquired from the forbidden forest before the end of last school year, to become the handle of his sword. The old oak he'd taken it from was suffused with magic and had made for excellent material. The night had set in by the time that Harry was done with the carving and shaping of the oak handle. He took the cooled adamantite blade and carefully attached the handle to it. Taking strips of dragonhide from the stock of Hungarian horntail he still had from the Triwizard tournament, Harry wrapped the oak handle with care. The guard was simple, not overly ornate or anything, just some shaped adamantite, slightly reminiscent of a Japanese tsuba, rather than a more traditional crossguard. The last thing that Harry added was to the pommel, a metal inset for the frost azurite that would let it act as a catalyst for the power that Harry hoped to imbue in the sword to truly complete it. If it happened once, I'm sure it'll happen again. Harry mused as he finished securing the frost azurite in place, using both blacksmithing and magic to secure and protect the precious magical gem. He wiped his brow of the sweat that remained and could feel the great drop in his mana reserves from his artificing. Tonks would probably complain that he was trying to stay ahead of her in mana level by crafting another artifact, knowing that the process was a strain on his reserves that forced them to grow a significant amount. Deciding to get a shower and worry about making a sheath for the sword later, Harry took the sword inside with him. He was wary to leave the frost azurite in the smithy in the very slim chance that something happened. As it was part of the sword right now, he had to bring in the whole item. Placing the sword on his bed, Harry gathered a change of clothes and tossed his sweaty work clothes into the hamper. They'd be gone soon enough, thanks to Taylor, the house elf always eager to keep things clean around the cottage. I've imbued a lot of my mana into the new sword that should strengthen it as a vessel for the power and magic that I want it to consume, Harry thought as he showered. The trick with the consume array was that the vessel, Harry's sword in this case, had to be made strong enough to handle whatever ability it consumed. All of the mana that Harry had poured into it so far didn't give the sword itself any innate magical power like when he'd made Ethereum or Skylian Regnathair. All he'd done so far was make as strong of a vessel as he possibly could. Harry was just finishing up a late dinner, courtesy of Taylor, when he noticed it. The air was cooling down unnaturally fast. He was quick to move from the table to the window near the back door and peek outside. Once more he was witness to the sight of dementors, but this time it was far more than 2. He couldn't get an accurate count with the wraith-like beings floating around, but it was definitely more than 50. The window quickly frosted over as the cloud of dementors moved closer to Wood End Cottage. Shite! Harry bolted up the stairs and into his bedroom. He grabbed the communication mirror and then his new sword. Sirius Black! He nearly shouted at the mirror, and a few seconds later Sirius's face showed up to replace Harry's reflection. Harry, what's wrong? Sirius instantly noticed the look on his godson's face. Dementors! Tons of them! Harry explained as he raced back downstairs, while wandlessly throwing colloportus charms at every window and the front door. What? Sirius bellowed, clearly moving quickly on his side. I'll be right there, Harry. Harry could hear the exclamations and commotion of at least a dozen different voices through the mirror as he held his sword at the ready in his right hand. The back door was already frosted over from the dementors approaching, and even his breath was coming out as a white fog. The mirror call was ended as Sirius put his away, and Harry was sure that his godfather was going to apparate from wherever the Order of the Phoenix held their meetings. The cracking of the kitchen windows and the back door made Harry grimace. The chill was so intense now that Harry felt like he was standing in a freezer. The back door was forced open, a cracking sound from the frozen wood, indicating that it had been broken somewhere. The first Dementor ducked down to float into the cottage, only to be knocked backwards by Harry's Eastern Dragon Patronus. The Dementor let out a deathly rattle of breath as it was pushed back. Several other Dementors also fled backwards from the spectral guardian. What in the hell? Harry blinked as the Dementors didn't flee from his Patronus entirely. The floating beings retreated from the spell, but they didn't leave the property. Sure, he was low on mana, but that was still a fully formed corporeal Patronus. The Dementors should be leaving in mass just from being close to it. Eventually, the charm faded into a silvery mist and then disappeared completely. The Dementors quickly swarmed back towards the cottage like a wave of blackness and frost. Harry could only hope that Sirius, and maybe some people from the Order, would get here to provide assistance soon. He ran his fingers over the consume array, activating it and making the runes glow with a fight blue light. The first Dementor that forced itself into the cottage this time was met with a stab to the chest from the sword. For a split second, nothing seemed to happen, but then with a sickening crunching sound along with the sound of displaced air, the Dementor was drawn into and absorbed by the artifact sword. I thought it would just consume their magic in effect. Harry briefly thought, in shock at what he'd just witnessed. He had no more time to think after that, as the back window shattered, letting 2 more Dementors force their way into the cottage. Another Dementor also glided into the broken back door and reached for Harry. A swing of the sword, followed by the horrible crunching sound as the Dementor was consumed, and the one from the back door was taken care of. The 2 from the window reached out with their rotten, bony hands to try to grab Harry. Remembering his lessons in swordsmanship, Harry put the edge of the blade between him and the grasping hands. The disgusting sound of the Dementors' emaciated and rotten bodies being consumed followed as soon as they grabbed the blade. On the edge of Woodend Cottage, multiple cracks of apparition were heard as Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore, Moody, Tonks, Shacklebolt, and Arthur Weasley appeared. Seeing the absolute swarm of Dementors, as well as being hit by the intense chill that so many in such a small area produced, the group was stunned for a short second. It was quickly brushed off by Tonks and Sirius, as both cast their Patronus charms at the Dementors. A bright silvery dog and an equally silvery raccoon ran into the horde, scattering some of the Dementors. Something isn't right. Moody stabbed his wand forward, a silvery bloodhound charging into the mass of wraith-like beings. Look at them, barely moving away. Dementors should be fleeing from this many Patronus charms. Something is very much not right. Dumbledore agreed, and a circle of his wand later, his Phoenix Patronus, much larger than the others, flew into the Dementors, sending them flying backwards with rattling shrieks. Why are they acting against their nature? Shacklebolt's lynx had joined the fray along with Arthur's weasel and Remus's wolf. Who cares? Tonks snapped back as she poured more of her mana into her raccoon Patronus, making the spectral guardian grow and push back more Dementors. They're still attacking the cottage. Sirius bit out, his Patronus rushing towards the cottage to try and get to Harry. The presence of so many Dementors was slowly weakening all of their charms just from sheer numbers. Are they trying to force their way inside, even against all of us? Arthur had worked for the Ministry for his entire adult life. He knew enough about Dementors to know that this behavior was completely abnormal. It's almost like they've been ordered to get to Harry at all costs. He trailed off as the other Order members' eyes widened at the implication. Harry! Tonks and Sirius both empowered their Patronus even further, making the Guardians bigger and sending the Dementors into a frenzy of strange wailing as they continued to retreat closer to the cottage, rather than away from the multiple Patronus charms. Bloody hell! Harry swung his sword again, the horrid sound following as another Dementor was consumed. He raised his left hand and blasted a condensed Patronus mist into the encroaching horde as he retreated further into the cottage. The kitchen was overrun now, and he'd retreated into the short hallway now. This did give him the benefit of limiting the Dementors to coming at him one at a time. A quick stab of his sword and the Dementor was consumed. Unfortunately, the sheer number had frozen over the kitchen, and that chill had already spread throughout the cottage, making ice form. Harry was shivering fiercely as the chill bit into him. A Dementor's rattling breath sounded incredibly loud as it forced its way into the short hallway. Fuck! Harry thrust his sword forward again, and the Dementor made an odd noise before it was crushed and consumed by the blade. He had no idea how many that was now. 30 or 40 at least, maybe more. He had briefly seen what he thought was a Patronus through the back window before he'd been forced to retreat into the short hallway. At least that meant that Sirius was probably here trying to save him. Why are you bastards so focused on me? He bit out, launching another concentrated blast of Patronus mist at the Dementors he could see. It was getting harder to form the charm with so many of the monsters swarming him. Crash. The sound of the front door giving way made Harry quickly scramble up the stairs to the second floor. A Dementor from the living room tried to grab him, only to grab the blade of Harry's sword instead, and get sucked into it with another disgusting cracking and crushing sound. He was able to retreat up the stairs about halfway before he had to turn and stab another Dementor that was gliding up the stairs behind him. Damn it, if only I could get to my cloak. Harry bit out, knowing his storage cloak was hung up inside the smithy. He had completely forgotten to grab it when he'd come in for his shower, too focused on keeping the frost azurite in his new sword safe. Ethereum was still stored within the space-manipulating cloak, and its power would be immensely useful right now. Rah! 3 Dementors floated up the stairs all at once and reached out for Harry with their bony hands. Fuck off! Harry roared and swung the new sword since he had space now. The first Dementor was still being consumed when he hit the second one. The second and third were able to grab Harry, making painful red marks on his flesh from the cold. The instant the first Dementor was fully consumed, the blade touched the second and was quick to devour it too. The third Dementor had been leaning close to Harry's face, letting him see its eyeless visage, before the sword touched it and consumed it entirely. So, one at a time then. Harry panted, his breaths coming out in frosty wisps. Another wave of Dementors rushing up the stairs at him made Harry grimace as he was forced back. Another stab, followed by a swing, then stab, then swing, and Harry was getting close to his bedroom door. He racked his brain trying to recall if he had anything inside that could help him. He was grabbed by the shoulder, and a quick stab over his shoulder saw the Dementor consumed. His shoulder, even under his shirt, had a bright red mark from the touch of the Dementor. Protego! Harry cast the shield charm to cover the hallway. It could block both spells and physical objects up to a point, but that would only buy him some time. His real aim was to force the Dementors to touch his new sword. He'd purposefully left the blade on the opposite side of the charm, while the hilt remained in his hand. His consuming sword was essentially stabbed through the Protego as the Dementors poured up the stairs to try and get at him. Ha! The Dementors' rattling breaths made Harry grimace as they seemed to suck all the heat out of the air. Already Wood End Cottage was covered in frost and ice like a giant freezer. One after another, the Dementors clawed at the Protego, which Harry had to constantly reinforce with his mana. But on the same note, more and more of the soul-sucking monsters were touching the blade of his sword and being crushed, twisted, and consumed by it. Damn things. Harry ground his teeth as it got harder and harder to maintain the Protego. He was already running low on mana after his work today. If he didn't know better, he'd say that this attack was planned for when he'd be alone and weakened. Harry! Tonks and Sirius could be heard in unison from downstairs. Upstairs! Harry yelled out as his back hit his bedroom door. He was tired. His mana was still dropping, but the Dementors' numbers were lowering too. Only a few remained as they clawed at the weakening Protego. Another 2 were consumed as Harry heard heavy footfalls on the frozen stairs. Get away from him! Tonks roared as her Patronus raccoon slammed into the back of 2 of the Dementors. You bastards! Sirius's voice was the incarnation of paternal fury at seeing his godson pressed back against the wall, struggling to hold off the last few Dementors. His dog Patronus leapt upon another Dementor and bit at it over and over again. The horrible sound of a Dementor being consumed by the sword startled Tonks and Sirius. The actual sight of a Dementor being crushed, broken, and sucked into the blade nearly made them drop their Patronus charms. The last 3 Dementors, the ones under attack by their spectral guardians, were quickly stabbed and absorbed by the sword as Harry dropped the fading Protego to finish them off. Ha! Harry's breathing was heavy as he shook with chills. He looked over at Tonks and Sirius with a small smile, the best he could manage at the moment. Thanks for the help. Harry, your lips are blue. Sirius was at his godson's side almost instantly. You're cold to the touch. He cast a warming charm on Harry to try and combat the extreme chill his godson had been suffering under. Here, a blanket. Tonks conjured a thick cloth out of thin air, cast a warming charm on it, and then wrapped it around Harry. Harry, Sirius, Tonks, are you all right? Remus had run up the stairs while Tonks was conjuring the blanket. Seeing the look on his surrogate nephew's face, he pulled a small bar of chocolate from one of his pockets. Harry, eat this. Even if your occlumency is great, Dementors still have horrible effects on people. Thank you. Harry took a bite of the chocolate, only realizing as the warmth slowly returned to his body that his sense of emotion had been dulled after so much concentrated exposure to Dementors. What is this sword? Tonks eyed the weapon that she'd seen literally absorb the Dementors. Don't touch it! Harry replied with such severity that Sirius, Tonks, and Remus all took a half step away from the sword. It's dangerous, right now. He shivered slightly and let them lead him downstairs, making sure to keep the blade well away from anyone. Harry, thank goodness. Dumbledore looked like the weight of a decade had just fallen off his shoulders when he saw Harry safe. All of the Dementors seem to be gone now, but we don't know when or if they'll return. They won't be coming back. Harry shook his head, his chills finally starting to subside thanks to the warming charms. How do you know that, Potter? Moody had both eyes, real and prosthetic, focused on the Artificer. Because they're gone, all of them are in here. Harry carefully held up the sword in his right hand. What? Kingsley looked beyond confused at Harry's words. We saw it, Tonks nodded to Dumbledore. Harry's sword, it absorbed the Dementors. One of the weirdest and most disturbing things I've ever seen. Sirius nodded to back up his surrogate niece. Harry, could you shed some light on this? Dumbledore asked politely, eyeing the sword that had supposedly absorbed the Dementors. This sword is my newest artifact, Harry replied as he made sure the blade was nowhere near anyone. I used an especially rare and difficult bit of runecraft called the Consume Array to make it, similar to what is on the Sword of Erden that allows it to take in anything that would make it stronger. My array was a modified, and honestly experimental, version of that Consume Array. I thought it would take in the Dementors' magic and their abilities, but it consumed them in their entirety instead. You thought you would be attacked again? Arthur looked worriedly at Harry. The Artificer was only his son Ron's age after all. I figured if it happened once, then it could happen again. Harry shrugged under the blanket around his shoulders. I made this in hopes that if Dementors were used against me and Sirius again, then I could at least take their magic and render them no threat to anyone. I'm just glad you're safe, Harry. Tonks leaned against him slightly. We'll worry about what kind of research you're doing after this situation is handled. Sirius agreed, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder in support. While I do still have questions, perhaps they're best saved for later. Dumbledore nodded before looking around the frozen cottage. I think it best if we inform the Aurors of what has happened. There is something wrong at Azkaban. This might have been every Dementor in Azkaban. Moody growled as the nagging thought he'd been having this whole time was vocalized by the headmaster. I'll inform Madame Bones immediately. Kingsley nodded as he conjured his Lynx Patronus again, this time speaking to it softly for a short moment before sending it racing away so swiftly that it was out of sight in seconds. Well, I'll call Marley and tell her to apparat home instead of using the flow. Sirius shook his head as he pulled out his communication mirror. Marley Reed. He spoke to the mirror and a few seconds later began to talk with his fiancée. Are you going to be okay, Harry? Tonks whispered to her boyfriend softly. Yeah, though I might need a good lie-in tomorrow. Harry joked with a light chuckle. What are you going to do about your new sword? Tonks looked at the single-edged blade with some trepidation. I'll need to deactivate the array. Harry looked at his artifact sword. It'll never work again, but I think I've got more of a power source than I ever intended. He ran his fingers over the slightly glowing runes of the Consume Array and the blue glow faded away. There, now it won't absorb anything else. That's good, at least. Tonks smiled and kissed his cheek. Huh? Harry looked at his sword in confusion as he felt it start to vibrate. It got worse and worse, to the point the sword started to blur from the motion. What the hell? Harry tried to stop the sword from shaking by gripping it with both hands. What's going on, Harry? Tonks looked confused and shocked at the sudden actions of the sword. I'm not sure. Harry grit his teeth as the sword began to glow with a dark blue color, a literal aura of magic surrounding the weapon. Harry? Sirius had finished his call with Marley, only to see his godson holding a sword that looked to be about to explode. Throw it away! Mr. Potter! Dumbledore was rushing towards his recently graduated student with his wand in hand. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but it certainly didn't look good. It's settling down. Harry grunted out as the aura slowly faded and the shaking stopped. I think it was just processing its new power source, maybe? He looked at the sword curiously, noting that nothing appeared to be wrong with it. Perhaps it would be best if you set that sword down? Dumbledore looked at the blade warily. To his experienced senses, something still felt off about the weapon. That might be for the best, Harry. Sirius agreed that not touching the artifact sword was for the better right now. Yeah, sure. I don't have a scabbard prepared, though. Harry shrugged before his face twisted into a rictus of pain and he cried out suddenly. Fuck! The curse tore from Harry's throat as he glared down at where he had a hold of the sword. His hand was being rapidly encased in ice. He tried to cast a warming charm, but the spell failed against the encroaching frost. Harry, forgive me. Tonks apologized before she placed her hand over Harry's, and a strong flame surrounded the ice. Shit. Harry grit his teeth against the pain, but the ice melted, and he was able to force his numb finger to let go of the sword, even as they were lightly burned. The blade of the single-edged sword stabbed into the ground, leaving it almost perfectly straight in position. As Sirius, Tonks, and Remus provided first aid for Harry's injured hand, the rest of the Order members eyed the artifact sword warily. From where the blade had stabbed into the ground, a creeping frost began to slowly expand. The grass, only partially thawed from the heat of a summer night, instantly refroze as the sword remained stuck in the now frozen dirt. What the hell did Potter make? Moody's magical eye stared at the sword. Something even he cannot touch, it would seem. Dumbledore made a loop and 3 circles with his wand, and a ring of flames surrounded the sword. The creeping frost was stopped by the magical fire, and Dumbledore nodded at containing the initial effect of this artifact sword. For now, it's best that no one touches it until Harry is rested and can examine what is wrong with his creation. As its creator, Harry would be the best at identifying what was happening with his new artifact. We'll have Marley fix you up good as new, Harry. Sirius smiled at his godson, form where the group of Harry, Tonks, Remus, and himself were sitting. She'll be home in just another minute or two. It's fine. It barely even hurts anymore. Harry assured the 3 that were worrying over him. Don't try and act macho, Harry. Tonks was holding him against her side, laying her head atop his with a sigh. The multiple cracks of apparition were heard as almost a dozen red-robed aurors appeared at the edge of Woodend Cottage. The law enforcement agents were quick to rush towards the group through the frozen grass that was only partially melted. Every auror was looking around in alert, obviously worried about Dementors, and had their wands in hand. Moody, Shacklebolt, Tonks, report, Amelia Bones ordered as she stopped beside Dumbledore. She was most definitely not ready for what she was about to hear. Marley would apparate home only a minute or so later, worried but knowing that everyone was okay. She was able to get past the aura line with Sirius's say-so and was helping heal up Harry's injured hand the instant she saw the injury. Harry thanked her with a smile as he flexed his fingers. Marley still took him through a full range of motion test and a sensitivity test for good measure. She was very thorough with her work after all. Ministry of Magic, Dolores Umbridge's office. Next morning, what is this? Umbridge read over the parchment that had been left in her inbox. It came from an auror that she had blackmail on, and was a preliminary report of what had happened at the residence of Lord Black and Artificer Potter the previous night. Finally, the vile woman had an ugly smile on her face. Something I can use against that little brat. She was out of her office and knocking on Cornelius's door in minutes. Come in, Fudge allowed whoever was knocking on his door so insistently. He wasn't expecting to see his senior undersecretary barge into his office waving about a piece of parchment. He most assuredly wasn't expecting the first words out of her mouth either. Potter has stolen from the ministry. Umbridge declared loudly as she crossed the office and nearly slapped the parchment onto the minister's desk. Dolores, what on earth are you talking about? Fudge looked at the woman like she'd lost her mind. This minister! Umbridge tapped the parchment with one of her long pink nails. Potter did something with an artifact and stole all of the Dementors of Azkaban. Sure, that wasn't the full truth, but it was the end result. She finally had something against that little bastard. Dementors? Again? Fudge felt himself break into a light sweat, just hearing about Dementors being at the residence of Lord Black and Artificer Potter again. It had barely been just over a week since the first incident. As you know, Cornelius, the Dementors are the property of the Ministry of Magic. Whatever Potter has done to them represents theft of Ministry assets. We must move to have him tried before the Wizengamot for this theft, Umbridge said quickly and with a barely hidden sickly smile. What? Fudge was looking between his senior undersecretary and the parchment to try and piece together what had happened. You don't need to worry about a thing, Minister. I'll take care of this situation, Umbridge declared and was out of his office with the parchment before Fudge could react. What, Dolores? Dolores, Fudge called out as he stood from his chair and rushed to the door of his office. He had just made it out of his office when he was stopped by a paper airplane that nearly hit him in the face. Seeing that the parchment plane had a red mark on it denoting that it was urgent, he plucked it out of the air and unfolded it with a tap of his wand. What? His cry of shock and panic could be heard through a good portion of the Ministry. Azkaban had fallen. End chapter. Current mana levels. Harry, 26,884 Tonks, 21,718 Penelope, 16,362 Fleur, 16,926, Chapter 56, Unjust Action, Inner Circle. Ah, you little shite, Harry growled at his new artifact sword. He was standing outside the ring of magical flames that Dumbledore had conjured to contain the spread of the frost that continued to be produced by the blade stuck in the ground. He was trying to commune with his creation, both to figure out why it was spreading frost and chill without being used, as well as to try and learn why it had tried to freeze his hand when he'd held it. As the artifact's creator and master, it shouldn't passively harm him just from holding it. No luck, Harry? Sirius questioned from just behind Harry. He was ready to step in at the first sign that something was going wrong. He'd pull Harry away, kicking and screaming if he had to. It's an unwieldy thing to say the least. Harry glared at the blade. Even to my senses it feels off, but I can't just let it sit here forever. Did you find out anything about it, though? Sirius was curious himself. This new artifact was different than anything that Harry had created before, especially since none of his previous creations had ever harmed him like this one had. A little. Harry sighed with a grimace. Its power source is the 100 Dementors that it consumed. Naturally, that means it promotes feelings of sadness, fear, melancholy, and the like. I imagine that it'll make anyone that holds it feel like they're near a Dementor at the very least. Is that why it tried to freeze you for holding it? Sirius had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked between the sword and Harry. This is starting to sound similar to what Toshu warned you about, isn't it? The Godfather looked pointedly at his godson. Didn't he specifically warn you about mixing creature-craft with runes? He did. Penny spoke up, visiting Harry after what had happened last night. She was worried when Harry had mirror called her last night, but had agreed to wait until morning to come over. Very specifically mentioned that creatures with a lot of magical power or intelligence could have their intent or even their will linger within the creation because of the runes. Fleur had also come over and looked none too amused at Harry's latest creation. Even if it hadn't been intentional, her lover had made exactly the type of creation that he was warned about. I wasn't exactly planning on consuming 100 Dementors with it. Harry looked at both of his scholarly girlfriends with a heavy shrug, but from what I've been able to glean from it, the problem lies in the sword's innate power now. The Dementors' powers? Penny raised an eyebrow at the sword. Not their abilities, no. Harry shook his head. Their combined magical power is much greater than my own. That's why I can't touch the sword. The power of the blade overwhelms my own magical power, and it starts to freeze me over because of it. You made a cursed sword. Fleur's blue eyes were filled with a mix of worry and curiosity. No one weaker than it can touch it without suffering or potentially dying. There are curses that can be placed with similar parameters, of course, but you've made it a part of the sword itself, even if accidentally. I wouldn't suggest trying to experiment with it. Harry wasn't the only overly curious one in their relationship. Fleur absolutely loved to study and figure out new or obscure magics. She'd already been offered a role in the current study her old mentor, Madame Aveline, was a part of, after all. Can we do anything about it? Penny's question once more, showing her responsible side that had seen her become prefect and then head girl back at Hogwarts. If it's this dangerous, then we really can't just leave it here for long. We might try making a barrier, Sirius suggested, stroking his trimmed beard. We'd need some stone, preferably granite. Then rune work to contain the sword's power would have to be etched into the stones themselves. Maybe some kind of magical fire, too, since Dumbledore's spell seems to be holding it back well enough. Penny and I could handle the rune work. Harry looked at his girlfriend with a smile. It shouldn't be too difficult. Penny agreed with Harry, a grin on her lips. An array to contain magic within a certain space isn't something new. It was the basis of the original wards that hid the magical from the non-magical, after all. I can provide all the magical fire that you could ever need. Fleur held up her hand and flames danced in her palm. Vila fire has some innate magical properties of its own that should help counter the frost that the sword exudes. All right, I'm sure we can get some granite from the dwarves, and if not, I can always buy some. Sirius was happy that they'd decided on a plan of action already. If even Harry couldn't touch his creation, then it was best to seal it away for now until something else could be done with it. The four of them headed towards the cottage to work out the plan to build a barrier around the sword. Thanks to magic, after the Aurors had investigated Woodend Cottage and taken pictures of the frost covering the walls and the damages done, the home had been quickly repaired and set to rights. Taylor had wailed about being unable to protect Harry, but he'd forgiven her immediately. With every Dementor in Azkaban attacking their home, it was no surprise the house elf had been nearly comatose in fear and despair. None of them were expecting a sudden crack of apparition that was quickly followed by shouting, "What the hell?" Sirius demanded, as he looked over to see a newly arrived group of 3 that were being held back by the 2 Aurors that had been stationed at Woodend Cottage for the day, in case anything else happened at the residence. "I am the Senior Undersecretary for the Minister of Magic." The shrill voice of Dolores Umbridge was heard, and Harry immediately scowled. The woman, once more wearing bright pink robes, practically shoved past the 2 Aurors, and the 2 following her gave their colleagues apologies. "Potter!" Umbridge screeched as soon as she caught sight of him. "You're under arrest for theft of Ministry assets?" She had an ugly smile on her toad-like face. "Shut your mouth, you vile pink toad!" Sirius roared at Umbridge, making the squat woman stop her approach with a visible flinch. Sirius was quickly Lord Black as he nearly stomped towards the annoying woman. "How dare you accuse my godson of stealing anything? What proof do you have? He was just attacked by every Dementor of Azkaban last night. Do citizens not have the right to defend themselves in magical Britain anymore? The fact that Azkaban has fallen must not mean anything to you if you're here throwing around false charges." How dare you, sir?" Umbridge sputtered out after a moment to get her wits back. "The Dementors are Ministry property. Regardless of the reason, taking them from Ministry handling is a crime." "They were already out of Ministry handling last night when they attacked, or are you implying that the Ministry knowingly sent every Dementor in Azkaban after my godson?" Sirius's glare nearly burned into Umbridge's eyes. "The Ministry did no such thing." Umbridge denied, her disgusting gaze locking onto Harry with a glare. "Your godson most likely did something to draw them here so that he could steal them from the Ministry." "You dare?" Sirius nearly drew his wand on the horrid woman right then and there. "We will also be confiscating whatever artifact you stole the Dementors with, Potter," Umbridge declared imperiously. Not facing Sirius's anger seemed to give her confidence. "Now, where is it? Hand it over, you little thief. I'll have you in front of the Wizengamot today for what you've done." How dare you ignore a lord? Sirius stepped between Umbridge and Harry, his dark eyes glaring death at the Pink Witch. I'll have your job for this, Umbridge. Are you threatening me, sir? Umbridge blustered, trying to make her position seem equal with the standing of one of magical Britain's lords. Her eyes caught sight of the sword surrounded by clearly magical flames, and an ugly sneer twisted her lips. I see, that's what you used, isn't it? She was quickly walking, not quite jogging, but more of a fast waddle towards the nameless artifact. Don't touch it, you fool, Harry bellowed as he moved after the woman along with Sirius. All four Aurors were rushing after the three to try and prevent a physical or, heaven forbid, magical altercation. I am retrieving the Ministry property that you stole, boy. Umbridge nearly spat, staying just ahead of Harry and Sirius. You have no right to try and stop me. He's trying to save your life, you daft bitch, Sirius warned the toad-like woman. Aurors, my life has just been threatened. Umbridge pointed back at Sirius while still moving as fast as she could towards the artifact sword. Arrest him immediately. Ma'am, don't you think you should listen to them? One of the Aurors she came with questioned, not moving to follow her orders. Do your job, or I'll have your badge, Auror. Umbridge stopped at the edge of the ring of fire, and her stubby-fingered hand reached out to snatch the handle of the sword. She pulled it from the frozen ground and nearly brandished it at Harry, Sirius, and the four Aurors. Put it down now, Harry demanded, knowing exactly what would happen if she held it for more than a few seconds. With a quick burst of his mana into his glasses, he used the scouter function to read Umbridge's mana level. 2,704 appeared on the lens, and Harry nearly choked on his own breath. She'd be overwhelmed near instantly at only about a tenth of what he possessed. I will not, Umbridge declared with a glare. This is now Ministry property. You are under arrest. She pointed the sword at Harry. And you, Lord Black, are also under arrest for threatening me. Drop the sword, it's going to kill you, Harry yelled at the vile woman. Enough! Umbridge swung the weapon, unleashing a wave of ice at Harry, Sirius, and even the Aurors without meaning to. I'll hear no more of your lies. Inwardly she was giddy at having this sword in her hand. She'd cast a powerful spell merely by swinging it. With this she could get whatever position she wanted in the Ministry. She could finally enact the laws and policies that she'd always wanted to, keeping the filthy beasts and the thieving, magic-stealing mudbloods out of the magical world. Madam Umbridge, one of the Aurors that had come with her called out. What? Were you hurt by my spell? Umbridge demanded of the Auror, already considering the power of the artifact to be her own. Your hand! The Auror ignored the almost mocking tone in the Undersecretary's voice. What are you talking about? Umbridge trailed off as she realized that she couldn't feel her right hand anymore. Looking down, she quickly saw the reason why. Ice and frost were rapidly spreading up her arm. Her hand was already encased, and the flesh of her arm that had yet to be covered was already a deathly blue as the artifact sword stole all heat from her body. Ah! She screamed, unable to let go of the sword or even flail her arm in an attempt to dislodge it. Harry! Sirius looked at his godson and received a nod in return. Incendio! He cast at Umbridge's arm to try and halt the ice. Harry joined in, wreathing Umbridge's frozen arm in flames wandlessly to stop the encroachment of the frost. Umbridge continued to wail and scream as the two worked to save her life. The flames swirled around the ice, letting off steam as it melted, but quickly refroze. The nameless sword was more powerful than their spells, though. While they could deal with the ice creeping across her skin, they weren't able to make any real progress on stopping the chill from stealing all the warmth from Umbridge's body. The toad-like woman's skin turned a deathly blue as her screaming slowed and then stopped. Her body seemed to lock up and frost quickly began to form all over her. Shite! Sirius ended his spell and Harry followed his example. What the hell just happened? One of the Aurors questioned as they all stared at the frozen form of Dolores Umbridge. I told her not to touch it. Harry grimaced at the death that would possibly be blamed on him. You warned her, Harry. You even tried to save her life. Everyone here saw it. Sirius assured his godson while shooting a pointed look at the four Aurors. She did not listen and grabbed a dangerous artifact against the express warnings of the Artificer that created it. Fleur glared at the frozen witch. The wretched woman deserved it. I think she's still getting colder, Penny pointed out with wide eyes. Indeed, frosty steam began to rise off of the frozen body. The wisps became almost as thick as smoke before a loud crack was heard, and what was left of Dolores Umbridge's body shattered into hundreds of pieces. The artifact sword fell to the grass, and the green blade slowly started to freeze over as the frost spread anew. Harry wandlessly banished his creation back into the circle of flames, but the spell seemed to have less of an effect than it should have. The blade only moved back a handful of centimeters, rather than into the ring of fire that Harry was aiming for. Of course, adamantite. Harry realized his mistake of trying to use a spell against his newest artifact. He moved forward quickly, and with a light kick, he sent the artifact sword into the air for a second before it landed within the ring of flames again. There, that should hold it for a bit. Artificer Potter, we need to take some statements and investigate this. One of the four Aurors spoke up after a long moment of silence. Yeah, I figured. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. You'll speak to my godson only with our lawyer present, Sirius stated, supporting his godson to the fullest extent of the law. Of course, Lord Black. A different Auror nodded in agreement. It wasn't like they really had a choice. Having legal representation was his right, especially as Harry was still not of his majority yet. Sirius, as his godfather, could step in on Harry's behalf until he was 17. I guess we'll have to put the barrier construction plans on hold for now. Fleur sighed, and Penny gave her a one-armed hug. Speaking of barriers, I'll definitely need to use a similar method once I can get the time to make a scabbard for that sword. Harry nodded to himself as he looked at the icy blade for a drawn-out moment. How strong is it, Harry? Penny questioned, knowing that most of Harry's artifacts were made over several days. That meant they usually ended up being some multiple of his own full strength, as he imparted as much of his mana into his creations as possible. At best estimate, Harry looked between Penny and the artifact sword, probably close to 4 times what Ethereum has innately. 4 times what Ethereum has. Penny nearly gaped at the ludicrous amount of innate mana the deadly blade possessed. That would put it close to 60,000 mana, which is why none of us can hold it. Harry nodded with a grimace. Not even Dumbledore has that much mana. I've checked. How are you even going to get it into any scabbard you make if you can't touch it? Fleur questioned, her blue eyes nearly glaring at the sword surrounded by flames. I'll have to figure out a temporary workaround. Harry admitted with a shake of his head. It can't be left out, and a barrier can be broken if people are determined enough. I'll make a scabbard to contain it, and then I should be able to stuff it into a moleskin pouch that I can stash into my rune safe. No one will be able to get to it then. What Harry didn't tell anyone was the other 2 functions that he'd been able to glean by communing with his newest artifact. The ability to slowly but consistently consume mana that came into contact with the blade, as well as the ability to sever the connection between body and soul. Much like a Dementor's kiss, his blade would be able to break that connection once any mana was out of the way first. It was a terrifying ability, and would technically not kill the person unlucky enough to experience it. Their soul would simply leave their body and go to wherever souls went after death. That was assuming that the chill of the sword didn't kill them before their mana ran out, of course. Too far, too fast, Harry. Harry's self-recrimination was kept inside his own mind. Toshu warned you of something like this, though the circumstances were much different. Once I can contain it, maybe I can take it to Drossard and have him look it over. The Dwarf King was centuries old, and there was a chance that he might be strong enough to hold the sword to examine it. I really should start scanning people with my scouter more. I'd at least know who to watch out for should things get bad, or who I could ask for help in situations like this. Now done berating himself, Harry went with Sirius, Penny, and Fleur into the cottage to Floo the Black family lawyer. The 4 Aurors following after them, all confused by what they'd just seen, and none in any hurry to try to confiscate the deadly artifact. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. The Daily Prophet, my lord. Lucius handed over the newspaper to Voldemort with a bow. He kept his head down and his eyes on the floor, and hated that he was doing the work of a house elf in his own home. Azkaban destroyed, Dementors vanished, prisoners missing, dark mark in the sky. Voldemort read over the main headline that was showing multiple pictures of the devastated prison. Has the Dark Lord returned? He narrowed his red eyes at the paper. Who else could accomplish such a feat? Are they that foolish to doubt me? He nearly snarled at the newspaper. He was the greatest wizard to ever live. Where did these sheep get the nerve to deny his power and knowledge? Fudge is trying to maintain calm, but not many are listening to him. Lucius reported to his master. Fear is already spreading, and I believe that soon the situation will return to what it was in the 70s. As it should be. Voldemort lessened his rage as he flipped to the second page of the paper to continue reading. It was best to know what was going on with the Ministry, since his people inside were being somewhat stymied by the near lockdown that the DMLE had enforced. Just as he'd suspected, there were interviews with Madame Bones and other senior staff at the Ministry regarding what had happened. He may not know exactly what they planned right away, but their assurances to the sheep would let the Dark Lord know their general plans. Any contact from Yaxley is to be brought to me at once, Lucius. Am I clear? Crystal, my lord. Lucius had not raised his head the entire time. Go check on the inner circle and report back to me their conditions. Voldemort waved Lucius away, stinging the man's pride again without a care. At once, my lord. Lucius backed out of the room and only stood back to his full height after closing the door. With his fists clenched, he turned and made his way to the guest wing, which had been converted into a pseudo-infirmary for the inner circle that had been freed from Azkaban. Lucius. Snape gave a nod to the man as he entered the room. He was administering potions to the laid-up Inner Circle members, many of whom were asleep as the various magical treatments did their work to restore their bodies and minds. How are they? Lucius looked over to see Augustus Rookwood sat up in his bed and writing on some parchment. The former Unspeakable always did like to write down his thoughts, and whatever knowledge he felt would help Voldemort. I've managed to stabilize them for now. Snape spoke as he stood up to his full height. The damage to their bodies will take a bit of time to recover, but their minds are a more delicate matter. Have they completely lost them? Lucius questioned, knowing that Voldemort would be incredibly angry if his inner circle was already lost to him after going through the trouble of destroying Azkaban. No, though there is noticeable damage in some of them. Snape looked over to the unconscious form of Bellatrix Lestrange, and then the brothers Rabistan and Rodolphus Lestrange. The rest just need time for the potions to undo the damage of Dementor exposure for the most part, but after 10 years that will be a somewhat slow process. I see. Lucius already knew that the Lestrange trio were damaged, even back in the 70s. A decade of Dementor exposure would have only made them worse. What of Roll and Dolohov? Still sane, their occlumency no doubt helped. Snape looked at the two sleeping wizards. Once their treatment is complete, then they'll be ready to return to the Dark Lord's service at full form. That's some good news. Lucius nodded with some small relief. Do you yet know what it is our Lord needs with all the materials he's having you acquire? Snape questioned as he moved to the next bed and the Death Eater lying in it. No, he only speaks of performing a great magic with them. Lucius honestly felt out of the loop. The Dark Lord had been keeping most everything close to his chest since his return. He tells me nothing of what this great magic entails, only that all of this material is absolutely necessary. Strange, I do not recall him being so distant in the past. Snape shook his head as he began administering potions to the sleeping Death Eater. His fall seems to have changed him. He holds no trust in anyone now. Lucius agreed with his old schoolmate. Truthfully, Severus Snape didn't care much anymore who won or lost this conflict. He was playing both sides so that he would come out on top regardless. After Lily died, he'd just stopped caring once Voldemort vanished. When the Dark Lord had suddenly returned, Snape had agreed to be a spy, as it let him get back into Voldemort's good graces. For him it no longer mattered the outcome. Lily was gone, and there was no bringing her back. Voldemort wasn't someone that Snape could take on for revenge normally. But if the chance presented itself, and it was guaranteed that Voldemort couldn't return, then the potions master might take his chance to exact some modicum of vengeance. But with the Dark Lord returning from what was basically death, revenge of any kind didn't seem likely. So he'd play his part on both sides and survive no matter who won. Wood End Cottage. I must admit, I wasn't expecting your request, Brother Potter. Drossard stroked his long beard with a chuckle. But it's good to get out of the mountain every once in a while. Thank you for accepting my request to come here, King Erden. Harry gave a polite bow. If you're being formal like that, you must have a favor to ask me. Drossard grinned, only denoted by the movement of his beard and his eyes. What do you need, Brother Potter? I was hoping that you'd allow me to scan you with my scouter before I asked anything else of you. Harry tapped his glasses so that Drossard would understand his intentions. Very well, it's no harm to me. Drossard shrugged without a care. Thank you very much. Harry sent a bit of mana into his glasses to activate the scouter and broke into a smile at what he saw. How'd I do? Drossard chuckled at Harry's smile. Your mana total is 62,488. You're the highest I've ever scanned besides Nicholas Flamel. Harry informed the Dwarf King. You're stronger than both Dumbledore and Voldemort. I'd hope so. Drossard chortled and slapped his knee. I'm far older than both of them, after all. He is. It's just unfortunate that dwarves do not use magic in the same way as wizards and witches. Harry mused to himself while Drossard finished his laughter. If Drossard was a wizard of such power, then Voldemort probably wouldn't be an issue. A wand in the hand of a dwarf was about as useful as giving a violin to a person that had never played before. Nothing of value would come from it. A dwarf's magic lay in their ability to imbue it into their creations and understand the characteristics of earth, soil, stone, and metals. Harry still wouldn't want to face Drossard in single combat or anything like that. He'd probably have his head taken off for his trouble. But someone like Voldemort would probably be able to kill Drossard even with the difference in their mana levels. So, what's this favor you spoke of? Drossard questioned the sworn brother of his people. I've created a new artifact based on our last conversation, you see. Harry informed the Dwarf King. You fool boy. Drossard raised his voice and looked at Harry like he was mad. Are you trying to get yourself killed? We barely went over possibilities for working with the consumer ray, and you go and do it right after? Are you dense as iron? It wasn't my intention to make the artifact as I did, but it did save my life. Harry raised his hands to try and placate Drossard. Let me guess, something went wrong. Drossard let out a heavy exhale of breath. Are you all right, Harry? He was genuinely concerned for the boy's well-being. I'm fine, but a mistake in the completion of the artifact has made it unwieldy, to say the least. Harry grimaced as he thought back to his own experience and Umbridge's death. It harmed me and killed someone else, just for holding it. What in the deepest pits did you create? Drossard looked Harry in the eye. A sword. Harry spoke, only to be cut off. Not much of a sword if you can't even touch it now, is it? Drossard gave some criticism of Harry's experimental work. He wanted to impress upon the young lad just how badly things could have gone by rushing like he'd done. Not really, Harry admitted with a nod, but I need to check if it's possible to wield it if I become stronger. So, you want me to try and handle it? Drossard realized what favor Harry wanted to ask of him. If you would grant me the favor, yes. Harry nodded to the Dwarf King. Very well, shouldn't be too hard to deal with. Drossard stood up and motioned for Harry to lead the way. It won't be the first unwieldy creation I've dealt with in my life. As the duo walked outside, they saw Fleur and Penny both going over some parchment and taking some rough measurements by eye. The lovely scholars were in the midst of planning out the barrier they'd build around the nameless sword to contain it. When Drossard and Harry approached, both Human and Vila gave a polite bow to the Dwarf King. So this is your cursed sword, eh? Drossard eyed the blade lying in the circle of magical fire. Yes, until it can be wielded, I have yet to give it a name. Harry looked down at the sword. Please be careful, King Erden. Penny requested of the dwarf. We've seen what it can do to people just by holding it. Don't you worry, lass. Drossard reached down and took the sword firmly by the handle. I'm not concerned about this ice pick. He lifted the sword up and held it horizontally. "King or done! Your hand!" Fleur immediately warned the dwarf as the sword's effect began to cover Drossard's hand in frost. "Please, let go of the sword. It'll freeze you to death." "Who do you take me for?" Drossard looked down at his ice-covered hand. With a flex of his fingers, the ice cracked and fell away harmlessly. Harry felt Drossard's magic pulse and then stood puzzled, as the off feeling that the sword normally emitted seemed to be suppressed. "This unwieldy thing is no match for me. He can hold it." Penny blinked in shock as Drossard brought the blade up to his eye level to examine it. "That's a good sign." Harry actually felt some relief. "That means that I just have to get stronger than the sword to be able to wield it." "Aren't you just under 30,000 right now?" Fleur looked at her lover with a slight warning in her eyes. "If I'm close to halfway there, then it shouldn't take me too much longer, right?" Harry smiled at her softly. "Until that time, though, we can seal it up in the barrier so no one else will be hurt by it. And in the meantime, I'll work on crafting a scabbard that can contain its power." "We'll all be making sure you don't do something crazy, Harry," Penny informed him, her eyes locking with his. Fleur nodding in agreement beside her friend future sister wife. "I promise." Harry held one of their hands each with a smile. "Harry, might I speak to you about this cursed ice pick you've made?" Drossard questioned after letting the youngsters have their moment. "Dour thing it is, being so unwieldy and making frost all the time." Harry mused, looking at the sword in Drossard's hand and thinking about it for a second. "That's not a bad name." "Huh?" Drossard raised a bushy eyebrow at Harry. "Dour means relentlessly severe, stern, or gloomy in manner or appearance." Harry noted while looking at his newest artifact. "Rather fitting for that blade, isn't it?" Drossard could agree with that assessment. The cursed thing was dour as he'd described it. Plus, it makes frost as a side effect when it isn't properly controlled. Harry grinned at Drossard for a second. "Every artifact needs some kind of name, so I think I'll call it Dourfrost. Thank you for the inspiration, King Drossard." "Heh!" Drossard chuckled loudly for a few moments. "Happy to be of inspiration, Brother Potter." He was stern a moment later, as he motioned Harry over to him. "But let's be serious now. You already know what all the abilities of this sword are, don't you?" "Yes," Harry confirmed with a nod, his eyes showing his concern about the sword's most dangerous ability. "That is a fate worse than death." Drossard whispered to the Artificer. "Be very careful with this sword, even once you're strong enough to wield it. It's not an ability that should be flaunted and spoken of." "I agree," Harry nodded, knowing that he'd never want to use the soul-severing ability of Dourfrost if he could help it. If it had to be done, then so be it, but he'd never seek to remove a person's soul. "For now, I'll focus on containing it until I'm strong enough to wield it like you are." "You're a good man, Harry Potter. Stay that way." Drossard patted him on the shoulder lightly, by dwarf standards. "I'd rather not disappoint my family." Harry shot a glance at Fleur and Penny, a smile making its way to his face almost immediately. "That's good." Drossard grinned before they both stopped their little huddle. "Now let's see about putting this thing through its paces while I'm here. Just let me go get my notebook first." Harry rushed over to his smithy with Drossard's chuckles following him. End chapter. Current mana levels: Harry, 26,884 Tonks, 21,718 Penelope, 16,362 Fleur, 16,926. Chapter 57, Work, Rest, Rights. Sirius and Harry stood before the Wizengamot with the Black family lawyer at their side. The case regarding Dolores Umbridge's death via Dourfrost had been quick so far. No one was trying to hide anything about the incident. Sirius had told his side of the encounter. Harry had told his right after. Then all four Aurors that had been present had given their own testimonies. The Wizengamot had barely needed any time for deliberation at all after that. In the case regarding the unfortunate passing of Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, Lord Sirius Orion Black and Artificer Harry James Potter are found not guilty of any wrongdoing. Cornelius banged the gavel at his seat on the Wizengamot. It was a terrible turn of events, but his late Undersecretary had been given every warning not to touch the artifact that had killed her. All four of the Aurors had corroborated Lord Black and Artificer Potter's explanation of events as well. There was no crime here, and Cornelius wasn't in any mind to lock up either of them if you know who had returned. Excellent work as always. Sirius turned to the Black family lawyer and shook the older man's hand. It was an open and shut case this time, Lord Black. The older wizard nodded to Sirius. The trio were out of the courtroom, thankfully without being hassled by the media since the case had been so quick to be dealt with. The trio separated at the flue stations in the ministry atrium, the Black family lawyer returning to his office while both Harry and Sirius returned to Woodend Cottage. Woodend Cottage, we're home, Sirius called out as he and Harry stepped out of the flue in a flash of green flames. He shrugged off his cloak, and Taylor was quick to have the soot vanished from the garment before hanging it up properly. That was a pain. Harry let Taylor take his cloak as well, even if it was fairly quick. Welcome home, you two. Marley smiled at them both before pecking Sirius's lips. Come here, Harry. Tonks, having a day off for once, patted her lap. Beside her on the couch were Penny and Floor. Thank you. Harry grinned before his body rapidly shifted into his animagus form. The now raccoon Harry scampered across the floor, climbed up onto the couch, and then curled up in Tonks's lap. It's over now, Harry. Just relax for a bit. Tonks smiled down at the raccoon and began to pet him gently, running her finger through his fur. I call next. Penny giggled, and Fleur playfully pouted at both of the other young women. All of them were more than happy to pet Harry's raccoon form. He was very soft, and it was relaxing for all of them. With three of us, I think Harry should be fine. Fleur smiled warmly at her boyfriend's current form. Perhaps they should all look into becoming animagus as well? Thoughts for later. She decided and leaned into Penny's side with a relaxed smile. Now was time for family and to rest after the hectic last few days. Malfoy Manor. This one must face this direction. Exactly this far from the previous monolith, the angle should be. Voldemort quietly mumbled to himself as he levitated a large slab of granite. The stone had been hewn into a perfect rectangle and was a match in all measurements to its 6 counterparts. From a distance, Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa Malfoy, and even Draco Malfoy watched the Dark Lord construct what appeared to be a knockoff Stonehenge on their property. They dared not question Voldemort's actions or motives, but all three could admit to being curious. This was supposedly the first step that the Dark Lord needed to take in order to work the great magic that he'd spoken of. Since the returned Voldemort hadn't deigned to share anything with anyone yet, that was all the Malfoys knew about what was going on. Already 3 larger granite slabs had been erected by Voldemort's wand. These 3 were the same height and width of the 7 that he was currently levitating into place one by one, but the 3 in the center were much thicker. They formed a triangle in the center of the ring of 7 monoliths that the Dark Lord was currently setting up. There were still more slabs of granite nearby as well, 2 different sizes, but all the same width, with only their height and thickness changing. The slightly shorter monoliths than the current 7 being used numbered 13, while the taller monoliths numbered 21. If the current placements continued, then 3 concentric rings of granite monoliths surrounding a triangle of the same would soon stand on the Malfoys' Wiltshire property. Once all of the monoliths are erected properly, then I'll need to carve the proper glyphs upon them in the proper places. Each glyph needs to be filled with the appropriate material after being carved, depending on which monolith it's on as well. Voldemort continued to go through the steps of setting up the rites for this ritual. Any missteps could cause a horrible reaction, and he wouldn't allow such failure. The rest of his followers had already been warned not to approach the area, or they'd experience his anger before their deaths. That had easily kept the more curious of them far away. Finding out the exact ward lines of this estate determined the placement of the stones, but I'll need Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco to be part of this ritual as the ones with claim to the land. Thankfully, Lucius has already taken my mark, so that gives me some right to all of his possessions as well. He let a humorless chuckle escape him while setting the current monolith in place. But the more I sacrifice, the greater the return I'll receive from the ritual. I should have Lucius gather more followers to take my mark. The more the better. There should be no shortage of fools that are willing to serve if promised a better standing than their current lot in life. He levitated the next granite monolith after finishing his thoughts, carefully moving it into position so that it was the proper distance from the last monolith, while also being at the proper angle to the others. There was a reason this branch of magic had mostly died out in the modern age, but for the greatest wizard to ever live, this much was nothing. All right, stone, check. Harry nodded to the granite stones they'd gotten from the dwarves. Array? He looked at Penny. Check. Penny giggled as she held the small stack of parchment they'd worked on together. Fire? Harry turned to Fleur with a grin. Check. Fleur smiled, also playfully rolled her eyes at her boyfriend, as she held up her right hand and let her natural fire crackle to life. Right then, time to build us a barrier. Harry chortled as the three of them got to work. The fact that all of the stones had been cut to exact specifications by the dwarves before being delivered made the construction process much easier. It was more like building with blocks than any form of skilled masonry. Harry and Penny etched the containment array they'd come up with together onto the stones, and then used mortar to connect them together in a circle that would surround Doorfrost. Fleur kept the frost from spreading by continuously coating the artifact sword in her flames, while Harry and Penny worked to construct the barrier. Once the barrier was about a meter-high tube of stone, Harry had Fleur stop her flames. Using one of his basilisk steel rune-enhanced tongs from his smithy, he picked up Doorfrost by the hilt. Careful, keep clear, Harry warned as he used the tool to carry Doorfrost over to the barrier. The frost was already slowly creeping over the metal of the tool, and Harry knew he only had a short time to handle his creation this way. Setting Doorfrost into the barrier was easy enough. They'd made a base for the tip of the blade to fit into so that the sword would be held upright. The hilt of the artifact sword would be the first thing one saw if they opened the barrier, rather than the blade. It was another safety measure on top of the ones they'd already taken. Now they just needed Fleur's natural Vila fire to start the process, and they could seal up the barrier. Just a moment. Fleur moved over to the barrier that now contained Doorfrost. She held her hands over the open top, while Harry and Penny placed their hands on either side of the granite barrier to feed their mana into the array. Vila fire poured into the inside of the barrier, and it quickly melted the frost that had already begun to fill the space. The glowing runes seemed to absorb the magical fire for a bit before the glow changed to match the color of the flames. It's ready. She stepped back as Harry lifted the granite lid and placed it atop the barrier. The seal is made. Penny and Harry intoned as they placed their hands atop the lid, and the entire construct glowed a faint blue color for a moment. Doorfrost was now sealed away, unable to spread its ice and chill, and far from the hands of anyone that would be foolish enough to try and use it. You said that I'll only need to recharge the fire once a month, right? Fleur looked between Harry and Penny. Yeah, we tried to make the array as efficient as possible, but Doorfrost is strong enough that it'll need more of your fire to keep it locked up indefinitely. Penny apologized, only to be hugged by Fleur. It's not a problem. Fleur shook her head, sending her silvery blonde locks swaying. To keep that cursed thing locked up, a once-a-month recharge is nothing. Without the recharge of Vila fire, I'd estimate that the barrier could probably hold Doorfrost for a year or so at most, maybe 2. Harry did the rough calculation of the strength of the containment array without the bonus of the Vila fire's opposing element to the ice of Doorfrost. I'm sure we won't forget about it, Fleur remarked as she looked between the newly completed barrier and the door to Harry's smithy only a couple meters away. No chance of the out-of-sight, out-of-mind problem with this one. True enough. Penny chuckled at where Harry had decided to seal away his newest artifact. I wanted to be able to keep an eye on it. Harry shrugged at the laughter. He wasn't so foolish as to leave something so dangerous just hidden away in some random location for others to find or stumble upon. The scabbard is next, yes? Fleur asked Harry with a small smile. Yeah, I'm going to use the barrier we made as a basis for the scabbard. It's got to be strong enough to contain Doorfrost indefinitely by itself. Harry exhaled heavily as he looked at the sealed barrier. It'll probably have to be an artifact itself, to be honest. That would put you at 6 true artifacts, wouldn't it? Penny raised an eyebrow at him. Didn't you say that a master artificer is one that has made at least 7 true artifacts to their name? That's the minimum requirement, yes, Harry confirmed as they headed into the cottage for lunch together. Making various levels of artifacts is also necessary, but I've got that covered too. Still haven't tried for a high grade yet, but given the accidental nature of Doorfrost and what it has already done, I'm thinking of holding off on that for now. No rush, Harry, no rush. Penny hugged him close. Don't go too far again. We don't want to lose you. She kissed his cheek softly to convey her love and worry about his well-being. Absolutely. Fleur joined the hug, kissing Harry's opposite cheek. There's no need for you to risk yourself. I won't, Harry promised them both as they hugged him. After what Doorfrost had done, he wasn't in any further hurry to push the limits of his artifice. He'd take it step by step and ensure that he didn't make the same mistake again. Watch her all. Tonks greeted her boyfriend and future sisters. I decided to come over for lunch, and what do I see? A Harry sandwich! The metamorph teased before quickly joining the hug, too. Glad to have you, Nim. Harry chuckled as he just enjoyed being hugged and held by his loves. Ministry still a madhouse? Penny asked Tonks as the four separated. Of course. Tonks sighed as they sat down at the table together. Azkaban fallen, the Dementors gone, prisoners missing, and the dark mark in the sky. We're basically on full war protocols now. Madam Bones, Mad-Eye, and Scrimgeour are leading the charge at this point, and Fudge is basically being forced to stay out of the way. That's probably for the best. Harry made his opinion clear of the minister. Thank you, Taylor. He smiled at the warm meal that had appeared in front of them. A nice potato and leek soup, a ham sandwich, and fruit slices. Of course, young Master Harry. Taylor replied with a wide smile before disappearing with a pop. I know you cannot speak on everything, Nim, but has the Ministry had any leads on the Dark Lord? Fleur questioned after a bit of soup. Not much of anything yet. Tonks shook her head. This is completely different than what he did back in the 70s. Only the attack on Azkaban was even close, and that was new for him as well. Scrimgeour wants to start searching suspicious transactions in Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, Diurne Alley, and even the wholesale market. That could lead to something. Penny looked thoughtful. After all, if a strangely large order of certain ingredients was made, then you could potentially piece together the most likely potions that would be made from them. That might work for Diagon and Diurne Alleys, but Nocturne Alley is barely under Ministry control on the best of days. Tonks sighed, her hair turning a shade of blue. Most of those places probably don't keep records properly, and even if they do, they'll be less than willing to hand them over. Why is Nocturne even allowed to continue as it has for so long? Harry asked Tonks curiously. If it's full of illegal items, ingredients, and the like, then why not just shut all of it down and clean it out? There's a lot of pushback from the traditionalists on the Wizengamot whenever such an idea is brought up. Tonks' eyes went orange to show a modicum of her own irritation. They claim that it's wrong to take the shops from their lawful owners without cause, not to mention that many of those old places belong to pure-blood families with long history in magical Britain. It sounds like they just want a convenient place to hide their own illegal activities. Fleur let out a small huff at the obvious ploy the old Wizengamot members were pulling. Yep, Tonks sighed at the blatant truth. The only halfway logical argument I've ever heard is that it keeps the less reputable members of society out of the major shopping areas of Diagon Alley and Diurne Alley. But even that rings kind of hollow, considering that it should make it easier to clean up all of the said less reputable members of society in one well-executed raid. Just sounds like more talking in circles to prevent anything from being done. Penny shook her head at the obvious lack of concern or care that the Wizengamot showed. Welcome to the Ministry. Tonks waved her index finger in a circle with a flat look. Enough about them. Fleur moved the topic off of the incompetent, or blatantly corrupt in some cases, Wizengamot and Ministry. Let's talk of more pleasant things. Well, did you three get Harry's death sword locked up? Tonks asked with a teasing grin at Harry. Yeah. Harry stuck his tongue out at Tonks, but we did get it sealed up. It's locked up in the barrier now, so it shouldn't be a danger to anyone else. Penny agreed with a smile. Seeing as only one of you two can unseal it, it should stay right where it is until Harry can complete a scabbard for the horrid thing. Fleur nodded with a small frown. Doorfrost would always be her least liked of Harry's creations. She was sure about that. That'll probably take some time, too. Harry mused on just how he'd go about creating a proper scabbard for Doorfrost. The sword was so innately powerful that only something of equal or greater strength could hope to suppress it indefinitely. Regardless, I'll figure it out after some work. How has the research been going with Madame Aveline, Fleur? Very well, Fleur smiled beautifully. Determining the correlation of effect to both the lum and thalm of various types of spells is still only scratching the surface of our study. Even between spells that are very similar, the amount of mana changes, and we're actually able to measure the lum that it takes to cast and the thalm per effect based on time. It has led to a slowly building catalog of spells based on efficiency by type. Even simple movement charms are proving to have a variety of efficiency differences, so it's very interesting work, full of new discoveries. You lost me about a sentence and a half in, love. Tonks shook her head as her hair turned into her favored pink. The bright smile on her face showed that she wasn't upset by the fact, though. She's saying that being able to measure the efficiency of spells is now possible thanks to the measurement system that Harry made for magic. Penny simplified what Fleur had said. The lum is the amount of mana that the spell is cast with. The thalm is the amount of effect produced by the spell. If one movement charm takes 10 lum to cast and gets 12 thalm of movement, probably measured in meters, Fleur nodded in confirmation when Penny looked at her. Then you can compare it to a different movement charm and compare their efficiencies against each other. So, if Accio gets me 15 meters for 10 lum, and Locomotor gets me only 12 meters for the same 10 lum, then the thalm is a difference of 3. Tonks figured out the simplified explanation. Yes, the Locomotor charm would be less efficient than the Accio charm. Fleur nodded to Tonks with a smile. You're also correct. Accio and Depulso have so far been the most efficient of all of the movement charms tested. Both have very high lum to thalm ratios that other charms haven't been able to match. I still don't see how you scholars happily make this type of stuff your careers. Tonks teased Penny and Fleur with a grin. I'd be bored to tears. We can't all be dark wizard catchers, love, Fleur teased right back. Someone has to unravel the secrets of magic, after all. Penny winked at the Auror playfully. I'll just leave that to you two, then. Tonks laughed brightly, her hair shifting to a bright yellow. Egypt, Giza, it's done. The head of the hidden group stared in joyous awe of the completed work. Took the better part of 2 centuries, his son mentioned, but was clearly just as happy about the completion of the long work they and their ancestors had done. What they and their entire group were looking at was a large complex of sandstone. To any Egyptologist, it would be readily identified as a temple. Pillars supported a roof surrounding a central courtyard and had walls covered in hieroglyphs. The pillars themselves, as well as the roof, were also marked with the ancient writing. Obelisks were built at specific points around the temple, including the largest one that was in the center of the complex. This one in particular was made of a black stone and inscribed with gold and silver hieroglyphs. The entire structure was infused with magic, and to any wizard or witch in the world, it would feel magical to their senses. When can we begin the actual ritual to get back what was lost? One of the plain-dressed men that had been working on the temple questioned the leader. In time, my friends, in time. We must first make sure that the others around the world are ready. The leader answered with an understanding look on his face. He too wanted to enact the ritual and regain what they'd lost over the centuries. But without the cooperation of the others that shared sentiments with them, it wouldn't work. One lone group could not restore what had disappeared after so long. I hope it's soon. We've worked tirelessly for so long. We need this to work. The leader's son narrowed his eyes. If we do it alone, we'll only get the attention of those fools that place themselves in charge. We are closer to taking back what was stolen from us than ever before. Another man spoke up with a hopeful tone. He smiled at his fellow workers when they turned to look at him. We should celebrate the completion of the long work properly. You are correct. The leader laughed as he placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Tonight, we pay our respects and our tribute to our ancestors and ourselves. We shall restore that which has been lost and taken. We shall eat, drink, and celebrate. Yeah! The entire group cheered along with their leader. After so long, they finally realized their work. The time would soon be upon them. They had earned this celebration through decades of sweat and hard work. Food for a feast shall be ready shortly. A woman smiled to the leader as she headed off with several others towards a kitchen area. Bring the wine. Tonight is a joyous night. The leader's son actually laughed along with his father, making all of the group cheer along with them. China. Will it be complete soon? One man asked another as they sipped tea together. Yes, there's no need to worry. The other man nodded with a small smile. My sister assures me that everything is on schedule. Good, very good. The older man sighed as he looked out the window and onto the river. Boats with passengers floated along the river just like every day. The ancient town had become a major tourist destination over the years. We've yet to receive word on if the others have completed their works, however. The younger man informed his elder as he too watched the town through the window. Everything has its time. We need only to wait. The elder replied as a peanut from the snack tray between them floated upward. The shell split cleanly before moving on to another plate with other empty shells. The 2 peanuts floated into the elder's hands, and he ate them while watching the river. Will we have to wear the traditional clothing again? The younger man questioned with a glance. When necessary, yes. The elder chuckled lightly. You would do well to embrace more tradition. Image is important, and in the coming times we will need to make use of our abilities. I understand. The younger man nodded, enjoying a few peanuts himself. The amount of changes this will bring is hard to truly imagine, though. That is true. The elder agreed without hesitation. We cannot know exactly how everything will play out, but we can prepare as best we can and then flow with the rest as it comes. Do you think this town will continue on? The younger man asked after a long moment of silence. It's been here for almost 3 centuries. I'm sure it will last. The elder nodded after a moment to think. We can always talk to the others in Daksu if we are worried. I do wonder if they'll be willing to help with our concerns after it is set into motion. The younger man hummed, taking a few more peanuts for himself. The ones in Pingyao are most likely to be busy once everything begins. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Or we could visit Luoyang and speak with them directly as well. He cast a grin at the younger man. Or you could always visit Gilan if you'd like. I doubt much will change there, even with the coming change. I'll stay here. The younger man chuckled lightly. If I took your travel recommendations, then I'm sure I'd end up in a picturesque area, but also one of the most rural. There's nothing wrong with enjoying nature and the slower life of rural living. The older man grinned fondly as he watched the river. One should enjoy the time they have. Life affords few second chances after all. True enough. The younger man agreed as he sipped his tea. Change was coming, a change so great that none could truly predict it, and everything that would happen as a result. Perhaps he should take a small vacation before everything began. End chapter. Current mana levels: Harry 26,884, Tonks 21,718, Penelope 16,362, Floor 16,926. Chapter 58. Testing and Material Acquisition. Harry chuckled as he stood outside of Woodend Cottage in the afternoon sun. It was a bit after lunch, and Penny had requested his help with testing her newest configuration of the anti-magic area. At the moment, said area was being set up around him to the maximum size that Penny had worked out. Harry had to give his girlfriend credit. The size had greatly increased since he'd first helped her with it. Now it had to become a 3 meter by 3 meter square when set up at maximum size. It could also hold a charge for much longer now, being able to maintain its full effect for almost a full 24 hours. Almost done, Harry. Penny smiled at him as she placed the last runestone in its correct position. Take your time, Penny. Harry returned her smile with one of his own. Better to have everything right for a test so that you get the most accurate data. Very true, Harry. Penny stood up and kissed him gently. Now, let's get to testing. The excitement lit up her eyes as she stepped out of the area that the runestones encompassed. Anti-magic area, 3x3 area, live subject test number 1. Penny spoke, and the floating notebook and dictaquill wrote down her words. Subject is Harry Potter. Current mana level is just shy of 27,000. As she spoke, she placed her foot atop one of the runestones and began to charge the array with her mana, making all of the stones glow slightly. Doesn't feel different. Harry spoke up so that Penny could catalog his experience within the field accurately. He moved his hands, clenching and unclenching them. I don't seem to have any loss of feeling, no sensation of uncomfortableness or pain either. Good, this is just meant to stop magic, not torture witches and wizards. Penny noted down Harry's words as she watched him move about within the anti-magic area. Any loss of coordination, feelings of lethargy? Not that I can tell. Harry shook his head. I'll try a few things. He hopped from foot to foot, stood on one leg, and even jogged in place for a bit. Yeah, I'm not feeling any different physically. Excellent. Then it doesn't cause any physical anomalies to witches and wizards within its borders. That's great. Penny wrote down the new findings into her research notebook. Can you try casting a spell? Something simple to start with, like Lumos. Yeah, Harry cast the spell with a thought, but grinned when nothing happened. Well, that's new. The Artificer chuckled as he tried to cast the charm a few more times. How strange. What's it feel like, Harry? Penny questioned as she looked eagerly at her boyfriend. It's different, to say the least. Harry thought for a moment on how best to describe the sensation of his failed spell casting. I can form the spell, but the instant I try to cast it, the spell fizzles. Fizzles? Penny raised an eyebrow, even as she wrote down the description, like the spell is being broken down or unraveled before it can really activate. Harry tried to explain better for Penny's notes, almost like trying to blow up a balloon with a hole in it, as strange as that comparison is. So there's no way to build up the spell, it just flows instead of inflating? Penny gathered after a moment to think about Harry's description. That's it! Harry pointed at her with a laugh. That's it exactly! Fascinating. Penny was quick to note down the description for further testing. Shall I try something a bit more complex? Harry asked with a grin at seeing how excited Penny was getting. Yes, Penny nodded rapidly, her dark blonde locks shaking from the movement. Maybe some elemental conjuring? Right. Harry laughed, but Penny was in too good of a mood to retort. Let's try this. He raised his left palm up and focused on the spell he wanted. Aguamenti was a familiar spell, and he could control it to form only a ball of water if he wished. He blinked as the spell did nothing as he cast it. Not even a drop of moisture formed from the simple spell. Well, Aguamenti is a bust, he informed Penny with a shrug. Got it. Penny was ecstatic on the success of her project so far. What about fire? Harry tried to conjure flames, but merely stood within the anti-magic area with nothing. Yeah, fire conjuring isn't working either. He saw Penny write that down too. Should I try with a wand? Yes, that would be good for comparative data. Penny admitted as she flipped to a new page in her notebook and had her quill poised to write. Use the same 3 spells so that we can get one-to-one comparisons, please. Right. Harry slid his holly and phoenix feather wand into his hand from within his storage cloak. He tried Lumos non-verbally for the comparison that Penny wanted. The tip of his wand didn't light up, though. He felt his mana passing through his wand, but as soon as it left the tip of the focus, nothing happened. Okay, so using a wand didn't change the outcome. He shook his head. So a focus doesn't make a difference to the effect of the anti-magic area. Penny wrote into the notebook. Try the other 2. Maybe more complex spells through a focus will present different results. Harry focused on Aguamenti and pointed his wand off to the side to blast a stream of water from it. Nothing happened from his attempt, though. Not a drop of water left his wand. Flicking his wand, Harry attempted to conjure fire. Once more, nothing came from the attempt. His wand was merely in a different position now. Still nothing? Penny tilted her head curiously. Not a thing, Harry confirmed as he marveled a bit at what Penny had made. The tests are going well. Penny was beaming as she continued to gather data on her latest version of the anti-magic area. Let's try transfiguration next. Sure thing, love. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at how happy Penny was. He understood that kind of joy well, the feeling of watching something you'd spent time, energy, and countless attempts to make performing exactly as you had envisioned was a very satisfying experience. For the next couple of hours, Harry and Penny both took turns within the anti-magic field, trying to find some way to circumvent its effects. Transfiguration was a dud just as much as charms. Trying to conjure anything failed. Attempting to change the ground or one of the runestones didn't work. Penny was nearly vibrating in joy as her creation continued to hold up against every form of magic they attempted. Wandless, with a wand, nonverbal, verbal, none of it seemed to make any difference within the field. Let's up the power even more. Harry grinned on his latest turn inside the anti-magic area. He focused, bringing his significant mana to bear as he formed the Fulman Curse. The anti-magic field became visible for a second as small sparks were seen traveling down Harry's arm. With a thrust of his arm, his index and middle fingers pointing forward into an empty area of the yard, he produced a small spark, not much bigger than what one might see in a contact taser. That same spark was also gone in the blink of an eye. Ha! Penny couldn't help but laugh. Her bright laughter made Harry smile as he looked over at her. Sorry, Harry. She tried to stifle her laughter, but mostly just reduced it to giggles. I don't know what to say. Harry shrugged, a grin on his face. This has never happened to me before. I must be tired. Penny nearly snorted at the silly joke. Performance issues aren't uncommon, Harry. 1 in 10 men will experience them in their lifetime. Oh, I'll show you that I don't have any performance issues. Harry hopped out of the circle of runestones with a laugh before wrapping his arms around Penny. He dipped her slightly and captured her lips in a long kiss. Penny hummed appreciatively once they separated, and Harry pulled her back onto her feet. We can test that theory a bit more later on. Harry wiggled his eyebrows and made Penny crack up again. There's one more thing I'd like to test, though. What's that? Harry cocked an eyebrow. They'd gone through almost every spell they knew of, and from low power up to his latest high-powered attempt. I want to see if house elves can circumvent the anti-magic area like they can with other wards that don't specifically target them. Penny explained her interest. That's not a bad idea. Harry nodded after a second of thought. The anti-magic area is based on warding after all, though it's not like any other ward in existence. Yes, and house elf magic is different than what wizards and witches use. Penny stated what anyone that paid a modicum of attention to the helpful creatures knew. The anti-magic area is supposed to work on all magic, but perhaps the differences would make it less effective? I'm sure Taylor wouldn't mind helping us out for a bit. Harry agreed with Penny's thoughts. You called for Taylor, young Master Harry? Taylor popped in with a curious look on her face. Her large eyes looked between Harry and Penny and then to the circle of runestones. Yes, Taylor, thank you for coming. Harry smiled at the elf, making her smile back brightly. Penny would like to ask for your help with a few simple tests of her creation. Oh, yes, Taylor will help the future young mistress. Taylor nodded happily, her words making both Penny and Harry smile at each other softly. Thank you very much, Taylor. Penny thanked the elf, once more making Taylor beam at the pair. What would you have Taylor do to help? Taylor looked eager to please, as always. First, do you think you could pop into the ring of runestones? Penny asked as she readied her notebook and quill. Of course, Taylor gave a short bow and popped away. Half a second later, and with an identical popping sound, Taylor reappeared on the opposite side of the anti-magic area. Huh? She looked confused by her location outside of the ring of stones. With a confused look, Taylor tried again, popping out of sight and reappearing on a different side of the anti-magic area. This was repeated almost a dozen times before Taylor shook her head with a frown. Taylor cannot be doing it, Miss Clearwater. The stones keep her out. That's fine, Taylor. You did brilliant. Penny praised the elf, making Taylor's frown turn into a smile. Interesting. Harry hummed at the complete denial of even house elf magic to enter the space. Can Taylor be doing anything else? Taylor looked happy to give her assistance further. Could you stand inside the circle and tell me how you feel? Penny requested, and Taylor was quickly walking into the anti-magic area without a bit of hesitation. This is a strange space. Taylor mentioned as she stood in the middle of the circle of runestones. Taylor knows that she can't use her magic here. Do you feel different at all, Taylor? Penny was right beside the anti-magic area in case she needed to intervene and pull Taylor out. That is, if Harry didn't do it first from beside her. Taylor is fine, but her magic will not work here. Taylor looked curiously at the stones surrounding her. I cannot travel out of this circle with magic, but I can walk out normally. It is very strange, she mentioned, and Penny wrote down her words exactly. Having a house elf's viewpoint on her creation was just providing further legitimacy. The anti-magic area is working even better than I thought. Penny noted down Taylor's words. If we could scale up the size a bit more, she quietly mumbled to herself as she continued to write. You did great, Taylor. Feel free to return to what you were doing. Harry grinned at Penny, getting lost in her thoughts. Thank you, young Master Harry. Taylor stepped out of the ring of runestones and gave a short bow before popping away. Harry, do you think if we changed this part of the sequence in the array, that we'd get a larger area of effect? Penny had stopped her light mumbling to show him a new note she'd made in her notebook. The strength of the anti-magic area is already better than what I thought, but I'm still having trouble coming up with a way to increase the overall size of the area. Let's see. Harry smiled as he conjured them 2 chairs to sit on and a small table to pore over her ideas and make new notes together. I don't think you can change this part without breaking the sequence. He pointed at one of her changes. That part needs to be that way to maintain the strength of the effect. What if we repeated this section at set intervals? Penny tapped another section in the long list of runes that made up the anti-magic area's array. To most, it would look like a wall of text. To the 2 of them, it was the instructions for the array and its functions. Such was the difference that came with familiarity and experience in a branch of magic. Perhaps, but what intervals would you connect them to? It fits here perfectly, and the 2 sequences that it connects don't repeat. Harry noticed of the array. Inside of Woodend Cottage, Sirius and Marley watched on from the kitchen window with smiles. Sirius was happy that Harry had time to relax and focus on his relationships. Marley was happy to see her family happy. The 2 sipped some tea with the occasional chuckle as they watched Harry and Penny go over Penny's creation. Ah, nerd love, how precious. Sirius quipped with a chuckle. Oh, hush, it's cute. Marley lightly swatted his arm with a melodious giggle. Forbidden Forest. Scotland. I knew I'd be back here again. Harry mused with a chuckle as he flew over the ancient forest. Summer was almost over, and soon enough the next year of Hogwarts would begin. As a graduate, that didn't mean much to Harry, but he was looking forward to visiting his friends on the first Hogsmeade visit of the year. But today, he was here to gather materials from the forest, more specifically, the oldest and most magical ash wood that he could find. Ash is said to have some alignment with fire, and it wards off witchcraft if one believes some of the old tales. Harry flew over the forest a bit longer, slowing down slightly as he started checking the older trees he saw. Shouldn't be too hard to find ash trees. Scotland has plenty of them. The Artificer was going to use the innate properties of ash wood to make a scabbard for Doorfrost. He'd have to carve it into proper shape, and may have to refine it a bit to bring out the properties he wanted to their fullest. But he'd pair it with some powdered dragon fangs for their own connection to fire. Adding both as the physical materials of the scabbard, and then carving a similar array to the one that made up the barrier currently sealing the sword away, should make for the perfect sheath. As long as he took his time and imparted enough of his mana into his creation, he'd have a paired artifact scabbard to match Doorfrost. Something that could contain the powerful artifact sword indefinitely while he worked to grow strong enough to wield it. Well now, hello there. Harry floated over to a tree that had caught his eyes. It was an ash tree, and the top of it jutted above the tops of the trees around it. He slowly floated down through the canopy, careful not to make too much noise lest he get the attention of one of the denizens of the forest. When his feet, clad in his Windwalker item, touched the ground, Harry could only marvel at the ancient tree. You must be centuries and centuries old, huh? Harry walked up to the tree and gently placed both hands on it. He poured just a tiny portion of his mana into it, to feel out its own magic and its health. Not surprisingly, the tree was in perfect health, not so much as a single sign of sickness or parasitism on it or within it. The artificer marveled at the age-old ash tree and tried to commune those feelings to it through his mana. He got a slight feeling back, not so much words or thoughts, but just a feeling of contentment. "I don't suppose you could spare a branch that you're not using, old one?" Harry patted the trunk of the tree. A few seconds later, a loud snap was heard before a large branch fell to the ground with a crash about 6 or 7 meters away. Blinking at what seemed to be a response from the ancient tree, Harry chuckled and patted its trunk again. "Well, thank you very much." He walked over to the fallen branch, noticing both its impressive length and the sheer thickness. Harry placed his hands on the newly fallen branch and felt the magic within. The branch was practically still alive, even though it bore no leaves. It probably weighed as much as Harry himself, if not more. After inspecting his seeming gift from the ancient ash tree, Harry stood back up and threw the hem of his storage cloak over the branch. As it was designed to, the cloth spread over the entirety of the branch, regardless of its own size, and then billowed back to normal around Harry as the branch disappeared within its space-altering folds. "I thank you for this gift." Harry gave a short bow to the old tree. "Please accept my thanks." He raised both of his hands and focused intently. This was an incredibly hard spell to pull off, as it was a ridiculously focus-heavy spell. From the forest floor, what seemed to be powder slowly rose up like a cloud. Harry gathered a good amount together between him and the tree, and once he felt he had enough, he stopped and held the strange dusty cloud in the air. A simple thought saw water droplets gathering in the air. More and more swirled together until a large ball of water floated next to the odd dusty cloud. "Woo!" Harry exhaled as he looked at the cloud. Summoning specific elements from other materials is still so difficult. But common tree fertilizer is made up of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium from what I read. Equal parts of the three, and plenty of water is good for ash trees. He sent the cloud of nutrients down into the soil around the ash tree's roots carefully, so as not to damage or disturb the tree. Then the water orb spread around the tree in a ring of water before falling like rain onto the freshly fertilized soil. Once the water had soaked into the soil, Harry smiled at the ancient tree and then slowly ascended into the air again. Once he was clear of the canopy, Harry looked over in the direction of Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. He was so far into the forest that he could only barely see the castle sitting up on its hill. Maybe it would be a good idea to learn how to apparate? Harry thought aloud, looking at the school in the far distance. "I love flying, but the trip is ridiculous without something like the flue or a portkey." He pulled out a length of rope and held it in his right hand. "Sure, you weren't technically supposed to make your own portkeys without registering them with the Ministry. But Sirius had never been a stickler for the rules, and when Harry had expressed an interest to learn, yeah. "Portus," Harry intoned and watched the rope glow for a second. With a second to prepare himself, Harry activated the portkey and was whisked away in a swirl of light. Wood-End Cottage. Shite. Harry steadied himself after the portkey trip. There has got to be a better method than this one. His stomach always felt like it was about to rebel after a portkey. Note to self, look into artifact version of a portkey. He made a mental note to try his hand at creating something better once he had some more time. There was a litany of things he'd have to learn and know about portkeys, and what interfered with them if he wanted to succeed in such an endeavor. "Harry!" Sirius came out of the cottage, waving a note in his hand. "What's this supposed to be?" "The note I left you." Harry spoke after seeing it. "Harry, a note that you're going out should have the location and when you expect to be back." Sirius stared blankly at his godson. "What does your note say?" He held it up to the teen's eyes. "Hey, Sirius, I've gone to gather a material for my next project. Be back later, Harry." Harry recited from memory. It had only been a few hours since he'd written it after all. "Do you see the issue here?" Sirius questioned after a moment of silence. "Yes," Harry gave a one-word answer. "Do you know that I was worried because I had no idea where you'd gone?" Sirius leaned in slightly. "Sorry about that. I'll be more thorough in my note leaving in the future." Harry apologized. He hadn't meant to make Sirius worry. "You have that half-dead tosser after you, Harry." Sirius placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. "I worry when I don't know where you've disappeared to." He patted his godson's shoulders and stood back to his full height. "I know I can't do much to stop you from going out to gather materials or visit the dwarves, but a little more information about where you're headed would help me out." "Right, sorry for making you worry, Sirius." Harry pulled his godfather into a short hug, and the two men separated with a smile afterwards. "Good, now then, where did you go and what were you getting?" Sirius looked at Harry curiously. "The Forbidden Forest, and this." Harry tossed his storage cloak to the side with one arm. The pitch-black cloth spread farther than it should have been able to, and a thump was heard. The cloak fell back around Harry as normal, and Sirius stared at the huge tree limb that now rested on the grass. "A bit much for a scabbard, isn't it?" Sirius cocked an eyebrow at the massive piece of wood. "I'm not going to use all of it for a single scabbard, no." Harry looked at Sirius like he was crazy. "This is ancient magical ash tree wood, freely given from the tree. I'll be able to make good use of this for a long while." The artificer already had ideas for other things he could use such magical wood for. "I see." Sirius stroked his well-trimmed goatee with a look of faux understanding. Harry deadpanned at him, and Sirius chortled at his godson's expression. "Ah, right. Since the ministry situation was handled fairly easily, Dumbledore is hoping that you'll meet with the Order soon." "Oh yeah, that's right. I was putting that off until I finished my artifact sword." Harry glanced over at the barrier where Doorfrost was sealed. "Technically, it's not finished until I can wield it, right?" "Oh no, 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 Harry!" Sirius shook his head with a mischievous smile. "You're not getting out of this so easily. But you said the Order hasn't even been doing much when it comes to figuring out where Voldemort is or what he's up to," Harry reminded his godfather. He didn't want to just sit around and talk about unsubstantiated reports and make plans for things that may happen. That was time he could be spending crafting and actually preparing for whatever Voldemort would come at him with next. That, or spending time with his girlfriends, which was infinitely more desirable than being surrounded by people old enough to be his parents. Harry Potter, youngest artificer in history, was still very much a teenager at heart. True, but consider it a pseudo-punishment for making your poor old godfather worry. Sirius grinned at Harry, his eyes alight with mischief. "I said I was sorry." Harry looked away with a sigh. "When is the next meeting anyway?" "Oh, I don't want you to get too wrapped up in work on that particular day. By accident, of course. So I'll let you know the day of." Sirius saw the minute twitch of Harry's head and knew he'd just cut off the route of escape the artificer had been planning on. "Is it tomorrow?" Harry questioned, narrowing his eyes at Sirius. "No, tomorrow you're still in the clear." Sirius assured him with a look that screamed, "I know something that you don't know," and Harry rolled his eyes. "Fine. But I want it on the record that I was the mature one that agreed to go." Harry was barely suppressing a grin of his own now. "Oh, but of course, you're such a paragon of maturity and reason, Harry." Sirius replied, almost not snickering, almost. "Glad that we're in agreement." Harry put his nose in the air in a faux pompous manner. Godfather and godson quickly cracked up and devolved into loud laughter together. Sirius whipped out his wand and levitated the large branch off the ground. Harry led him into the smithy and had Sirius set the branch down on the floor next to some of his other stored materials. Pulling over a notebook and pen, Harry made note of the branch's dimensions as a charmed measuring tape went to work. Once he had the necessary information, then he'd be able to make some precise cuts to the branch and have plenty of usable timber for his artifice. "Now what exactly are you thinking of to contain that deathly sword of yours?" Sirius was both cautious and worried of just what he'd seen Doorfrost do to Umbridge. He'd not want Harry to ever unseal the damned thing without a way to control it and keep it out of the hands of others. "Ashwood has some fire alignment. I'll use powdered dragon bone to fill in the modified barrier array as a circuit material. Then I'm thinking of wrapping the outside in dragon hide." Harry laid out his current plans for the scabbard artifact. "Why not some of the basilisk hide you still have?" Sirius questioned as he thought over what Harry had told him about the material. "Isn't it more magic resistant than dragon hide?" It is, but bringing together the horntail's fangs and its hide should create a symbolic rejoining and add synergy to the scabbard. Doing so should increase the finished product's fire alignment by quite a bit. Harry explained his reasoning for choosing dragon hide over basilisk hide this time. Ideally, the scabbard should have a high fire alignment to give it an edge in suppressing Dorfrost's ice-aligned magics. Ah, I get it now. Sirius nodded at the simple explanation. Plus, I'm going to start running low on basilisk hides soon. Harry admitted as he looked at the chest with the basilisk parts stored inside of it. When I do use it, I want to make sure that it's going to give the most to the item or artifact it becomes a part of. That's fair. Sirius understood the desire to use the material sparingly. Not like anyone has another 1,000-year-old basilisk just lying around waiting to be slaughtered for parts. That would be both exciting and terrifying. Harry laughed at the remark. Exciting to get more parts from. Terrifying in what someone could do with a millennia-old basilisk if they really wanted to hurt others and didn't care for subtly. Well, thankfully you seem to have killed the only one in magical Britain, so we should be safe on that front. Sirius shrugged jokingly. If anyone is dumb enough to try and hatch a basilisk, then I hope they know that they'll more than likely be the first one dead when it meets their eyes for the first time. Harry scoffed at the massive amount of danger even the newborn king of serpents posed to those around them. One of the few laws that the entire ICW agreed on was outlawing the hatching of a basilisk. Sirius nodded at the foolishness of such an endeavor. It's considered a capital offense in a few of the member nations, if I recall correctly. It should be. Harry nodded his head as he set down his notebook on his work desk. I'll be busy until dinner time with this. He motioned to the huge branch from the ancient ash tree. I'll stay and watch for a bit. Sirius had a soft smile on his face as he summoned a chair from against the wall and sat down. Suit yourself. Harry shrugged, but there was a small smile on his face as he used a wandless cutting charm to begin cleanly splitting the wood into measured sections. End chapter. Current mana levels Harry, 27,242 Tonks, 22,490 Penelope, 16,964 Fleur, 17,376, Chapter 59, The Order of the Phoenix. The crack of apparition rang out in the fading light of a street in London. Two people, a man and his teenage godson, had just appeared from nowhere. Looking around, Harry couldn't say he was impressed with the place. The grimy fronts of the surrounding houses were not welcoming. Some of them had broken windows that glimmered dully in the light from the street lamps. Paint was peeling from many of the doors, and heaps of rubbish lay outside several sets of front steps. Cheery place, Harry quipped, and Sirius agreed with a nod. Always. The old marauder shook his head. Read this, Harry. He handed a scrap of parchment to Harry. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is at number 12 Grimald Place. Harry read off the parchment and then watched with some amazement as an entire home, number 12, seemed to move aside, number 11 and number 13 as it came into his awareness. Okay, that's pretty impressive, the Artificer admitted with a glance at his godfather. Fidelius charm, Sirius informed as he quickly guided Harry across the street and up the steps. Without even knocking, he opened the door and they slipped inside. Still cheery. Harry remarked of the dingy insides of the house. It had lofty ceilings, a gloomy air. It was a bit dark and was clearly in disrepair. Did this place get abandoned for years or something? This was the home of the Blacks when I was growing up. Never liked the place. Sirius shook his head before guiding Harry past the stairs. Speak quietly, Harry, or else you'll wake the horrid portrait of my mother. He motioned at a set of curtains hung on the wall of the staircase. Right. Harry lowered his voice a bit. Sirius led him down a short hallway to a large wooden door. We're here, Sirius spoke up as he and Harry entered what was clearly a kitchen. A long wooden table dominated the center of the room. It had 6 chairs on either side, but could easily hold 10 on both sides, plus 1 at each end of the log table. There were cupboards along the walls, and a large set of shelves held all of the dishware. At the moment, a fair few people were in the room as well. Sirius, Harry, welcome. Remus greeted the duo first, a tired smile on his face. Mooney, Sirius grinned as he greeted his friend with a strong clap on the back. Professor Lupin. Harry greeted with an amused little smile. "I don't believe that I'm your professor anymore, Mr. Potter." Remus replied right back, his own smile widening. Somehow, Remus was still the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, the apparent curse not striking the man for unknown reasons. He was now the longest-serving professor, 2 years and counting, for the last 20 years, at least. Harry and Sirius were then greeted by multiple other members of the Order of the Phoenix, most of which Harry either only knew in passing or didn't know at all. Kingsley Shacklebolt was there, as were Arthur and Molly Weasley, a man that Harry could have identified as Alastor Mad-Eye Moody purely from Tonks's description of her mentor in the Auror Corps, even if he hadn't met him during the Dementor attack. 2 older men, one Daedalus Diggle and the other Elphius Doge, were sitting at the long table along with 2 women. One woman introduced herself as Emmeline Vance, while the other greeted Harry as Hestia Jones. Another man, Sturgis Podmore, introduced himself to Harry before getting himself a drink and heading for the large table. A loud thump was heard through the kitchen door a moment later. "Bloody thing! It always moves!" Tonks's voice was heard, and Harry broke into a grin. That grin ended a moment later when a horrific wailing filled the house. "Filth! Disgusting mudbloods in my home! Out! Out! Creature! Creature, get rid of this filth from the noble house of Black! For the love of—" Sirius yanked about the kitchen door, increasing the volume of the screeching, and rushed down the narrow hallway. "Tonks, every time!" He chastised the metamorph before stomping up the stairs towards the screaming portrait. "It's that cursed troll leg umbrella stand. It moves every time and I nearly fall over it." Tonks shot back. "Disgusting traitor!" The portrait of Sirius's mother shrieked at the man. "How dare you return to this home? Out! Creature! Get them out!" "Shut your mouth, you bigoted old hag of a harpy!" Sirius yelled over the portrait. He had clearly done this same thing many times before. "How dare you?" Walburga Black, according to the nameplate on the bottom of the portrait, snarled at her son. Traitorous master shouldn't be yelling at Mistress Walburga. An old house elf that was dressed in rags rattled out at Sirius from the top of the stairs. "Shut it, creature, you miserable little troll!" Sirius snapped at the off-looking house elf. "Remove yourselves from my home," Walburga demanded of everyone she could see from her portrait. "Traitors, mudbloods, filth!" She insulted everyone she could see. Harry, seeing this deranged portrait call Tonks filth, narrowed his eyes. He walked up the stairs to stand next to Sirius, who was struggling to close the curtains that normally hung over the portrait. Looking between the portrait and the haggard-looking old elf, that may also be slightly mad from the look in its eyes, Harry had to ask the obvious question, "Why don't you just take her portrait down?" Harry looked at Sirius curiously. "We can't. It's got a permanent sticking charm on the back that holds it to the wall." Sirius grumbled, while Walburga looked smug. "And—" Harry reached into his storage cloak and pulled out the sheathed Ethereum. He saw Sirius's eyes light up with understanding as he unsheathed the artifact sword. "You shan't harm Mistress Walburga." Creature reacted to the obvious threat, but a wandless Petrificus Totalis from Harry had the old elf falling backwards on the upper landing with his body locked in place, arms at his sides and his legs straight. "My portrait is protected from such things, boy." Walburga didn't seem concerned as Harry aimed the tip of the sword at her. "Funny that," Harry looked at the bitter old woman in the painting. "My Ethereum is an artifact sword that cuts magic." Walburga's eyes widened just as Harry stabbed the sword forward and through the portrait, the tip getting stuck in the wall behind the painting. Instantly Walburga stopped moving, the portrait's colors quickly losing their luster and fading significantly. In a very short time, the painting looked just as old and worn as everything else in the dilapidated house. When Harry pulled Ethereum back, the portrait fell off the wall and its frame broke on the stairs. Sirius and Tonks stared at the destroyed portrait and then looked at Harry as he sheathed Ethereum. "I didn't know that Ethereum could do that, Harry," Tonks mentioned of the sword. "I wouldn't have done it if she hadn't insulted you, love." Harry smiled at her as he walked down the stairs. "My hero." Tonks pretended to swoon before leaning in to kiss Harry gently. "Thank you." She smiled lovingly at him. "Any time." Harry placed Ethereum back into his storage cloak and then offered his hand to Tonks. "Such a gentleman." Tonks grinned, taking his hand as they walked towards the kitchen together. Creature? Sirius undid the spell on the old house elf. Throw out this old portrait and then leave us all alone for the rest of the night. Am I understood? Yes. Unworthy master, Creature mumbled out, looking at a loss now that Walburga's portrait was gone. Sirius headed back to the kitchen as Creature collected the pieces of the portrait and then popped away. Back in the kitchen, the gathered members of the Order all sat down at the long table. Mrs. Weasley made tea for everyone and was serving it when the large fireplace in the kitchen flared with green flames. From the flames, Dumbledore emerged, followed by both McGonagall and Snape. The three professors vanished the soot from their clothing after looking about the room for a moment. I see that everyone has arrived, Dumbledore greeted pleasantly, giving a welcoming look to Harry as he made his way to the table. Is Hagrid not joining us tonight? Elphias Doge asked Dumbledore curiously. No, I've asked him to take on a special task for me that I hope will prevent Voldemort from adding to his forces any further than he already is. Dumbledore answered as he sat down at the head of the long table. Snape slunk off to about the middle of the table to take a seat. McGonagall sat next to Dumbledore on his left. Sit, Harry. Tonks sat down at the table and motioned to the chair next to her. Harry sat down next to his girlfriend and noticed that Sirius and Remus took the chairs closest to his. We have a guest this evening. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore welcomed Harry politely, and the rest of the Order followed suit. Thank you for having me, Headmaster. Harry nodded to the old man. Sirius said that you wanted for me to meet the Order, and that you had something to speak with me about. Yes, Mr. Potter, I did indeed. Dumbledore nodded after placing his teacup down. As you well know, Voldemort has made his first visible move of what is sure to become another war. As of yet, we don't know what he's planning, aside from setting up some form of magic. If you know he's setting up some kind of magic, then you know where he is staying, right? Harry asked what he felt was an obvious question. He's at Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, Dumbledore informed the teen. So why haven't you alerted the Aurors so that they can arrest him? Harry was flummoxed as to why that hadn't been the first course of action. Lucius Malfoy has the minister's ear. Dumbledore let out a sigh. I've spoken with Cornelius a few times about this matter already, but he refuses to believe that the man he calls a confidant and friend would house the Dark Lord. And without just cause, the Ministry cannot perform a raid on a private residence. Kingsley Shacklebolt spoke up with his deep voice. You'd think suspicion of housing Voldemort would be enough. Sirius made his annoyance with the Ministry known. It would be if certain laws weren't in place. Moody rumbled out, his false eyes darting around. The blasted Wisengamot had been influenced for decades to give certain people far more leeway with the law than others. Legality aside, what's stopping you all from going to Malfoy Manor and taking the fight to Voldemort? Harry looked around at the people gathered. How many of us would you have die by the Dark Lord's wand, Potter? Snape sneered at the teen. Shut it, Snuvellus. Sirius glared pointedly at the man. The Ministry either won't or can't do anything, so it may very well come down to us doing so, and you know it. That's enough, Dumbledore spoke up just as Snape's mouth opened to retort. We are not here to fight amongst ourselves. All of us are gathered here to stop Voldemort from gaining the power and influence he had back in the 70s. He looked at both Sirius and Snape pointedly. I'm all for dealing with Voldemort, Harry spoke up again. But what does that have to do with me being here? Are you wanting me to join your order? He asked Dumbledore directly. Heavens no, Molly Weasley spoke up. You're far too young to be a member of the Order, Harry. Molly. Arthur calmly looked at his wife, the woman sighing as she settled down. She hadn't meant to speak up in such a rude fashion. Whether you face Voldemort directly or not may only be a matter of time, Harry. Dumbledore spoke, using Harry's first name to convey his seriousness. But until such a time, we'll do what we can to handle the situation. I feel like you're about to ask me for something, sir, Harry mentioned, the anticipation rising a bit in the air. Tonks nearly snorted at how easily Harry had read the mood. Yes, Dumbledore smiled genially, the twinkle he was known for in his eyes. I would like to ask you, Artificer Potter, if we might commission your services in our fight against Voldemort. I'm not an arms dealer, Headmaster. Harry immediately shut down any potential requests for artifact weapons. If he wouldn't make them for the Ministry as a career, he certainly wasn't going to supply what amounted to a group of private citizens with them. I artifice and enchant for my own purposes or as payment for learning magic that I couldn't otherwise. He remembered his deal with Mukisa from Uagado. Can I ask why you won't provide us with such? Hestia raised her hand slightly to ask. It's too dangerous. Harry looked at the woman as he began to explain. I can make a minor-grade artifact in a week or two if I really try, but the risk of any artifact falling into Voldemort's hands is not something I'm willing to chance. Binding each artifact that I make to the bloodline of the person using it takes extra time and requires freely given blood. He saw the various members of the Order almost instinctively move back a bit. Freely given blood wasn't something that most wizards or witches would do. It offered far too many avenues to curse a person with. Money isn't an issue if what you're wanting is enchanted items, though. Harry offered a different option to the Order. I merely need the proper materials, and I can craft many useful things for you. Such as? Daedalus Diggle asked, the old man curious as to what was being offered. Armor, for one. Harry looked down the table to Diggle. I can make you cloaks resistant to magic, giving you the equivalent of a physical shield charm around you at all times. He saw the interest in the old man's eyes and heard the murmurings of the other members. With the right materials and time, I can craft enchanted items that can do nearly anything, within reason, of course. Some of those ward breakers of yours would be helpful, Moody grunted, knowing that a place like Malfoy Manor would be heavily protected by unknown wards. That would take some time, depending on how many you need. Harry looked at the grizzled Auror. But I can do it. Something that would allow us to track Voldemort would be most helpful. Dumbledore mentioned to Harry, that or perhaps a way to trap him and keep him contained? He's got more mana than you do, Headmaster. Harry informed Dumbledore plainly, getting a few shocked gasps from the Order members. Keeping him contained could be difficult. Interrupting his ability to use magic might be possible, but at the same time, the thought of such items falling into Voldemort's hands is unsettling, to say the least. We also don't know what kind of magic the Dark Lord is trying to make use of either. Remus spoke up next. If it takes so much preparation, he could be planning to cast a spell of some kind that we haven't seen before. Or maybe it's a ritual of some type. Emmeline Vance pondered, her eyes narrowed as she thought about it. That doesn't bode well, given just how varied rituals can be. Even if we knew that it was a ritual with 100% certainty, we still wouldn't have any clue as to what kind of ritual it was. Why hasn't Snape cleared that up? Harry looked at the greasy potions professor. Haven't you been able to tell at least the basics of what Voldemort is doing? He has a point, Tonks agreed with Harry. You've been over there so often this summer, yet you can't tell us anything more than he's setting up for some random magic? Try to understand if you can that I mustn't give myself away. Snape spoke as if he was talking to a small child. The Dark Lord has forbidden anyone even approaching the area he is working in on pain of death. What are you doing over there again? Sirius cocked an eyebrow at the dour man. Brewing potions and assisting with the recovery of the Dark Lord's inner circle, as is expected of me, Black. Snape looked down his nose at Sirius. He wouldn't have his old-school bully question him. Why not slip them some bad potions and prevent them from becoming problems in the future? Harry had to ask. It shouldn't be hard for someone of Snape's skill to do so. Potter, clearly you underestimate just how powerful the Dark Lord is. Snape was back to speaking as if he was talking to a rather dim child. If I did that, he would quickly interrogate me. The Dark Lord is a master legilimens. No one's secrets are safe against him. That doesn't bode well for you as a spy, Severus. Shacklebolt looked at the former Death Eater. Are you certain that our own plans and talks haven't already been taken from your mind? I am quite adept at occlumency, Shacklebolt. Snape replied evenly to the Auror. I would notice when or if the Dark Lord used legilimency on me, even if I couldn't stop it. Severus has my complete trust. I am sure that our talks and meetings are not discussed with Voldemort with any truth behind them when Severus is among the Death Eaters. Dumbledore spoke over the murmurings in the kitchen. Still, it may behoove us to make a move before you-know-who finishes whatever magic that he's preparing. Elphius Doge looked at Dumbledore pointedly. Who knows what sort of foul magics he may have gotten his hands on since the 70s? Aye, Moody nodded sharply in agreement. Best to strike before we're struck in this case. He was all for taking the offensive in this soon-to-be war. At the very least, we don't have to worry about the Dementors anymore. Sirius brought up some good news for the Order. Harry saw to that already. Not in the way I had expected. Harry shook his head, recalling the attack. I'm also still working on a way to permanently deal with the artifact that was created by doing so. It's safe for now, though, correct? Remus looked at Harry, concerned. Sealed up tight and not going anywhere anytime soon. Harry confirmed for his surrogate uncle. That is good to hear. Dumbledore let a small, relieved sigh escape him. The artifact sword that Harry had created from consuming all 100 Dementors of Azkaban had unnerved him. To hear that it was locked away where no one could misuse it was some good news. We'll be ready to fight when the time comes, Harry assured Dumbledore with a stony expression. All 4 of us are much stronger than the average wizard, and my artifacts and items should further tip the scales in our favor. But Harry, you're much too young to fight against Death Eaters. Molly worried for the teen. How could she not? As a mother of 7, Ron being Harry's age, she couldn't help but want to keep him far away from danger. I'm doubtful that I'll be given a choice, Mrs. Weasley. Harry looked at the red-headed woman with a shake of his head. But we won't be alone. King Drossard of the Erdun Dwarves has agreed to support me against Voldemort. With their forces on our side, we outnumber the Death Eaters significantly. A true boon, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore was pleased to hear that the dwarves that Harry had befriended and gone into business with were willing to fight against Voldemort. However, without knowing exactly what Voldemort is planning, we can't make concrete plans to best utilize such a large force. If we march onto Malfoy Manor, we could surround them, Sirius suggested, clearly of the mind to make the first move. I've seen what Harry, Tonks, Penny, and Fleur can do. With their assistance and the dwarves' numbers, we could stop this from becoming a war. It all comes down to time, though. Harry looked at his godfather. I need time to craft the shield cloaks and the ward breakers. If we could assure enough time, then perhaps I could even get strong enough to wield Doorfrost freely. But I highly doubt we have such a luxury of time. Most likely not. Dumbledore agreed with the young man's assessment. From what Severus has been able to glean, Voldemort is still in the process of setting up whatever magic he plans to use. If it is indeed a ritual of some type, he may need to wait until a specific time before he can utilize it. The next large event that I can think of would be the autumn equinox in September. That's not really that far away, if it's the case. Remus looked grim. Can you not sabotage this potential ritual site, Severus? Diggle looked at the potions master with serious eyes. Not without the Dark Lord being able to replace or repair whatever I damage. Severus shook his head. That would be after he kills me for doing so, of course. Even if I flee after doing so, my use as a spy would be at an end. At this point that role may have passed its usefulness, Moody commented gruffly. We know where the Dark Lord is, and have a vague idea of what he's doing. It might be time to make our own move. You'll have to decide where you're going to be standing when that time comes, Severus. Both of Moody's eyes, real and prosthetic, focused squarely on Snape. I am aware, Mad-Eye, Severus drawled, his pale face like a blank mask. Harry narrowed his eyes at Snape at hearing his reply. He wasn't the only one either. Both Sirius and Tonks hadn't liked the response of the supposed spy. It sounded far too much like Snape wasn't of a mind to really choose which side he was on until everything was over. The meeting went on for a while longer. Dumbledore and Moody both going over what they'd like from Harry for the Order. Ward breakers, at least 24, at Moody's request. Dumbledore was hopeful that every member of the Order could be equipped with a shield cloak for their protection before the autumn equinox. Just in case, That truly was the time that Voldemort would enact his magic. It wouldn't be too hard to get the ward breakers, since the Erden dwarves could help make them. But the shield cloaks would have to be made by Harry, as they were a new creation that he'd only recently drawn up the idea for. Malfoy Manor. So Potter has the allegiance of a clan of dwarves? Voldemort listened to Snape's report. Dumbledore was a fool to think any of his marked followers would ever be disloyal. The few that had proven to be so had been dealt with promptly. Yes, my lord. Snape confirmed from his kneeled position. If I wasn't so busy with the rites, I'd seek them out and make them realize how poor of a choice it is to make an enemy of Voldemort. The Dark Lord let to a slight hiss. Dwarves, depending on their number, may pose some difficulty to his conquest, but what he stood to gain from his ritual should make that a moot point anyway. Do you happen to know where these dwarves reside, Severus? It would be good to know where to target after the ritual. No, my lord, Potter did not speak of their location. Snape shook his head, not daring to look up from the floor. The dwarves can hide wherever they are. What I gain from this great magic will see them utterly inconsequential before me. Voldemort spoke with an surety that made Snape believe him. The lack of the dwarves' location was minor at the moment. The good news of not having to worry about the Order being equipped with multitudes of artifacts was much more important. The boy is a fool not to make artifacts against me, but his naivete will be his ruin, along with Dumbledore's order. Yes, my lord, Snape agreed without fail. He thought the boy was being foolish, but he'd not speak up to save James Potter's son. The time draws closer, and I have much work still to do. Leave me, Severus. Voldemort spoke, dismissing Snape without looking at the man. Yes, my lord. Snape backed out of the room with a bow. He wouldn't show disrespect, nor would he risk exposing his back to the Dark Lord. The inner circle would be mostly well soon enough. He'd prove his usefulness to the Dark Lord, and he already had Dumbledore's support. No matter who won, Severus Snape planned to be on the winning side. Once Snape had shut the door behind him, Voldemort made his way towards the ritual site that he was still preparing. It was a stroke of luck, or perhaps providence, that this particular autumn equinox coincided with a new moon almost perfectly. The ritual would be at its peak with such conditions, and Voldemort stood to gain even more from his sacrifice. Ah, yes, I'll have to remember to check how many more new recruits Lucius has acquired tomorrow. Voldemort had a mirthless smile on his lips. The more the better. The hollow chuckle that followed the Dark Lord outside would have sent others running in fear. End chapter. Current mana levels: Harry, 28,010 Tonks, 23,264 Penelope, 17,536 Fleur, 18,108. Chapter 60. Preparation for Conflict. In his workshop at Woodend Cottage, Harry was hard at work on creating the shield cloaks for the Order of the Phoenix. He was referencing the measurements he'd taken for each member, barring Snape. That had caused some words to be had, but in the end the potions master had scoffed even as Dumbledore relented on his insistence. The cloaks were a rather effective item, if Harry said so himself. A mix of creature-craft with standard enchanting and a bit of tailoring skill. It was acquiring the materials that had been the biggest hold-up so far. The outer layer is Graphorn hide, and the inner layer is dragon hide. All of the fasteners and buttons are sewn in beneath the folds of the cloak to prevent them from being targeted by charms that would force them off the wearer. Harry nodded to himself at his design. Each cloak would possess the power to render most spells null upon contact. Especially powerful spells may overwhelm them, but the amount of power they'd block would most likely save the wearer's life, even if the cloak was damaged in the process. There's 5 already done. Just need a few more to outfit the rest of the order. He continued his work on the 6th shield cloak with speed that came from practice. He'd left the construction of the 24 ward breakers to the Erden dwarves. That had saved him enough time to focus on the cloaks, while not neglecting the artifact scabbard that he was in the process of making. Empowering it during creation and making it out of fire-aligned materials was the only way that he'd have any chance of making it strong enough to contain Doorfrost. Having to be the master of each material was thankfully not an issue, since he had most of the materials on hand already. Now it was merely a matter of refining and strengthening each of the materials individually, synergizing them as he brought them together, and making use of the creature-craft symbolism of reuniting dragon fangs with dragon hide to further boost the fire-aligned power of the scabbard. So much to do, and on a bloody deadline too. Harry cursed to himself as he continued to stitch Grafhorn hide and dragon hide together. The fact that Grafhorn hide was tougher than normal leather was making it more difficult, but after 5 rounds of this process, Harry was certainly refining his methods. No other hide is nearly as magic-resistant, though, so it was either this or wasting the last of the basilisk hide. He shook his head at that idea. No way was he wasting the last of his millennium-old basilisk hide. He'd use that for an artifact at some point, he was certain. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. You've done well, Lucius. Voldemort's cold voice gave meager praise as he looked over the newest recruits that Lucius had gathered up. I see your trip was successful. In the main hall of Malfoy Manor stood a large gathering of foreign wizards and a few witches. Yes, my lord. Lucius kept his head bowed and accepted what little he could get. Keeping the Dark Lord neutral in opinion of him would be infinitely better than a negative opinion. He dared not hope for a favorable opinion for the foreseeable future. His loss of the diary that he'd been entrusted with had not been forgiven, even after the punishment that he'd suffered and nearly lost his life from. As you ordered, I traveled to other parts of Europe to find those of like mind to our cause. That had been a trip of several days. Thankfully, such things were easy with magic and a lack of concern about crossing borders illegally. Without bothering about legality and the bureaucratic red tape, Lucius had been to almost a dozen countries in a handful of days. His recruitment had borne an almost surprising number of new recruits, though many of them only spoke English as a second or even third language. Communication aside, the total number of Death Eaters would now stand at just over 300, far more manpower than they'd ever had back in the 70s. The biggest difference being that now every Death Eater bore the Dark Lord's mark, something that Lucius still didn't understand the purpose of, but was too fearful to question. With so many, I will not be stopped by a setback like last time, Voldemort hissed in a way that reminded Lucius of Nagini. The large serpent was still seen slithering around the manor, usually following after the Dark Lord, or secure in one of the interior rooms. Yes, my lord, Lucius agreed almost reflexively. My lord. Snape bowed as he stopped his approach a respectable distance away from Voldemort. The Inner Circle members are cognizant again. They should be ready to serve in the next few days. He informed his master of the good news. Excellent work, Severus. Voldemort had a mirthless grin on his lips. At least I still have some competent wizards among my followers. With his Inner Circle soon to return to his side, the ritual could take place perfectly, on schedule. With a swish of his black robe, Voldemort approached the gathered foreign wizards and began to speak. He welcomed them all, complimented their wise choice to serve him, and then began the pure-blood spiel that he'd perfected during his first rise to power. Like the majority of the riffraff that Lucius had been able to recruit, these wizards and witches were from old families that had lost their status over the years, their families spending the last of their inherited fortunes, leaving them destitute. None of them were willing to demean themselves with the work of the lowborn or the mudbloods. Their situations would not improve in a slowly changing magical world that had started moving away from such ideologies outside of some of the staunch traditional countries. It's almost sickening how easy it is to manipulate them, Voldemort thought to himself as he saw the looks of agreement and reverence these cretins quickly gained for him. All he had to do was tell them what they wanted to hear. It wasn't their fault that they were broke and living in squalor. It was the mudbloods' fault, bringing the ideas and beliefs of the Muggles into their world, not knowing their place and upsetting the established order and traditions that the magical world had lived by for centuries. But once Voldemort was in charge, things would change. The true wizards and witches of pure blood would be elevated back to the positions of their ancestors, while the half-bloods and mudbloods would return to their place beneath them. The fact that it continued to work, and so quickly, never ceased to cause Voldemort an odd mix of feelings, mostly amusement and disgust. In mere moments of explaining the barest functions of his mark, the entire gathering of new recruits had their bare forearms offered up to Voldemort. Bringing his wand to bear, the Dark Lord began the process of giving the dark mark to the first of the fools. More property for him to possess, and therefore perfectly acceptable for him to sacrifice for his own gain in the exchange that the ritual would entail. Maracaibo, Venezuela. It still seems odd that magic has little to nothing to do with this. A woman looked on at a raging storm that let off continuous lightning strikes. Nature is a magical thing on its own. The man with her chuckled as he watched the storm with her. The storm they were looking at had many names, Maracaibo's lighthouse and the never-ending storm of Catatumbo being two of the most well-known. It was a place that received upwards of 1 million lightning strikes per year. With over 2,700 lightning strikes a day, on average, the spectacle held immense wonder for the non-magical. And for the last few generations, was useful for their purposes as well. Harnessing this much power, let us increase our rate of construction. The woman smiled at the storm. We were able to catch up to the others in a much shorter time frame. We were lucky that our ancestors figured out a way to channel this raw power into a magical form that could be used. The man agreed with her. Their group had only made contact with the others in the last century, but with the power this place offered, they'd been able to get caught up and on track with the rest of the groups involved. We were the first to be completed, even though we joined last. What are they doing with the excess now? The woman was curious. Once their work had been completed, the elders had redirected the power to a different purpose. What that was, she didn't know, but her companion might, since a few of the elders were his family. They're planning to use it to work a great magic once things settle down. He smiled at her, taking her hands in his own. They're going to restore the forest and all that has been destroyed from it. All of it? The woman couldn't help but nearly gape at him. Yes, all of it. He laughed as he twirled her around in an impromptu dance. All of the damaged and degraded land, all of the magic that it still holds, and all of the species that are barely hanging on. That's incredible. We could barely do anything without attracting the attention of the non-magical. She stepped with him, joining him in the little dance. To think that we'll not only bring back what was lost over time, but that we'll be able to restore what has been damaged too. We can't trust the ones that are in charge on either side to do what is necessary. He pulled her into his chest and held her. So we must do it ourselves. She looked into his eyes with conviction. The two shared a kiss as the continuous storm raged in the distance. Akhmim, Egypt. Bright red lightning sparked as materials changed their very existence under the intense magical power being produced. The cast-offs from farming were easy to acquire with magic and served as the easiest base to work from. Using his mastery of the branch of magic that he'd created, Zosimos transformed withered leaves, stalks, chaff, and other such plant material into pure flour. I'll prepare this for preservation, master. One of his many homunculi bowed, and with a wave of both hands, the massive pile of pure flour formed into a cube. This white cube was then split into smaller uniform cubes that were each packaged and sealed. The now packaged flour was levitated away to be put under preservation charms. The next batch, master. Another homunculus levitated a large mass of plant cast-offs inside the transmutation circle that Zosimos stood in front of. How much does this make? Zosimos questioned the homunculus that was keeping track of everything off to the side. We're at 99.8% of the goal you set, master. The homunculus answered promptly. Good. Zosimos activated the transmutation circle again, and the red lightning quickly broke down the plant material into its base elements before restructuring it into flour. Once we reach the goal, there will be enough to feed everyone for a full year. As much as he'd like to save the entirety of the world, the population was simply too large for him to do so. For now, he needed to focus on his homeland first. Once that was taken care of, then he could make more to try and share with the neighboring lands to prevent fighting over food at least. Water is much easier. I can conjure more potable water than they need with little effort. Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration stated that food could not be made with magic. The Master of Transfiguration was indeed correct. Filling food was impossible. but transmuting other things into food was a different matter. One could also increase the size of a food item without ill effects, though some claimed that food that was magically enlarged gave less energy overall. But to provide for the hunger that he foresaw in the coming times, Zosimos would mold the physical world to his desire and provide for those that would suffer the most. "I'll take this for preservation, master." Another homunculus once more gathered and packaged the flower before taking it to be preserved by magic. "Do you need a break, master?" The homunculus bringing the next pile of plant material questioned. "No, such a transmutation barely registers to me." Zosimos waved off the concern of his creation. It was true, though. Zosimos had more mana than any other witch or wizard in the world. Alchemy was literally his invention, and he was the greatest master of the art. Even if he transmuted enough food and other supplies for his entire homeland, he would probably only be winded by the end of it. And at that point, I just rely on you. He looked at the ever-changing red jewel set into the golden ring on his right hand. The red lightning appeared again as another batch of plant cast-offs was quickly transmuted into flour. It would eventually be made into bread that would fill the stomachs of his people during the coming time of hardship. "If you keep up at this rate, master, you'll be far ahead of schedule." Novus commented of his creator's constant work. "If I have to work constantly for the next year straight, I will do so." Zosimos watched as the new pile of flour was collected and packaged. "If I have the time, then I'll do what I can to feed the entire Mediterranean and every neighboring region of Egypt." Left unsaid was the ancient alchemist's own feelings of guilt for allowing the coming change. Zosimos didn't want to watch others suffer, but he'd lived long enough to notice patterns on a global scale. This change was necessary for the future of humanity. If he had to work himself to the bone and exhaust his magic for months or longer, then it was a small price to pay to save all the lives that he could. "Tima's report has come in as well, master," Novus reported after another round of transmutation. "Are the farming lessons going well?" Zosimos questioned as he took a short break from the constant transmutations. "Yes, the new homunculi that you've made have all become fully functional and taken to learning the magics that you instructed." Novus confirmed and enjoyed the smile he saw on his creator's face. "By the estimation that you gave us, we anticipate that each one of them will be capable of tilling, fertilizing, sowing, and tending to a hectare of land per day. The expected crop yields will be much higher than normal once they start." "Very good." Zosimos felt a little tension leave his shoulders. He'd created 100 new homunculi specifically to turn them into magical farmers. Once the initial chaos that he predicted settled down, then they could have 100 hectares prepared and planted every day until they reached a sustainable size to feed the population. He'd send them across the lands to re-establish farming in whatever was left of the world after the change. Food is life. Without it, people are little more than animals scrounging for their next meal. With food available, however, they turn their minds to thoughts of creation and building. "Yes, master." Novus bowed his head in acceptance of his creator's words. Ere is sending back her own reports on areas that will reach the most people once food production is re-established. "That is good. The faster we can get the people settled back into a routine of life, the faster that we can unify again." Zosimos was hopeful that things could be as they once were again, even if he greatly lamented the path required to get there. "For all the power that I have, there are still facts of existence that cannot be changed. The division caused suffering, but it made them think and advance. They found their own ways to move forward. But then they became so advanced that they were no longer challenged. A lack of challenge led to complacency, laziness, and a weakening of understanding. Now we're on a path that only a great change can alter. I only hope that we can all come together again and live better like it used to be." Zosimos shook his head and refocused on his current task. There would be time for hopeful daydreaming later. For now, food needed to be secured so that people could be saved. Red lightning sparked again as another transmutation took place. "Paris, France. No change in the lum to thom?" Fleur remarked after measuring the magic that had just taken place. "It is odd when two different spells share the exact same efficiency." She marked down the findings with perfect accuracy. Yes, it makes one wonder how many spells of the same type are merely the same spell in all but name. Madame Aveline smiled at her former student and now fellow scholar and magical researcher. We've noticed more variation in spells that have distinct purposes, even if they're of the same type. Fleur hummed thoughtfully as she recalled yesterday's experiments. Locomotor-based spells and mobility-based spells both have distinct differences in their efficiency, even though they do the same thing overall. That's what makes the matching efficiency of Flipendo and Depulso so odd, yes? Madame Aveline grinned, since she'd been the one to cast both spells a moment ago. Like most magical scholars, she couldn't be more thankful to Harry Potter for developing his method for measuring magic. Her career field had become more active and full of discoveries in the last few years than it had been in a century beforehand. Indeed, Fleur let out a small chuckle. Her blue eyes looked over the data they'd collected today with a mix of interest and longing. Something seems to be troubling you. Madame Aveline had seen that look on Fleur's face many times over their years as teacher and student. I'll listen if you wish to share your thoughts with me. Fleur let out a heavy sigh, and her shoulders sagged a bit before she met her old teacher's gaze. It's the situation with the Dark Lord that mispronounces our language for his false name. Ah! Madame Aveline nodded and quickly summoned 2 chairs that were by the wall. Let's take a break. We can talk while we do so. Thank you. Fleur gave her a smile as she sat down. Now, tell me, what has you so worried? Madame Aveline waved her wand and then flicked it. Her handbag floated over to her, and from within she pulled out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Following that came a covered plate of small baked sweets. I see you are as prepared as always. Fleur giggled, reminded of their talks in Madame Aveline's quarters at Beaubaton. Of course, Madame Aveline smiled as the wine bottle uncorked itself and poured the 2 glasses without being touched. So, what is it about the English Dark Lord that has you concerned? Is it because your beau seems to be his target for some reason? That's part of it? Fleur nodded as she accepted the glass of wine when it floated over to her. The other part is that none of us understand how it is that a man thought dead for so long suddenly returned. We suspect truly foul magics to be involved, of course, but we have nothing more beyond speculation. She sipped at the wine, but could barely appreciate its flavor, with her thoughts once more turned to the threat against her family. It is very odd, Madame Aveline agreed as she sipped her wine and then adopted a thinking look. There are many rumored magics that can keep one from death, but most are merely fanciful tales that have been misrepresented or outright made up. The older woman looked at Fleur for a moment before speaking again. Among the only magics rumored to exist that prevent the death of the wizard or witch in the event of destruction of the body, one tale stands out. Which tale is that? Fleur leaned forward slightly. Have you ever heard the story of Herpo the Foul? Madame Aveline questioned the villa. I believe so. Fleur had to really think back to recall where she vaguely knew that name from. We learned about him briefly in History of Magic, if I recall correctly. Yes, you do. Madame Aveline nodded to Fleur, her face still serious as she continued. Herpo the Foul was a dark wizard from ancient Greece. He was infamous for being a pioneer in the field of the dark arts. Herpo was the first known wizard to create a basilisk. It is known that he was born a parselmouth. That gave Herpo the ability to communicate with snakes. Every surviving record and tale of the man says that he spent his life studying the dark arts, inventing many vile curses in that time. Over the course of his life, he acquired a great understanding of the nature of the soul and how the act of murder affected it. Armed with his knowledge and ruthlessness, he deliberately committed murder with the intention of splitting his soul, and is said to have subsequently sealed the broken fragment inside an object with dark magic. I do not recall this from History of Magic. Fleur shook her head slightly. Her blue eyes were sharp, though, picking up on the path their conversation was seemingly taking. You wouldn't. Only Herpo's horrible actions are mentioned as a dark wizard. Madame Aveline seemed to believe that was all that needed to be taught to children. However, the magic that is spoken of in his tale has 2 names, one known to the non-magical, and the other only known to those that delve into the more obscure history of magic or the deepest recesses of spellcraft. Phylactery. Fleur pieced together the concept after going over the new information in her head. The soul container from the old tales? The name that was hidden from the magical world was Horcrux, Madame Aveline stated with clinical detachment. Known only as the foulest of dark magics, you'll likely find no written records on the actual process, but it is a possibility to this Dark Lord's seeming ability to rise from the grave. If it is the same as the old horror tales of the Lich, then without destroying the phylactery, they cannot be killed. Fleur's eyes widened at the thought of an unkillable Voldemort. Yes, only when the soul container is destroyed can the Lich be killed. Madame Aveline nodded to Fleur. However, Herpo the Foul was rumored to have lived for almost 900 years before he died, but no one had ever destroyed his body before then. The years it took this Dark Lord to return may hint that while the spirit is attached to the mortal plane, the destruction of the body reduces the threat posed by them. We would need a way to confirm that this is what Voldemort did. Fleur was thinking of any way that her family could prove such a thing. Her eyes were filled with worry, even as she thought, and Madame Aveline spoke up to break her out of it. This has all been speculation and hypothetical talk, you understand, Miss Delacour? Madame Aveline raised an eyebrow and noticed when Fleur got the hint. Yes, of course. Fleur agreed, sipping her wine again. She knew her old professor wouldn't have looked into the dark arts or so deeply into the history of magic with any intention of trying to replicate what Herpo the Foul had done. But any talk of such dark magics could make others suspicious and cause no end of problems for the one talking about it. Such inquiries only invited the worst kinds of misunderstandings, after all. In the privacy of your home, I'm sure you can share such theories freely. Madame Aveline smiled lightly before taking a sweet for herself from the tray. Fleur would make sure to do just that. Her family may have their first lead to putting Voldemort down for good. Hogwarts, Dumbledore's office. I appreciate you coming back on board, Horace. Dumbledore thanked the rather rotund wizard sitting across from him. Well, you know I did always like teaching, Horace Slughorn replied to his old friend. In truth, the man had been living on the run for the last while. When the dark mark had been seen in the sky above the Quidditch World Cup, Horace had immediately started moving from place to place. It's too bad that young Mr. Potter has graduated early. I would have liked to meet him. That was the most truthful thing Slughorn had said since he'd been tracked down and nearly hauled him back to Hogwarts. I'm sure something might be able to be arranged. Dumbledore knew that Slughorn loved to collect connections to brilliant, talented, and influential people. But with the state of things, I thought it best to offer you a position in the safety of Hogwarts. Yes, I'm much obliged, Albus. Slughorn nodded to the headmaster. There was truth to Dumbledore's words after all. At Hogwarts with Dumbledore was probably the safest place that Horace could think of, in all honesty. I would like to speak on the troubled young man we both knew back in the late 30s and 40s, if you'd indulge me, Horace. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. The twinkle that was so often in his eyes was noticeably absent. I think we both know what Voldemort has done. With those words, a ragged diary with a hole through it was pulled from a drawer in Dumbledore's desk and placed in front of Slughorn. The heavy-set wizard's eyes widened at seeing the object. I never meant. Slughorn started but stopped when Dumbledore held up his hand. You're not here to be accused of anything, Horace, Dumbledore assured the potions master. I merely need confirmation of what you two spoke about. I fear Tom Riddle did something most would never consider. You are the only one that he ever spoke to with any truthfulness. I require your honesty. Yes, Albus. I suppose it's time to stop running from my mistakes. Slughorn sagged, seeming to age 10 years in seconds just from how morose his mood had become. It was 1942. Winter had just set in, as I recall. End chapter. Current mana levels Harry, 28,528 Tonks, 23,766 Penelope, 17,984 Fleur, 18,412. Also, once again, this series, What If Harry Became an Artificer, will be finishing soon due to catching up with the current number of chapters. So I would like everyone's input for the next project on this channel. I am currently debating between 3 fanfics based on Naruto, Jujutsu Kaisen, and High School DxD respectively. Please comment below, what fanfic would you guys like to see next? That's it for this part. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. The next part will be uploaded tomorrow.